I almost thought you were talking to me. I'm so used to people calling me Zach.
The people call you
PKA
Zach.
604 with Dick Masterson, aka Zach.
Zach Masterson.
You guys ready for a Zach attack? I'm coming in hot. Woo!
So this episode of PKA is brought to you by Death by Gummy Bears, Wonky Weeds, Blue Chew, and the finest cum pills money can buy. Lock and load. Stop coming like a bitch. Come like a man. Code PKA for 10% off anything at Derek's site, Gorilla Mind, or code Jizz for 10% off of this product. Or I think, does Jizz work anywhere else on the site?
Only one way to find out.
Try Jizz on the site too and see if that gives you a discount. Like Kyle's priority line is so funny with like sponsors and like death by like all of this stuff because like for the lock and load, like we'll have big like business discussions and things in there, and then Kyle will just pop in with like the most ridiculous like non-money making idea of like, how about this? We make your cum taste like pineapple. It's like, that's a great idea. That's not possible, man.
Let's do a taste test and see if we can identify each other's cum.
Yeah.
You guys have really gotten degenerate since the last time I was on here. It sounded like a drug deal. You guys fell off the gummy bears the weed wagon or something.
Are we just falling off mean you do it or
we're jumping on the weed wagon.
We're on
Jumping
the
weed wagon.
Board.
We're on the wagon with that means you don't do it.
No. When I think of the bandwagon, when I'm on the bandwagon, I root for that team.
No, Dick's right. It's off the wagon when you're doing a bunch of something. Yeah.
What about the cum wagon? Who's on the cum wagon here?
We've always been off the cum wagon. Because like Woody, that's like the old statement, like in old timey movies, if like the alcoholic character started drinking again, they'd be like, "Old crazy Cletus, he's off the wagon."
The wagon.
Yeah. So that means and then he was back on the wagon when he quit doing meth.
Okay. Here, I thought it was a bandwagon.
Taylor,
Woody, I'm an alcoholic. I know. I've been told many different ways my drinking is a problem. Trust me, that's one of them.
Well, now that we have a subject matter expert on the board, why would I disagree? I'll just line up.
What's your drink of choice, Dick, when you're whether you're relaxing or just getting tanked? I know you like Wild Turkey.
Oh yeah, whiskey, a little gin. I try to stay away from tequila, but I'll take it. Pretty much anything as long as it's in front of me. I'm not one of the. You were talking about like whiskey snobs before the show, and I just can't. I can't get into that stuff. I don't understand what those guys are tasting. Like it's a little too.
You don't taste the notes.
I don't know.
You think they're faking it?
I try to drink it so fast that it goes over my tongue. And I don't taste it at all.
But this one has a bouquet of used sweat sock. You're going to miss all that.
Yeah. Oak. And
someday guys are going to talk about pussy like that. They're like, oh, well, this pussy had a nice flavoring of bubble gum. That's the future.
Ooh, aged exactly 18 years.
That's the pills we need to create. Maybe we can flavor women.
Yeah.
These are business ideas. Don't take it, crowd.
No, a pill that made you smell nice would be a good thing too.
There's dozens of dollars to be made.
I already have the pill to make your cum taste different if we want to get on that market.
No,
I've spoken to Derek about it. No, I've spoken to Derek about it.
The amount of bromelain you'd need in your stomach would borderline kill you.
You can handle the bromelain. You just have to space it out, goddammit. And the injections barely hurt.
Taylor, what the fuck?
Does it cause autism?
Bromelain injections.
If you take too many of these cum pills?
Look, if you try to run that much bromelain past your liver, you're gonna fucking die. Are you kidding me? Of course, it's bromelain injections. Into the testicles.
I don't know why you guys aren't taking your supplements anally. I feel like you're just not committed.
No,
I take as much as I can back there, but after a while, you get
there's more than one way to bypass the intestine.
That's where you inject your pee is into your sphincter,
or bypass
into your ass.
Whatever.
I trick my girlfriend to do it at night. If I forget my supplements, just when I'm sleeping, shove them up there, roll me over, and get them in. I have to take it. I'm very religious about my supplements.
You need your B vitamins.
Yeah,
to stay good. Is that the supplement you're talking about, or like a big horse pill?
I mean, whatever you got. Anything that goes up there is good in my.
That's got. Do you remember when it was coming out? This was probably like a year and a half ago now. When like a bunch of American politicians flew over to China, and like right then China was like, "Oh, we're doing new tests where you bend over and we shove it in your ass," and then like And they like put out a report on like South China Today or whatever that's like all incoming Congress people or legislators will be required to do this extra safe test. And it's like this is literally just a humiliation ritual from a global enemy.
I do remember what you're talking
about. Just a humiliation ritual. There's nothing more effective about it. They just wanted to make fucking Kamala Harris bend over so they could fucking swab her ass.
No, anybody else that would have been bad.
You know, like Lindsey Graham's cutting
a big booty Latina. Come on, Taylor, not Kamala Harris.
Finally, AOC is good for something.
Lindsey Graham's like, now this is just a violation of my rights, but I do enjoy the rules. You can do it. Are you sure you got in there? You sure?
Lindsey Graham's gonna put some booty shorts on and get it. What about me? I got a big boot. I could be a Latina. I got a little bit of Latino in me, more than Warren does. Come on, Alex. Come on. Have you guys had Alex Stein on the show?
No. So I saw on your Twitter feed just before this. I liked it. So you fill us in on that funny clip from Alex and AOC,
oh yeah,
because I just saw it.
Alex Stein is a nut. He's the comedian. He's the guy who was going to those town hall meetings and like rapping about how you need to go to Ukraine, like full on with a little boombox, rapping, calling the council members cowards because they're not going to go fight for his freedom in Ukraine. He wore this hideous unitard. Like he's a really big guy. And his body is like a Frankenstein, like a rectangle shaped. He put on a unitard and said he was a lady, and he was like screaming at these town councils in Plano, Texas, for trans swimming rights.
This guy rocks. That sounds
with
hilarious.
A straight face. So he goes. He's like the next Alex Jones. I swear. He's so intense. Like, oh my god, dude, I can't. He was shouting at AOC today, hey, that's my favorite big booty Latina, my favorite big booty Latina over there. And she turned around and gave a victory sign. But then when she saw that she was getting made fun of on Twitter, she melted down. She's like, oh, it's horrible that some man would come and say that I have a big, fat, juicy ass. And he's like, I didn't say that. I just said big booty Latina. And she goes, he was just saying how big and juicy my butt was. Like she's totally exaggerating and saying how offensive it was. Like, bitch, we're fucking starving and we're paying $12 a gallon for gas. We can't eat. And you're talking about some guy saying you have a big butt? Fuck you.
Yeah, no one compliments my ass. Not anymore.
Yeah. He's funny.
And like the funniest part of that video I saw was like immediately after it happened, AOC went to like do her little video. And she like gets to the top of the steps on the Capitol or whatever the fuck she is. And she's like I didn't like listen to the audio of it because I saw it just a second ago. And she like tilts up the phone so she can get the guy in the background.
Oh yeah.
And this guy, and he is looking for her and he starts going like waving at her, like trying to get, and she immediately like pans back up and is like, "This is unacceptable. This is," and it's like
he looks like
hilarious.
Steve Buscemi and Billy Madison when he shows up and shoots that guy, oh, like that. AOC's like, like right in her eye. Oh, this guy, you see this fucking guy? Like she's like a movie poster. This fucking guy said I had the fattest ass that he's ever seen.
And she was afraid, like wants to make it seem like the most sinister thing in the world, and then just seeing this absolute goober limp-wristedly waving. In the background. This is so funny. I didn't know how much other shit he did. So anyone who trolls low-level politicians is a hero. That's great.
He's a character.
Yeah, because like, what are they really taking care of in Plainville, Texas? Like a new stop sign? Like that probably made their day. A couple of council members guaranteed they went home and had a fun time. Like,
you think so?
Hard
right?
to find AOC pictures of her ass.
That can't be possible.
Right? You'd think they'd be a dime a dozen.
Satellites and. You know,
I have seen too many pictures of Nancy Pelosi's tits. Like, guys, it was funny the first time, but stop pretending that these are like big, juicy mama milkers here. Come on.
Does Nancy Pelosi have big boobs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we got to see him again. I'm contributing. God damn it.
Zach, show us Nancy Pelosi's.
They're getting bigger.
And
bigger every year.
While you're at it, see if you can find AOC's ass.
Yeah. But not the college dancing.
Oh,
look at that! Wow. Mama,
take my rights away.
She's in a bathing suit too. They got one of her in a bathing suit.
Oh, my taxes are far too low. Yes, ma'am.
I'm not getting anything but sand out of those at this point.
She's rocking a one piece from Sears and Roebucks that she pulled out of the closet.
Look at those big fucking cans. Oh my god.
I mean, I bet that really helped her get into office in like what, the 1930s or however old she is when she ran.
Oh, come on. Don't take her accomplishments away.
How old is she? 90?
117. Who is this? Is this AOC? Oh, wow. AOC looks great.
That's her in college, though.
She's only like 28, right?
Yeah.
I thought she was 28 like 5 years ago. How old is she?
I live in a
booty's gotten
temporal
bigger.
bubble.
She's 32. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it didn't fall off or anything. It's still there. You know what I mean? I'm sure she's got a big ass.
Yeah,
What-
but
what you mean now?
I don't know.
Oh, you want a current ass picture? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying 20s are a rough year on women, or a rough decade on girls sometimes.
Well,
Like
see,
a lot of women are hot at 21.
But you're looking for a bad picture of AOC's ass, and I'm looking for a good picture of it. These are very different angles we're taking.
No, I
Trump has a very
I just
nice
want a
ass.
realistic picture of what she's working with now, right? They're 21-year-olds with a hot butt are a dime a dozen. You get in your later 20s, and now you know whether you've invested in the right one.
Speaking
Now,
of
a
diamond-
13-year-old with a hot butt, whoa, that's your real money.
So I alluded to that story on PKN, and I was told that I could tell that story if you guys want
about
to hear.
the old fashioned. Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to try to start at the beginning, and just know that I've had to interview 3 different people to get all of this. And so if I get things just a little bit misconstrued with the timeline, I apologize, but I'm doing the best I can. There's just so much to take in. So this is a story about a guy who's 21 years old, who's tangentially related to some friends of mine in their gaming group. And
How's
stuff.
his ass?
Big. He's about
Tell a story.
big. He's 300 pounds. He's a 21-year-old guy, and he's a virgin. And he's a very fragile, emotional guy, it turns out. I put that together through a lot of these stories. But long story short, they're doing this big meetup. Everybody's going to meet at one guy's house, and they're going to party and hang out, kind of like what I did in Colorado with my buddies. But they're going somewhere else.
I find it hard to believe that 21-year-old 300-pound virgins watch a dope show like this. But carry on.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
this
the
is
thing.
a show for
They
fit
said he
winners.
doesn't watch anymore, so it's cool.
Yeah, 'cause
So
you bullied him.
so he drives 16 hours to this friend's house, this gaming friend. They all meet at the house. Let's call it 3 to 5 of them, and they're trying to figure out the sleeping situation, right? Because it's not a mansion. And he's like, "Oh, don't even worry about me. I like to sleep on the floor in my sleeping bag, just like at the dorm." He hasn't ever slept in a bed. He's been sleeping in a sleeping bag on the floor always. That's how he feels comfortable. No beds for him. Don't worry about it. So he also
Have to grow out
notices
of that.
Like the
Huge.
blind side?
he also notices that the grass isn't cut at this guy's house, who, his host. He's like, "Hey, I noticed your grass wasn't cut." He's like, "Yeah, I don't know." And so the guy wakes up the next morning. They partied that night, so call it 11 a.m. And we'll call this guy Pete. Pete is our star. Pete cut the fucking grass at 5 a.m. that morning with this man's lawnmower. Not only that, because the man doesn't own an edging tool like a weed eater, he went and got one so that he could edge this man's yard up real nice.
The 21-year-old 300-pound virgin is out doing labor.
Out at the crack of dawn, cutting this man's yard and edging it up without being asked or asking for permission himself. So they go to the casino that night, right? And they're like, playing slots and stuff like that, just penny slots. And someone's explaining to this Pete like how casinos work, how there's no clocks on the wall, so you can't tell where you are, and all this money is just getting poured in, and like, I know I'm losing right now, I just don't care. And he starts crying. Pete starts crying because it's such an awful
At the
thing.
idea of gambling?
At the idea of sort of Western civilization and how wasteful and vice-filled we are. And just the casino environment, it upsets him so much he cries.
He's like the
So-
Green Mile.
He's worse than
Absorbing all this pain.
So that night they decide, after a bit of gambling,
John Coffey.
they're going to go to the strip club, right? Let's see some titties, right? So they're walking in, and one of the guys, who's normal, says, "When's the last time you saw a lady's tits in person?" And he goes, "Oh, maybe 2 weeks ago. My mom was changing. I was hanging out with her, having a chat, and she,
Okay.
she was changing."
That's hilarious. Was it
and
a
they-
joke?
And they go, "You didn't. You looked at your mom's boobs?" He's like, "Well, we were having a conversation. It's rude to just turn your back."
Okay.
Okay.
You know
so
what? He's right.
all right. So things are going to
Norman Bates now.
If
These
I was
things are-
talking to you
oh.
and you turned your back, Kyle, I wouldn't like that.
Dick, the things are going to start adding up here very quickly. Okay. So we get into the strip club, and the boys know that this guy's a virgin. So they're like, let's send him in the back with a girl, and let's tell her it's on us, and let's let him have some fun.
Hooking him up, yeah.
He's a rough-looking guy. Let me just say that right out the gate. I don't know what you're picturing, but
rough like Wild West, like pirate, or not,
rough like Hodor when he was a younger fella.
Okay.
And so Pete goes in the back with this vile fucking stripper, but by the time it's over, he has gotten himself a condom on $500 hand job. And
wait, what?
And a condom on $500 hand job right there in the back.
That condom on. All right.
Okay.
And at some point, like she gets on his phone and is literally trying to transfer money out of his bank account. He's like, no, don't do that. And so get in the car and they're driving home, and they hear a noise in the back of the car.
Again?
He's sobbing because the hand job was so traumatic. He's sobbing over the traumatic hand job. And what's more, and I'm not going to laugh at this because it's so dark. That night, and every night afterwards, he had night terrors about the hand job and how traumatic it was.
And I was just laying there. I was awake, but I couldn't move. She was beating my dick.
Nocturnal emissions with his the first ever case.
Yeah.
He decides there's
like
only...
she gets the phone and transfers all his money.
That's right. I have the night terrors.
It gets so much worse. He decides there's only one cure for these night terrors. He has to replace that terrible sexual experience he had with a good one. Yeah. So what does he do? Get on Tinder, maybe hit the scene, like going bar to bar, just talking to girls? No, he finds himself a prostitute. She's 2 hours away or something. She's $200 an hour and 1 hour away. That's the score.
Okay.
She's pretty hot, I'm told. Like think hot chick. I looked at her profile and it's just her ass. So it's, that's all I got to go on. But they said she was pretty. He drives an hour. And he buys an hour with her. But he's so scared that they cuddle and watch TV for the entire hour. And she's like, honey, I've got another date after this. Like, that's it. And he's like, okay, thank you, ma'am. And he drives back to them an hour back.
No.
But he's still horned up and he's talking to them. He's like, you know what? I think I'm ready. So he calls her back up.
Running out of money.
No, he's trust me.
Okay.
He's got way too much. The girl who was trying to transfer the money out of his bank account, she almost got it all, but the prostitutes and the strippers, they're not there yet. He decides I can do it this time. So he books 2 hours this time. And so
one
he shows
TV.
up.
Yeah. Virgins are known for how long they last.
He gets himself a good 30-40 minutes of cuddling in. And then he says he has sex with her twice, and it lasted for a total of 1 minute and 15 seconds. Both
Each?
times. No. No. He also described.
He could have, in theory, booked 90 seconds instead of 120
This guy
minutes.
tells the truth too much. This is the most criminally honest person on earth.
Good. So when he kills
going.
somebody, he'll confess right away.
He described her on top of him as missionary, so it's hard to tell if they actually had doggy or if what that actually meant. But that's what he said happened. And then he had 30 more minutes on the clock after he came the second time, and she was like, you know what? I'm just gonna fucking go.
Oh God.
I'm peacing out, and she just straight up left, and so he drove back again. I'm imagining he's paying for hotels each of these trips out there as
She's
well.
not getting a good cussed sat survey.
No, he's not. Oh, he was so pleased.
I want to see
with
her
the service.
Yelp reviews.
I'll send it later.
She's a whore. And 5 stars.
My friend who was the host, it's his house who's getting like the yard done every night. He said I had stocked the house with snacks, because I'm having all these guys come in. I've got beer and drinks and all sorts of like cookies and stuff. He's like, have you ever seen an obese person stress eat? And I started thinking about it. No, I haven't. When Wings of Redemption was at my house, I'll say this about Wings. When he was at my house, regardless of exercise or whatever, he did not go crazy with food ever once, unless he really somehow like snuck out in the night. And I do not believe that happened. Mm-hmm. He never went crazy with his diet at all. He said this guy went and got a 12-pack of moon pies. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Zach, but I think a moon pie is about 450 calories. A moon pie is graham cracker, marshmallow in the middle, and it's all covered in chocolate. It's just little
it's just
snack.
3 different kinds of sugar.
It's 3 different kinds of sugar, and they're
220,
wonderful.
he says. Okay.
Oh, that's all. Well, I don't feel so bad now. I think there's big ones though. See if these are the big ones. They're individually
What's a serving
wrapped.
size? Like a third of a moon pie?
That's how they get you.
He goes and gets a 12-piece box of them, and my friend's like, I looked over and I saw you had the box, and then I started watching TV for a few minutes, and we made it like 8 minutes into a video, and I looked back, and he'd eaten 8 of them, and I said, bro, they're individually wrapped for a reason. I was like, you did not say that. You did not say that to his face. He's like, I did. I swear on my mother's life. And one more thing. They were chilling on the couch, and like my friend's, chilling on his own. He's on his own couch, like curled up on the couch, watching TV or whatever. Maybe there's a group of guys around. It's dark. It's night. And Pete is very pedextrous, which means he can like do stuff with his feet. And he's always trying to play footsie with you and trying to pinch your toes with his big toe and his.
I thought pedextrous was when you could molest a child with both hands.
It was like when they told me all these stories, like they, oh, and then another time, I don't know if I mentioned this, but they're in the living room partying, like drinking and smoking and like music's playing. And all of a sudden they hear, and he's sobbing again in his sleeping bag behind the couch.
5 cries?
He cried every night.
Oh my God.
I think that might be the 5th cry.
He's like a foster dog.
He cried like the whole fucking time.
Like a foster dog.
Oh, and then the last thing, and this one kind of like made me feel bad about the whole thing. Like the last day he was there, I think it was time for him to go, but he drove himself. So, what time are you going to leave, right? You're going to leave at 10 a.m., right, buddy? No, it's like noon or something. He's still there. And he asked the host, he goes, hey, could we please watch the last episode of The Boys together? And he was like, Kyle, he asked so politely, there was no way to tell him no.
I like it.
So we sat and we watched the last episode, but I made him keep his shoes on.
So no, there was no footsie pinching?
No footsie
going on
whatsoever.
Why did this happen? Was this like an outreach program for special needs weirdos? House that you
it's just him trying to party with a bunch of guys, and they invited a guy they'd never hung out with before. And there's a few other things, but I can't tell them because it makes other people look bad too. And I don't want to do that. But the whole thing is real sad. And when I kept hearing the story from different people, and each person had more details. And the first person who told the story was him, by the way. So don't think I'm like talking behind his back. Like, he told us this fucking story. It is one of the saddest things I've ever heard. And the mom stuff, and the pinching my buddy's feet with his toes is just so bizarre.
That would upset me. I don't want someone else's feet touching my feet, or I don't want someone else's feet touching me. Like,
not a man.
When I was 4 years old, my grandpa would do that. It's like I'm gonna get you kind of thing. I don't want a grown-ass man doing that shit to me in 2022, though, okay? Like, Taylor, if we were chilling on the couch, stoned, like watching Lord of the Rings, and you started pinching even more realistically, if you tried to like pull a tuft of the hair that's on my feet and make some Hobbit reference with your toes, I'd get up and leave.
You know what I would do if you didn't leave? I'd be like, this fucking weirdo just let me do that.
Bro, you were supposed to freak out. I thought I was being edgy.
I was giving you a shit test and you failed. Get the hell out, sir.
So fucking weird.
That is, but I feel bad for this guy. Like, first of all, what was the total amount of cash he was out? Like,
feel bad for the hooker.
1,100.
Well, not the first hooker. The first hooker got to watch fucking King of the Hill for an hour and then go to the next job.
And toe cuddle with
hooker.
this guy.
Yeah. Same hooker twice. He just booked the same girl again.
Oh no,
the hot one though. You say
yeah. It was a hot girl he had sex with.
She's not transferring all his bank account money, and she's hot, and she fucked him twice in 2 hours.
And I told him, I was like, that makes sense, because I think of hookers as, I don't know, decent women making a living, the old fashioned way, and I think of strippers as like vile reptiles who can't be trusted, who'll go through your phone and steal your money.
He's also acting like it seems like in his head, being 21 and a virgin is like being 31 and a virgin. Like he's you're 21. Like, you've got time to get it together. You're fine. Like,
No,
He does
I
not
thought-
have it together. No.
I
I
don't
just
know. I don't know what I don't know what this person looks like. I'm saying he's got time to put it together. He's
young
21
Hodor.
years old. A young Hodor, tall. That speaks to you know.
He's got grass stains on his shirt at 6 a.m. from secret midnight yard trimming.
The most bullshit thing that I heard in that whole story was this guy thought he was being courteous by mowing the lawn at 5 a.m. Dude, that is so. I would be livid if my neighbor started doing lawn work at 5 a.m.
Which
that's
dude is he, Kyle?
unacceptable.
Camera dude?
The one holding the camera. That'd be funny, right? Like, which one are you? I just like to take the pictures. So you're into photography? No. I just prefer it that way. He's you know, I wrote it in there which one he is.
He needs to stop going. I think he's fucking himself over in the long run trying to speed run with this prostitute strategy.
You're wrong.
Because he's going to get
well.
older and older into his 20s without like learning how to organically like get something going in a conversation.
You're wrong.
Nah,
You don't
yeah,
think so?
that's good experience.
Here's what I
When you-
think. I don't think, and like straight honesty, based on how odd he is, and again, being very honest here, you know how he looks there. I think that he's gonna. What he really needs to do is learn how to negotiate with prostitutes better. That's his best ticket in life. Like, learn how to negotiate with prostitutes better. And here's what you'll achieve. You'll achieve sex whenever you want it with women that you would never be able to sleep with otherwise.
I don't know.
For free if you're quick.
For
I
a
think this
reason.
guy has more charm than you're
Does he
letting
look
on,
quick?
Kyle. I think he has a very good shot at the third most popular host on this podcast, just based on his lawn care skills alone.
Okay, now that's fair. That's fair. I bet if he stayed at
You'd
your house,
let him mow
Dude,
your lawn
dude,
at 5?
I
Can
let
you
him
imagine-
do a lot
Can you imagine
if he
Woody,
mowed my yard.
Woody looking outside and Hodor's out there on his tractor just going to town. Cleaning the- It's like, Woody, I noticed that you didn't have a certain kind of disc mower, so you can't really get the angles, but I went and rented one. No, certain parts of that story made me think of him in a good way, and then certain parts made me very afraid of him, and like I would lock my door if he was at my house. So I don't know. Odd fellow. And the crying.
In my stable if he was at my house.
The
tractor's in
the crying is a big thing. He's gotta get a handle on the open weeping. It's very unsettling to have a man openly weep around you.
Here's a good question. What
Like
is-
when my mom died, I was like, "Come on, guys."
like there's a time and place for some crying, but like
Taylor, I hope you get only one of those an episode of My Mom Died Trump card. Oh, boy.
If I had a nickel for every time.
Here he goes. Bingo. We're drinking. Taylor talking about his mom dying again.
literally every time he's
Taylor
late-
does an Asian accent.
Okay, now that's fair. The Asian accent one, that is a bingo one. But it's just so damn easy to do a bad one. Like, it's just like there's no critique there. Like, no one.
My mom died. She tried to kill me.
Yeah.
There's one other guy I've talked to who tried to do this multi-nut thing with prostitutes. Like, this guy's called into my show a couple times. He's on. It started out really innocent. He was trying to fuck this girl he'd been writing to in prison, and she was playing hard to get.
Who's
He
in
was like-
prison?
The girl.
Okay.
The girl was in prison, and he was writing to her, and she wasn't responding to him fast enough because, she was in prison, and he had a problem with that. And it turned out he's like a huge psycho who's not legally allowed to use the internet in Australia because he's harassing people too much.
I like this guy. Let's get him on the show.
And he's crazy.
He's banned from online.
In Australia.
So he'll write me emails about how he's like on his way to see a new prostitute, and he'll have like a bottle of champagne on the subway to meet her, and he talks about how many times he'll come in his hour of seeing these prostitutes. But then I found out he's on the prostitute blackball website. Like they've got a private. It's in Australia where prostitution is legal in some places. They've got their own private prostitute website where you have to prove that you're a prostitute to join. And like he's got the biggest thread there. Like he's like the Jack the Ripper, but he still manages to find hookers who will fuck him. It's so funny.
So does he not pay them? Like
No.
Why are the reviews so bad?
Because he's a fucking lunatic. Like he tries to get as much as possible. He's the biggest wheeler dealer in the world when it comes to hookers. He's like, okay, so I see like $150 for a condom blowjob. Okay, so do you think that I could get you pregnant? And they'll be like, no, sorry, honey. Like they have their like whore talk, like, oh, baby, you so sexy. No, I don't think so. Let's just say, they don't realize how crazy he is. He's like, okay, and then he'll send them like a readout of his testosterone levels, like and his semen count, which he sends to me too. I don't know, well, because he's crazy.
Is it a good count?
Do you know
must be if he's sending pamphlets about it.
I don't know if it's a good count. Like I didn't read it.
Maybe it's a really bad count. So he's like, come on, let me buzz.
I want to know what his testosterone count is.
Oh shit! I'll pull it up. I'll try to find it during an ad read.
I'd love to know.
No, so this guy
bizarre.
is blackballed from all of the whores in Australia.
I want to know more about this.
He didn't even steal.
Here's where my head immediately went to. That here's a site, and you have to prove you're a prostitute to get access to the site, which in my mind thinks, well, I make a website, and then every prostitute has to fuck me to get access to it. What better way is there to prove your bona fides than to sleep with the webmaster?
Yeah.
Woody,
you start a site called like reliableprostitutes.woody, and and then it's like, oh, I'm sorry, do you want a place on reliableprostitutes.woody? You're gonna have to come over and complete my survey.
This is like a monkey paw wish. Then you'll hear the thundering in the distance of the stampede of fat prostitutes coming to your house. Like, oh shit, I didn't think this one through.
I forgot to set it to female only. You
trans entrances in the back, please.
Trans entrances in the back, so to speak.
Yeah, but I didn't know what. Maybe they're Blue Chew users. They try to like keep it hard and disguise their nut. He's walked me through some of his experiences where he's like, oh yeah, then I nutted and I didn't let her know, so we kept going. Oh man, that sounds like fun, kind of the way you're saying it. I don't know if it is though.
I mean, it seems like he just rips women off. He's just really trying to get as much for as little.
Yeah.
Good for him. That's a conscious consumer.
It's the art of the deal, Australia.
I mean, a little negotiation is to be expected.
How about you suck my cock and thank me for it?
There's 150 with a blowjob. I could save you $2. 148 no blowjob.
Have you seen this ass golfing in a pair of khakis?
because we were talking about asses earlier. Trump, I don't know, like he's up there in the donk category, huge ass. But something else I wanted to talk to you about, Dick, tonight is I don't know jack shit about crypto at all, and I don't follow any crypto accounts, but I follow you on Twitter, and so when I see stuff about crypto, I get such a kick out of it because it is you always ripping on crypto people and absolutely like some news story will come out about like a crypto company crashing or some like guy like that took advantage of a bunch of people, and you'll be like, I told you, retards, I fucking told you. Like, dude. What are you like over the crypto thing? You think it's a bunch of bullshit? I just get a kick out of you making fun of those idiots.
I mean, it's just like so full of scams, dude. They're not even trying to hedge their risks, and they're lying constantly. Like the ones that make it through, they offer these insane rates to trick people into coming onto their platforms, but people kind of don't have a choice because their money's like evaporating out from under them. And the SEC bends over backwards to like, I think, to set people like, these are all predatory crypto lenders or borrowers who take your money and then lend it out to other Ponzi schemes to give you half of that Ponzi scheme. But the SEC is driving people to these Ponzi scams and then sabotaging the Ponzi scams at the same time. It's so crazy to me. I don't know how much you want me to get into it, but there's so many people absolutely destroyed over the last couple months. Like, I lost my life savings. I had $200,000 sitting in this magical app that was giving me 10%, and I planned to like retire on that, and now I'm fucked. It's like, well, you dumb motherfucker. Like, where did you think the money was coming from? That you smartly downloaded an app and then that was it? Like, it's
and it beat every market in history perpetually?
Yeah. It's so sad. I don't take a lot of pleasure in it, but
doubt.
You kind of have to.
Well, I like when I like when I see like the high up guys getting in trouble. But then that thing you posted today, it was like some big amalgam site where people held their Bitcoin and all their crypto. Yeah, Celsius, and they like are filing Chapter 11, and so everything that like every holder just lost all their shit. Like,
well, according to their books, they lost, I think, 1/5. Like, they've got $4 billion in assets and they have $5 billion in liabilities. So Chapter 11, hopefully they, like with Madoff, they just pay all the little people out and fuck over the hedge funds. Hopefully,
yeah, hopefully they help the normal people.
Yeah, but the guy who ran that company had like a porn star as his risk management fund lady.
She would know. She's been dodging STDs as a career.
Yeah. No, I'm still big on crypto. It's still, what happens?
Are you still big on crypto? So you think you think it's going to make money?
I think it will be money. I think that money as we know it now is something that only poor people will use in the future. Like, they will live on half or 60 or 70% of the country will live on like credits that they get from the government. And crypto as a ledger, Bitcoin, a distributed ledger that's just more efficient than like the financial industry with ownership and transactions, stock transactions and settlement will be the money that wealthy people use. Like, there'll be advertisements for, well, what do you want your subsidies in, McDonald's coins or like Facebook OnlyFan pussy coin? Tell your entitlement officer what you want.
Yeah.
God bless America.
That's horrifying. That's a horrifying reality.
I want those pussy coins.
Yeah.
No, you want, that guy could use some pussy coins.
Yeah.
Actually, no, he'd just waste them. He'd just fucking fritter them away to watch King of the Hill.
Transfer all the coins to herself.
Yeah, well, that's very interesting. Like, I feel bad for, like you said, the normal people I see but at the same time, I'll see stuff where it's like, I had $40,000 to my name and I put 38,000 in, XLN. Coin, and it was growing 20% month over month for the past year, and now it's worth $30. And it's like I can't feel that bad for you. Like you fucked yourself. Like, if you can't afford to lose it, don't invest it.
Yeah, and then there's the guys who will hit me up like, hey, you told me to buy, you said this on your show, and I put money in, and now it's down. What do you think about that? And I was like, well, how much did you put in? Like, $40. And so why don't you take that money and eat it or shove it up your ass? Go fuck yourself. Don't talk to me about 40. Oh, you lost $5? Jesus Christ. Sorry.
I've seen like a string of like viral content online of like family members texting their largely autistic sons long angry messages being like, you fucker, you told us at 4,000 to buy Ethereum, you told us it would go up, and now it's at $992. We're losing. Like, and I'm sorry, Mom. And it's like, also can't feel bad for the mom and dad there. They were like, wow, our son who is well on the spectrum told us to buy this magic money online. Let's throw everything at it.
Have you guys been following the Bored Apes thing controversy at all?
The NFTs?
Okay, so the NFTs. You know that Bored Ape Yacht Club where it's like a bunch of dumb apes like looking.
Huge.
Okay, right? It was huge.
That was a big one, I thought.
It turns out that the guys who started it were a bunch of 4chan trolls.
No.
And one of them's like all this sounds like crazy coincidences, except one of them is like an art history master's. He's got like a degree in art history and did his thesis on like Nazi art. So with that in mind, you have to look at the whole thing like, well, an art historian could not make these accidents. They embedded all this crazy Nazi imagery from the beginning, and like their name Yuga Labs is based on this this Nazi meme of Kali Yuga, which is like this race war uprising meme thing. I don't know all the specifics, but it's this. I mean, it's Pepe Silva level card connecting. Pepe Sylvia level, which is it's hilarious because now all these celebrities are like walking back their $2 million JPEGs because they found out that it's all based in the Nazi shit, and all the Nazi guys are like, oh no, that's all totally ridiculous.
So what are there examples of that? I haven't seen any of them with like swastikas or anything. I don't imagine they'd be that ham-handed.
No, they got like,
all the ones I've seen are just like fucking retarded. It's like an ape wearing like a beanie and a pencil mustache or something.
Yeah, there's some with those kamikaze headbands from World War II and Prussian helmets and like a prison jumpsuit. But the jumpsuit, it was like they launched the thing on Hitler's birthday, and like there's all these like really obscure things that will make you think you're crazy.
Second?
April 20th. I mean, so I heard. But then the guy's doing it. The guy doing it, Ryder Ribs. He's this artist, famous like pop culture artist, who's compiled this insane amount of coincidental information, all leading back to like archived screenshots of the guy's wife's Instagram, where she has location of like Cowabunga, Kali Yuga, like the actual Nazi references on their profiles from way back, and they just won't admit it. It's so funny. It's so funny during the implosion of all this stupid NFT shit to see celebrities get skunked for having supported a Nazi JPEG.
So you're all in on Bitcoin. Are you not all in on NFTs?
I think NFTs are an invaluable way to store ownership, a distributed way to store ownership. This is coming from someone who has had their bank accounts closed like it's nothing. Like every major bank in the U.S. has shut down my account and then just mailed me a check in 6 to 8 weeks with what was in it because they said I'm doing fraud and I'm not with those accounts.
Not with those. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a big believer in like the Federal Reserve and the government is taking the wealth of like this whole country and stealing it with the banking system, and that NFTs and cryptocurrency are a way for people to actually own worth of some kind in a distributed way.
You can own a piece of the Third Reich.
Yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think about it? Are you a big crypto guy? I don't want to just sound like that bro guy explaining shit like an asshole, right?
Heck,
no, we're all too dumb
when
to
it's
get
up, I stay quiet. When it's down, I pound on my chest about how smart I am for not having lost any money. That's
You only lose if you sell, Woody.
yeah, kind of. Yeah, unless it is.
You could have that image forever. Yeah, that could be yours. You could have your very own fucking what was that Nazi doctor?
Mengele.
Oh. You could have your very own Bored Ape Mengele,
Monkey Mengele,
holding a Jew heart or whatever the fuck.
It was.
I can't believe
it was Bill. I forget if it was Bill
see
Gates or Warren Buffett who was talking about Bitcoin, and he's like, it doesn't do anything. It's all based on the bigger fool theory. That's his take on it, which kind of resonated with me. He's like, I can buy shares of a company. I can buy Coca-Cola. I can buy Intel or Microsoft or Apple or whatever. And then this company does stuff. It actually makes things and sells stuff and creates more money, then makes more products and grows and grows and grows, hopefully into something big and successful. Bitcoin, on the other hand, doesn't do anything. It's just like a bunch of numbers, maybe letters. I'm not sure what a Bitcoin looks like. And you hope that somebody else will pay.
Bend
more
over, I'll show you.
Okay. but he said it, I was like, it kind of made sense to me. I was like, I kind of get it.
Yeah.
Like, if you need to put your money somewhere, I like to put it in stuff that does things.
Try it like this. So if you want to prove to somebody on the other side of the world that you have money, you got to go to the bank, and your bank has to tell a bigger bank, and that bank has to tell a bank that they trust who owns a bank that they belong to, and both of those banks have to have a bunch of documentation that says who you say you are, and that documentation is tied to a local government. And the local government has a gigantic army on both sides to ensure the value of the money you have in your account is worth something, and that the value that they have in their account is worth something. All of these institutions are run, take oil, take resources, and take people to run. That's the current system. What Bitcoin has is a series of math. It's an algorithm that you could do anywhere. The grid could fail completely. It's on satellites in space. That as long as you have your private key, your string of words or digits, you can go to anybody else who's on the system and say, I have this much of this, I have this many Bitcoins, and all you need to prove it is the words that I have in my head. So you don't need this gigantic financial industry to vouch for you. You don't need all the computers and the mainframes and the file systems that they have to keep online. All the fraud going around the clock, like to say that Woody has this money and he can send it to you. That's all invalidated by the math that is the blockchain. You just say, these are the words I have, put it into the algorithm that everyone has access to, like it's on the internet, and there you go. That's who I am. I don't need any of that stuff anymore. So I think it's a quantum leap in technology in a lot of the way that the internet was.
I'm occasionally smart, but I didn't understand a lot of that. I got a little lost on the, Woody, trust me, Bitcoin is where the fraud-free environment is. That's where the safety and security comes in. That bank you have, ripe with fraud. Everyone takes money out of your bank all the time. It's like
they are criminals, though. They do get hit with like multi-billion-dollar fines all the time, those banks.
I'm such an idiot. I just listened to Dick's like 45-second thing, and I'm like, damn, this seems like the future.
Yeah. I got a funnier story, though, because that Bitcoin's kind of boring. I got swatted a couple days ago. Did you guys see about that?
I saw the photo
more.
You posted online, yeah.
Have you guys been swatted before?
I have a couple times.
I
don't know how many times, but enough
Thankfully.
that I don't know. I lost count.
Oh,
I've had
really?
to talk to my local PD many times.
Have you?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the swatting like in your... I don't know exactly where you guys live, but LAPD, they really wanted to show off all their stuff on Sunday morning when I got swatted. I woke up to a phone call. I had been up doing drugs all night. I woke up to a phone call and said, hey, usually I don't even pick up the phone if I don't know the number. I woke up and the guy said, hey, this is the police. And I was like, okay. And he goes, yeah, we had a call that you killed your wife, and that we should come get you. And I was like, oh, well, first of all, I hope that's true, that I did kill my wife, but I kind of doubt it. She's not here.
Anymore.
I said, wait, let me, I think you're being pranked. Like, this is a swatting that you're getting. I didn't kill my girlfriend. First of all, stop saying the W word, but I didn't kill my girlfriend. And he goes, huh, okay. And then I wake up a little bit and I hear helicopters going around, a sound I haven't heard since I lived in Hollywood. And I'm like, bro, are these helicopters for me? Like, I live in a nice area, so I haven't heard a helicopter. I haven't heard a ghetto bird in a long time. But I'm like, is this for me? He goes, yeah, we got a lot of guys out here. I'm like, oh, really? He goes, yeah. If what you're saying is true, and I'm like, bro, it's true. Wait. I didn't shoot anybody. I definitely didn't shoot my fucking wife.
Either way, it's pretty flattering to send that many guys.
Yeah. I was like, how many guys you got? It's not enough. You'll never take me alive.
Yeah, I didn't kill her, but now I think I might.
I said, yeah, okay. And he goes, you got any more people in there with you? Yeah, breathe them out. I said, yeah, my buddy is here. He spent the night. He's in the other room. And he goes, he's like really confused by this. I'm kind of like disappointed. I can tell they wanted to just come in and use all their cool guns. Yeah. And he's like, okay, well, why don't you go wake him up and we're going to need you to come outside. Don't go outside until I call you back. I'm like, what? Or what? Like, can I go outside a little bit? And he goes, no, don't go outside. And I said, I have a dog in here. And he goes, no, hold on, I'll call you back. So
Don't strum the dog.
I hang up the phone and I'm like, fuck, how many felonies do I have? Okay, let's go through guns. I know there's a bunch of drugs upstairs. I gotta start getting rid of shit. So I go knock on my friends. I'm like, hey, buddy, wake up. The cops are here. We have to go outside. They think I killed my wife. I didn't. Wake up, come on out. And I get a text from my girlfriend who was out getting me acai bowls. Every Sunday morning, she takes our dog to the park and gets us acai bowls, which I hate because you eat it and then you're hungry in like an hour and a half. So I'm starving. I always end up eating more when she tries to get me to like eat less, you know? Because I'm like,
Sure,
well,
I know how that is.
It's like 1:30. Now I'm angry and hungry.
Second
like,
lunch.
I need to pound some sausages down to get rid of that acai. So she goes, hey, I'm up with the cops. There's a shitload of cops here. You better clean things up and get ready for their call. And I'm like, no, I'm way ahead of you. Don't
worry. I've taken everything.
Don't fucking talk to me about. So her story is hilarious. I found it out later. She got stopped by the cops. She was coming back home with our acai bowls, and she got stopped. The cops had barricaded my street, like up and there's a couple different ways up into this mountain. You know, I'm like Al Qaeda. I live in a mountain bunker fortress. They blocked off the roads coming in and out, and she drove up and she was like, "What the fuck? There's a helicopter in the sky. There's all this shit." And her Citizen app lit up. You guys know that app?
And I don't know what that is.
It's like a crime reporting app. It's just a feed of crimes that happen, which women have, and then get all, ooh, there's a fucking stabbing. Ooh, there was a break-in. Ooh, right? I'm so scared. Ooh, honey. I'm so horny. What would you do? Then they go, what would you do? I'm like, I broke in. I'm like, babe, I would fucking end that guy, right? I would fucking chop. By the way, I can't do any. This has been the worst year of my life. I don't know if you guys know this either, but do you remember the one time I was on your show? I said, it was Kyle, when you were all buff and you like revealed your buff bod, and we were talking about working out, and I said, I'll get 4 good months or 6 good months, and then I will be hurt so bad that I can't work out for like ever. Right fucking January this year, I broke my foot the night before I was supposed to go to Portugal, and then as soon as my foot healed, I ripped my bicep totally off the bone, like balled up, tendon severed, bowling.
Like knocking pins down?
Yeah, bowling, like I don't even want to do the motion anymore.
What else would he mean? Bowling.
No, it's just because that's such a baffling way to hurt you. How could that rip your bicep off?
I don't know, but the doctor said that I was doing this bowling event at Ralph. I was doing Ralph Retort's bowling event. I threw a ball. There was this disgusting tearing sound. I was feeling great about being ripped too. There's really sick tearing sound, and I felt like that sickness of tendons ripping. I turned around, and this fucking jackass just goes, "Oh, bro, you ripped your bicep right off. That's gonna be 6 months." That same thing happened. I'm like, you had to like. Just shout that like I'm still reeling from the.
So you got an instant diagnosis.
Yeah, like for some reason it was like this worst. I thought, oh god, this is the worst it could possibly be. And then he just goes like, oh bro, like drinking his beer in his hand. Like let me show you how bad it actually gets. I just am able to lift anything that weighs more than a pound as of this week with this hand.
Since January, or when was this?
Medically, is it going to be normal again?
I don't know.
Okay.
He said in 3 months from now I can return to like normal working out.
So you would struggle to kill your girlfriend anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's no way you could.
No, dude, you could kill your girlfriend with one arm.
I only need the left.
I do
come here.
But
my luck, I would try to shove her down the stairs, and she would like duck, and I would go like, "Whoa!" You know. So anyway, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was gonna say.
I want to hear more swatting.
What was the? Did you throw it really hard? Like, were you memeing?
You know what? I didn't know you're supposed to let go of the ball. I just saw those videos.
What? You were in a bowling tournament. Were you aiming for the ceiling? Were you doing the thing?
I don't know. I think I was trying to spin it like a cool pro.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but you tore your bicep and looked like a real asshole.
Yeah, you didn't look like a real pro at all.
Professional
back to the
asshole.
swatting. I want to know.
swatting.
Okay, so the cop calls back and he says, "Okay, you need to leave your house and put your hands on your head and walk down the street." And I was like, "Okay, I have an old dog in here. Please don't shoot it." He goes, "Put the dog outside. Tell the dog to put their hands on their heads too." I was like, okay.
Put your paws on your head.
I put the dog out, and my buddy and I start walking down the street like this, and it's like dead, like the apocalypse dead, like weirdly dead. And neighbors are kind of poking their heads out, and they're all like annoyed because like if I'm involved, I did it. Right?
They finally got that son of a bitch. I told
fucking
you
did.
it was a kitty fucker.
Even the party house, like the Airbnb house, that's always different people, dude. They're like waking up, like, "Oh, you motherfucker! Like, I know what you did." So we get down the street, and we see the cops. I think I'm being pranked by like fake police because they're just nowhere. I'm like, why do I have my hands on my? Can I like go like this? Am I gonna get shot? We get down the street like a quarter mile, I don't know, and the cops like are seen, like they're around the corner, and there's a shitload of them, and they all, of course, they all have their guns out, like, following all their dumb shields. They're all parked like aggressively, coply. They can't just pull over like normal.
Punisher logos littered throughout.
Yeah, I said, "Guys, there's a school shooting up here," and they all went, "Oh!" and ran away.
Scattered and ran.
The ultimate ace card for cops.
Children are in danger.
Diving over. Ferris Bueller music started playing.
kids take
And the
care of
cops running away. So like, okay, stop, turn around. And I'm like, man, it's okay. So like, you, the blue shirt, walk backwards. And I'm like, man, that was my buddy. I'm like, well, I'm sorry, but it looks like you're getting executed here today, buddy. Because we can't hear. So they're talking in like a bullhorn that they picked up on the way over from like a thrift store. Like, well, you're in a blue shirt. Can you try to swing backwards? And they're doing like cop talk. You know, that annoying cop talk. I'm like, please, sir, can you please proceed to turn your individual self around? I'm like, man, what the fuck did you say? So he goes back and they're like, well, turn to the side and crab walk. So he's crab walking. I'm like, all right, that's odd. And they go, lay down, put your ankles on the ground, lay down with your face down, your cheek on the asphalt. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? This is a nice fucking neighborhood. We're laying in the fucking street? Like, we can't lay in the yard that's right there? So he goes, all right, you with the long hair. I'm like, all right. So I go, well, having that repeated is not going to help. So I'm just going to start walking backwards, and if they shoot me, then I guess I did the wrong thing. So I start walking slow backwards. I'm like, okay, no reaction from the dealing with the fucking cops and the whole time you're thinking, if you freak out, they'll freak out, right? Like,
yeah. Do you think they would have if you would have been like, I can't understand you? I don't know.
So I'm walking. They have me walk sideways then after I walked backwards for a little bit. Okay.
Sir, curl that 2-pound dumbbell with your right arm. I can't. Sir, we're going to kill your friend.
And I'm trying to angle my way accidentally. I'm trying to walk towards grass. And they're like, sir, can you straighten out? Okay, fuck. So I'm walking over and they have me walk past him. And then I see this little piece of shade in the distance. There's a tree. There's 2 pieces of shade, and they laid him down in one of the pieces of shade. And I'm like, are you fucking dicks walking me over to the other piece of shade to lay? That's nice of you, but why don't you just say either you think I killed my wife or you don't. Just say, can you go walk over to the shade and lay down? So I get to the shade. They're like, I'm like, all right. Like, well, put your hand down, put your face on the asphalt, put your cheek, put your knees down, put your ankles down. Okay, man, fuck. So they run over, and I'm expecting a bunch of flying fucking George Floyd knees to the back, right? I'm bracing for it. I'm like, man, they come over. I'm like, man, I just had surgery on this arm. Please do not fuck with my arm. Please don't fuck with my arm. And they're like, okay. Put the cuffs on.
This is my stabbing arm.
This is my
Exhausted right now.
joke's on you. I was hiding a fucking Derringer hooker gun in that fucking scar. So they're like, okay, we're gonna need you to turn over. Can you take your down leg clockwise and lift it up? I'm like, man, what? Like, I know how to sit up. What do you mean? You don't need to direct me on.
Sit up.
Like they're like pulling at my arms like one of those artist dummies. You know those little posing anatomy dummies. I'm like, just get away. Like, I
Now
can
here,
sit
sir,
up
we're gonna transition to you to a position where your feet will hold your full weight. Like,
yeah, it's like, sir, what we call this is a controlled fall. Okay, you're gonna want to let gravity take control, and then when you feel unsafe, that's when you move your foot forward. It's called walking, dude. So we get over, and like they start digging around for our IDs. I'm like, well, you guys didn't say to bring your ID, by the way, when you told us to come out here. And I'm like, oh fuck! The only place I didn't check for drugs was my fucking pockets. Shit. So they pull out my phone, and they're to my friend. My friend is a gay guy, like obviously gay. Mm-hmm. And they're like, oh, I bet this isn't what you wanted to be doing on Sunday morning. He goes, well, it could be worse. I could be in church. So they're like going through their cop shit. I'm like, all right, so do you have any guns in the house? I'm like, yeah. What do you kiss your mother with those lips?
Do I look like a liberal?
What do I look like? A fucking
You do have long hair.
Some pansy?
Fruity ass? What do I look like? Some kind of so after 10 minutes of that, they're like, well, will any go off? Like, accidentally? I'm like, motherfucker, are you asking me if I have any booby traps in my house? No, I don't have any booby traps in my
There's a series of paint cans you're gonna have to look out for.
There's a tarantula loose in my house, you pigs! Good luck dealing with my brother's tarantula, you motherfuckers!
If you try and get in the window, there are broken ornaments in case you try and turn you back.
Like, you got a lot of booby traps? That the guys are like, okay, cops, watch out for the booby traps that I put all over the house for you guys.
Yeah. My whole living room is a punji pit. Be careful.
So they're about to go in. They've got all of their guns out. I live like a quarter mile. Like they start moving their phalanx of their cars with the doors open and all their guns out. I'm like, guys, I mean, come on. Like I live here. And I said, oh, wait. There is a sex doll in the basement downstairs. And everybody is a real doll in the basement downstairs, and everybody who sees it gets freaked out. So do not see the real doll and just start blasting, okay? That is not a woman. And they pause, and it's like, and they're like, okay, wait, we gotta call, hold on. You say you're a streamer? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, do you stream with the doll? I said, no, yes. I'm a comedian. It's a prop, like a comedy show. Someone gave it to me as a joke. And they're like, that look of like, when people just don't get a joke. It's like, come on, man. Just one of you please explain it to the other ones why that's funny. They're like, okay. Well, we'll check it out. We'll check this out. So they go. They're asking me all this bullshit. The neighbors are coming over. Guys are saying, "Hey, this truck full of Mexicans pull up." And they're like, "Hey, can we get through? We got to clean a pool." And they're like, "Oh, it'll be 10 minutes." And then the cop turns back to me and goes like, "Or 30." I'm like, "Man, I'm not the fucking demo for this fucking riff." He's like elbow. He turns back and he's like, "Or 30," like elbow. And I'm like, "I'm putting fucking handcuffs, you dickhead." My fucking acai is getting warm. Okay, are you gonna go refreeze my acai bowl after this? I don't think you are. So the neighbor sees me and they're like, "Oh yeah, my kid just saw you on Citizen." The cops are. People are driving by where my girlfriend's at, and they told her to calm down because she told them, they asked her if I had any guns. She goes, "Why don't you fucking find out for yourself?" I said, "Oh, calm down, ma'am." People are driving by, and they're like, "What happened down here?" And the cops go, "Somebody shot somebody." And she's like, "No, nobody shot anybody. I'm the one he shot. So the cops come back. Cops come back after whatever 30 minutes, 29 minutes, and they're like, "Yeah, no, it's clear. The house is clear." And one of them, like the biggest looking one, comes over to me and goes, "I saw that sex doll, and it did freak me out." Like, thank you for listening to me when I said don't get freaked out. He's like, yeah, totally, because it looks like she's also like slumped over like the ring.
I saw that sex doll, and it did freak me out.
It did freak me out.
There's one nice cop there.
Yeah, I like that guy.
Anyway, that's what happened.
That is so fucking ridiculous.
Fun.
Did they apologize? How did it wrap?
Oh no, they were so pissed because like all the things I've ever reported to the LAPD that they don't give a fuck about, this one you could tell that they gave a fuck. I'm like, hey, here's video evidence of me getting assaulted by this guy, and they're like, well, what do you want us to do about it? Here's my girl.
Mad
Here's
at you for being swatted.
No, they were pissed. They were pissed that they look like assholes. So the guy was like, "Oh yeah, the guy who did this is wasting a lot of resources. He's in big trouble." And I'm like, "Well, good luck, dude. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think you could find him. I don't think you could do it. But prove me wrong."
I don't think you're gonna find Pussy Slayer 420.
My SWAT team wanted
He's
to kill
sly.
me. Like they were. So I found it maybe 6 months later. The members of the SWAT team went on a podcast and talked about my swatting incident.
What?
And yeah, and he's like, it's not every day you go to work knowing that you're going to kill somebody. And I'm like, you mean me, right? You mean me? Yeah, he's talking about me. And so what had happened in my swatting incident was someone used AT&T's like teletype service. So what happens if you can't, if you're deaf, then AT&T offers a service. Well, they will type what you say or whatever. Like you can type to them and then they speak to 911. That's what it is. Mm-hmm. So that was a way for them to be less traceable because 911 they didn't call 911 directly. Instead, AT&T is talking to 911 and it's a level of indirection. And they're posing as my deaf child hiding under the stairs. And I have already murdered in this scenario my wife and other kid. They're the only one left hiding under the bed looking for help.
Mm-hmm. Ridiculous, by the way, because you'd be able to find that deaf child in just a few minutes.
Exactly. Much like any other predator, I would take out the weakest first, right? That's how lions hunt.
If Woody wanted to kill his whole family, he's doing it 100 times out of 100. They're not escaping. He's too quick.
Don't tell me that the disabled child is the one who's escaped my grasp. It's inconceivable.
Yeah. Maybe he has deaf superpowers, like his vision is increased, so he can see through walls or something.
But so what happened with me is like I think I had just wrapped up a live stream, and my wife is like, "There's people outside. There's people outside," and I'm like, "What?" I thought it was inherently ridiculous, but my mind isn't on swatting because this is a fairly new phenomenon at the time. I thought there were banditos outside. That was my first guess that there was hordes of banditos surrounding the house or something like that. Yeah,
Black Bart,
bad hombres,
bad hombres. So what happened was the police had been staking out our house for a while. We had like a really big oak tree, like. It would take two people to hug it in the front yard, and we had bushes and stuff. And the SWAT team had been hiding, checking, much like the Uvalde Police Department. For 45 minutes, they left my deaf child under the bed hiding while they were behind bushes and trees casing the joint. And I couldn't see them. Like they were pretty good at hiding, I guess. But eventually one of these geniuses turned their flashlight on and off briefly behind my tree. And it was like there really are people in my yard. And I don't know that they're police.
Yeah.
But I undeniably saw them use their flashlight briefly in my front yard. And I'm like,
that would be freaky.
What the fuck is happening here? I don't know. So I get my gun. Yeah. I get my gun to protect my family from whoever's in the yard hiding from me. And so I guess I'm coming down the stairs and I don't know, maybe they spot this going on or something and they're pounding on the door. And it went like both ways. They're like, put the gun down. And I'm like, who the fuck are you? And they're like, we're the Apex Police Department. So then I put the gun down. It turns out that what had happened is, at the top of the stairwell was my wife, and next to my front door were two windows, to make sure my house has no security whatsoever. There were two like glass panels next to the door, and they could see my wife alive, who wasn't supposed to be. And that's when they first registered that perhaps this story was inaccurate.
That's when the gears started turning.
That's when the gears started turning. The only reason
They call him the quiet
I'm alive, that my family, like, who knows how this would have gone down if there weren't windows next to my door.
Or even worse, if it had been like Nerf gun fight night at the Woodworth house. They're looking, they just see shadows through the windows. You're running around.
Yeah. So they had us sit on the porch, and I don't know what's like. It took me a little while to connect it because, like I said, swatting was newer at the time, and I'm like, wait a minute. I know what happened. Someone called you, and this is a prank. I am a Z-list celebrity online, and I get attention from crazy people who do this sort of thing. And they had never heard of swatting either. Like it was a brand new phenomenon. Then I got swatted so many times that I got on like a first name basis. I have the Apex Police Department in my phone. They'd call me up. They'd be like, "Hey, what, are you killing anyone?" I'm like, no. Like, can we send someone by? I'm like, sure. But it wouldn't be SWAT team anymore. It'd be like plainclothes police guys just, talking to me and the wife, and then they'd go. At one point,
Woody over here thinks he's a tiered celebrity.
I said Z.
Oh, wow. Ooh la la. Look at me.
So what bothered me a lot, the police department was irritated with me. They always blamed me for the swatting. They're like, maybe you should stop streaming online. Is it really worth it? It's a waste of our resources. And I told them how much I made, and they're like, all right, it's kind of worth it. But maybe maybe they asked me to leave town. Like, and when the police tell you that you're not welcome in your town anymore, that feels bad. And his boss
police.
His boss came by and apologized. I was like, because I called him out on it. He wasn't alone. His partner was there, and I was like, hey, did you just tell me to leave town? Like, you're a policeman. Like, you can't say that to the people who live here. And they came by and like sort of addressed it and apologized. Anyway, yeah,
did they give you a gift?
No,
but he did leave town.
I did, yeah, that's true.
That was coincidental. That's not because of them. Yeah,
this guy on Citizen in my neighborhood has said he didn't understand my prank. I was like, oh, it's a prank. Don't worry about it. And he goes, well, I don't understand your prank. I'm like, man, it's not my prank. It's a prank on me. That's trying to get me killed. And he goes, well, I'll tell you who doesn't appreciate it. The parents in the neighborhood who have newborn. Like, man, we're going to have a problem. You know where I live. You know I just shot my wife and then pranked myself for some reason. So why don't you come on over and I'll fucking explain how a prank works to you.
Bring your newborn.
Yeah, bring your newborns.
Dick, I have to know what your shirt says because I can only read half of it. And that's the funny half. My gay husband was born in...
Hard Men Working Hard October. It's Hard Men Working Hard is a band. This is their shirt.
He has a very feminine penis and takes no shit. I like that.
Yeah, man, he takes no shit.
Okay.
Look at that. See that?
But
skull?
wouldn't a feminine, like a gay person's penis
but I
definitely
still
take
listen.
shit?
Hard Men Working Hard.
Dude, that skull in the middle. It's a very Sam Hyde feeling shirt.
It's dope. He takes no shit.
No, takes no shit. But I mean, like, he's your gay husband.
That's right.
It feels like that's kind of insulting to say he has a feminine penis.
Nah, it's cool.
I feel like it's...
Is it? Is that not an insult?
Is no one recognizing that gay penises take shit? That's what they do?
Not.
No, he's saying he always delivers the dick, is what he's saying, right?
Yeah,
he takes
the
no
guy
shit.
who delivers the dick has a penis that takes
Why
shit.
do you have to make it about poop?
I didn't make it about poop. It was on
It was
there when I got here.
figurative shit.
They're grown ups. They're
if you've got shit to
deliver.
deliver, do not give it to my gay husband. That's all I have to say about it. Take it somewhere else.
You're not the boss of me. I'll do what I want. Including poop on that guy's dick. Okay, new topic.
Oh, God.
Oh, his chair disappeared. Look at
Yeah. Yeah, with this green screen thing.
So what am I looking at? What kind of gun is that behind you, Dick?
this is a shotgun. I can't really tell you anything more about it. A fan made it.
Oh,
Wait, what?
It's got a
not a real shotgun?
A
Is it?
gunsmith fan made it. And he put this cool,
The pistol grip on it.
Yeah.
But it is a real shotgun because he's a gunsmith.
It is. Yeah, it works.
It looks like Remington 700, maybe?
Maybe.
Wait, isn't it Remington 700?
I mean,
870, you mean?
Yeah, the 870.
Yeah, it's a Remington.
if it's got the release up here.
12 gauge. Hey, you guys have had Brandon Herrera on your show, right?
Mm-hmm.
He just called into my show. His guns are cool. That he showed me that the Loogie gun. Is it like this gun
the
that you can
Luger,
make?
the German one?
No, it's a gun that you can make out of like Home Depot parts for $200. The Looty. Kyle, does that sound familiar?
I don't know what that is now.
Oh shit! It looks really ghetto, but
is he just making like a pipe gun?
It was a little more sophisticated than a pipe gun.
Huh? It's probably making. I don't know. I've seen zip guns. They make that's what they make in prison, where they've got this weird little pistol they make out of nonsense from a prison.
I used to do these daily vlogs, and when you do daily vlogs, you run out of content ideas quickly. And I don't know. I was like, today I'm going to make a shotgun. And I just took a couple pipes. They slide together. You put an end cap on it, and it hits the. Oh, look at that! The
Yeah.
Oh, he made a real gun.
Way cooler than what I made. I just had a single shot shotgun. Which
that's cool.
There's nothing to it.
Yeah, that thing was cool.
Out of Home Depot parts, huh?
How does?
Okay.
It looks like it has a magazine. Like is that a working magazine?
As far as I know, yeah. It was.
I'll have to look that up later. That seems really cool if he made that himself. I wonder if what. I don't know. I wonder where all the parts are coming from. If it's all coming from Home Depot, that's neat.
That guy Ludi made some manual on how to build a gun out of basically nothing. And that's he tried it to see if it worked. I think was the experiment.
I saved the topic idea I saw this week. All right. So everyone here is at least somewhat a fan of UFC, right?
Uh-huh.
So now the question is this. You and a clone of you, right? So two identical yous, 6 months training. What weight class do you think you can win a UFC fight in? So it's 2v1, but
I have to fight at 170. That's all I can do. Like that's like
No, you don't have to make weight in this scenario. You're just picking which fighter you like. So, for example, if it was just only me, every UFC fighter can beat me, even if they fight at like 135 or I don't know.
Sure, yeah.
But if it's me and a clone of me,
2v1.
Yeah, can I beat TJ Dillashaw?
TJ Dillashaw. No, I think that TJ Dillashaw in particular is like so explosive. He'd end one of you right away. That's the problem.
I'm going to make a bold claim.
Mm-hmm.
Me and a clone of me, I think I can beat every woman in the UFC.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Yeah.
We're just
so much victory as it is a crime.
Gotta cover up and close distance and grab her, right? I mean, yeah, of course.
I just need my mouth for that. Holy shit, you look fat in those trunks. I
quit. No, I think so. I just think it's, two adult men who are going in with the intention of attacking a woman, and we're using UFC rules, and it's not like she can run away or she's done. We're gonna grab her.
A woman for sure you're gonna take with two adult men sizes and four hands, like 8 limbs, like you're gonna win.
Yeah, 4 hands.
But a man.
Also, we're all pretty full size guys.
Let's say you go up against like a UFC who's like the ultimate like average UFC fighter. Like what's the middleweight?
Well,
who's someone from that?
Well, see, you don't want that. See,
like 175 or something. I'm
that's
trying to
a
think.
Big boy.
Okay, 155, whatever. I'm saying that if I'm with my clone, this is the problem that's going to happen. It's going to be a mental problem because my thought process is I'm going to push this fucking clone and I'm going to have him take the main beating. But that means
your clone's not down for that. He has the same mindset.
That
he's
means
gonna have
that
the
my
same
clone
plan.
is going to be one to push me in front of it. Like, and so I don't think we're going to make a good team.
The idea, the problem is that once he's done with your clone, he's going to deliver an equal beating to you, and you'll be by yourself now.
No, once he's distracted with my clone, I'll bring out the knife I snuck in.
Your clone might have one too. Same idea. Like Donald Cerrone, right? He was looking for the ultimate average fighter. I'm picking him. He was really good. 150 to 155. What is it?
He mostly fought at 55, but he fought at
55 and 70. He fought, and he just retired, so he's not peak of career or anything.
Yeah,
that guy today, I think he beats 2 Woodies.
This guy would beat the shit out of 3.
To me. All right, look, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but to me, if he can go into it with the mindset that he's got to like knock one of us the fuck out immediately, and he does that, then it's over. And I think you would. I think that any like trained fighter would know that 2-on-1 is hard no matter what.
Do you know how bad my partner's cardio is?
Like we're not gonna
Same as yours.
and, like there's no way we're gonna ever be standing up and striking. We're gonna try to grab this guy. We're gonna try to like immediately each go for a single leg. It's a double single leg. You can't stop
The
that.
first ever like leaping double knee knockout.
We're gonna be double dragon attacking this guy, but it won't matter if he's able to fuck me up bad enough. And it wouldn't take much if he could just punch me hard enough in the face, like me or my clone. We're gonna be like doing one of these, like hang on a minute, and then the other guys.
That's
and then it's over.
Once.
You'd have to use your weight, the combined weight of both of you, to try and tire him out.
We just got to get him to the ground and isolate his limbs, and then beat him to death.
Well, is it a to the death?
I brought a clone. We don't give a shit.
I would just start making out with my clone to confuse them.
That's
gross them out.
No, we don't celebrate until we're done.
One clone is now giving the other head, and they're wearing shirts
screaming,
that say,
"It's not gay.
It's
You guys
not
touch
gay."
your own dicks all the time. It's not gay. We're genetically identical. It's fine."
Yeah.
See, it's not gay. This is my cum all over my face.
Does that
Basically the same.
does that work with
Feels a little
twins?
gay.
With wings?
Yes.
With twins,
Oh, twins.
it's okay to have sex with your twin.
No,
They're genetically the same. I just heard the rule set.
Taylor said so.
You couldn't. No, because if you're a fraternal twin,
We're
Oh, well, now
boy and
I just
girl.
made it fraternal. Make it
We're talking about
identical.
identical twins.
It's a clone, dude.
okay,
Clone.
fair enough.
Yeah, fuck your twin. Yeah. You
Is
think
there
twins
like
are-
clone kung fu? Like, is there clone jujitsu or something? That
There should
is
be.
there a
Imagine how much more intense the sport would get if we didn't care if these things died.
if there was team UFC, that would be fucking amazing.
That
like if
exists
there
With
was,
swords.
that exists?
it does.
Dude,
Oh my
5v5
god.
MMA fighting is so brutal. Because here's what happens. It starts 5v5 and quickly it turns into 5v4. Somebody wins somewhere.
Oh
And
god.
now there's double teams all over the place. Eventually there's like a 2v1 and a 3v1. Did that math work? Yeah, I think it did.
Yeah.
You know, and some guys they're fighting 3 people at once, trying to show some heart, but also hopeless. And, you know,
You
at one
see how
point-
much it matters when you're outnumbered. It is not.
Oh my god. What is this?
By the way,
Thank God that mime is there.
look at the mime. Look at the mime. What the fuck? What country was this?
Well, I wasn't looking at the observing mime. I was looking at the protecting mime
What is
over the body.
That's
don't
not
know.
a protecting mime.
Because
That's,
we know what the ref looks like. He has the blue gloves. What is happening?
Oh, they are not bothered by what's
I'll tell you
going
what
down.
I thought was happening. I thought that the man on his knees was holding down an opponent, and the two standing were helping him clobber them. But now, as I've looked closer, I think maybe the man dressed in white, in full clothing, might actually be getting clobbered. I can't really tell. This is a
Here's my
terrible
theory.
photograph.
Here's my
Can
theory.
we do better?
It's shirts versus skins, right? And we're at a point where Shirt on the ground was doing well, but he found himself in a 1v3 and he's not going to do well for much longer.
Nobody does well in a 1v3.
And it looks like a very upcoming 1v4.
I'll say
Like that
this.
guy's striding, that guy's striding very relaxed. And then look at Benedict Arnold, far left of the cage, just watching his man get.
something
No, I think it's
But I'm
currently
just so
like
winded.
it's like a 3 or 4 on 1. So the guy strolling over is like, they don't need me to clobber that poor man.
Yeah. Well, then that guy should be going to the guy on the left.
I've watched a
and
good
him.
bit of that. So there's a bunch of combat sports that are kind of like the black sheep of the family, right? Look at this.
Oh my god, it
versus
really
skins.
is shirts versus skins.
Yeah.
Why are
The cavity creeps.
Why are their faces painted?
Yeah.
Why are their fucking faces painted?
That's the Jabberwockies, the dance troupe. Their career has not been going well. Now they're fighting in their goofy masks. Yeah. I mean, I can tell just from this picture that the milkmen are going to get their shit pushed out. Oh,
that's
they
so
do not
funny.
look prepared.
I like that they brought 2 refs, though. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Why was there only one ref in the later pictures? Did one of the refs get out?
I think the guy on the left was there too. We just actually good point. I don't know if I noticed him. There's a lot of combat sports like that though. There's also the like medieval combat where they go at it wearing full armor and like,
Those are
swords and
wild.
shields.
Yeah.
Those are wild.
Really?
Because some
Have
of those
you-
guys dressed as knights are like actual like martial artists, and they'll head kick people wearing a steel boot.
Oh my god,
Dude, it's like a countrywide, like it's like some tournament. I was watching a video online. It was like Belarus versus fucking Bulgaria, and both teams have like in armor shields and swords, and some of them have maces, and it's the same thing as that like multiplayer thing where eventually it's like 5-on-1, except these guys are getting their heads destroyed by dull swords, and like you can see the pain guys are in behind the like full face mask, because a guy will like have his shield up and then he'll get double teamed, and they'll do like that movie move where the guy will punch with his shield into the head of the guy's helmet, and in a movie you're like, oh, he hit his helmet, he's okay, but then you see the guy like and he gets hit again in the head, and he's like 100% unconscious, maybe dead. There's like blood seeping out of his helmet. Like these people literally die.
They will. It's funny you called it the movie move, because I had the opposite impression. By watching movies, which is where I learned about medieval fighting in the first place. I thought it was all about the sword. The shield was purely a defensive weapon, etc. That shield might be a better. If I could have a shield or a sword, I think I'd pick the shield. It's both defensive and offensive.
Well, some of them like
that shield. It's brutal.
Do you remember that clip in 300 where Leonidas like has the shield or whatever, and he like boxes someone with it?
Yeah,
like real hard.
He does like a
That's
backhand.
What they do. Yeah, like well, they weren't doing backhands. They were like literally like three guys in armor just pin a guy to a chain link fence effectively, and then just hit him in the head until he's no longer conscious.
Well, you can see the strikes. They'll hit this. The swords are very dull, but you can watch the guy get hit in the head, and it dents his helmet, and the guy's kind of wobbled. The guy's wobbled, but a guy comes in and whacks him the same spot again and dents it even further. And you're like, I don't know how much more room's left in the helmet.
I wonder what the inside of the helmet is like. Right? Is the inside of the helmet done well,
Probably.
like a modern day professional NFL helmet, or do you think that it's realistic?
Reenactment.
They got it off Etsy.
It's made of tin. Yeah.
I picture leather and cloth, right? And that's probably good stuff.
I think you're
for
right.
that. It's probably good enough.
But I want to wrap a. Like I have some pretty quality motorcycle helmets.
Yeah.
Just put some metal on them and dress them up like medieval helmets. That's what you want.
My friend was talking about his buddy. His buddy's 6'7", and he works this restaurant, gets off late, and he's always drunk going home. So he's scared he's going to fall over drunk, kill himself. 6'7" is a long way to fall. So he started wearing a helmet on the way home.
Get out.
And somebody was like, isn't he scared somebody's gonna bother him on the way home? I'm like, he's an armored troll. Like when you're fighting
with a helmet.
If you're getting in a fight with a giant, your first thought is like, maybe I could hit him in the head and knock him out. This guy's got a helmet on, like strolling home.
Is that him?
No, this is a badass fucking
it's a
helmet
on Etsy. I wish
that guy's got Mark McGuire for him.
Do any of those pictures on the inside?
That guy's
on the left show the inside.
Wow. That's like a sex play helmet also.
That's so tight. I love
I'm here
that
for
helmet.
it. Yeah.
Sex panther.
Do you want that helmet, Taylor?
That's so cool. Yeah, that's awesome.
I
just wear that to the store.
I was gonna buy Woody a knife, and I was thinking like I gotta get Taylor something now, and I was looking at this battle axe for you.
Yeah.
And then as
long as it is as valuable or more valuable than this, it's fine.
That's exactly what I was looking at. Exactly. So that I was like, oh god damn it, Taylor's fucking axe is gonna cost like $300. Now I gotta find Woody a better knife. And then I know. Well, for some reason I told myself I did, and then I like an hour worth of shopping later, and I just gave up and closed the app.
Well, the thought was very kind.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle.
That's more than I've ever cared about anyone. An hour of shopping.
Kyle thinking about getting us a present might be one of the nicest things the three of us have done for each other. Kyle considering getting a present.
A gift.
No, they had this dwarven.
We put in.
It's like, have you ever seen
dwarven axe?
Have you ever seen that old Louis C.K. bit where he's like talking about where you sit on a bus or something and you see a service member walk up and you get so high on the fantasy of being the guy who goes, sit down, sir, that you get your dopamine hit, and you're like, by the time he gets there, you're like, keep moving. Like it's just like that, which I hope he gets popular again back in the US soon. Louis C.K. is so fun.
Did you see the new Bill Burr special? I bet it's just me.
I have not.
Yeah, as far as I know, it's a brand new Bill Burr special. It's on Netflix.
Okay.
I watched it. Yeah, I know what Taylor's gonna say. It's good, but it's not as good as his old stuff back when he killed it all the time. And I see that too, I guess. But I enjoyed it. There was one line in there where he was talking about his wife complaining about him. And it's so cool. He's like, I tune it out. I know. It's fucking Yelp reviews, worst husband ever. There's like, all she does is tell me about the things that she wants me to do differently. There's never a positive Yelp review. And I was like,
critiques.
Fuck, this is hitting close to home.
Well, Kyle, thank you again for considering.
No,
yeah, Kyle. That
you know
was the
what?
sweetest
I'm
thing
gonna
ever.
think about things that you would prospectively enjoy.
hey, just give some thought to buying me a smoker because that's on the list too. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right, done.
And then just don't
Give it
do
some-
it.
Look at the specs.
Also done.
Get one of the comparison charts. Like, oh, you know what? You might really like that one. Okay.
Honestly, like I'll tell you what stops me every time from like following through. I'm like, do I have to like go through the process of finding their address again? Like, what the? And that's literally what stops me every time. You should, yeah.
Taylor,
I need your addresses.
Has your smoker hobby increased your caloric intake?
Yeah, probably. It's probably made my binge eating worse because now, like with a smoker, I'll put something in at like 6 a.m, like pulled pork, and it won't be done until like 5 p.m. And so all day, and my wife will be like, "You want something to eat? I'll make you some lunch." And I'm like, "No, I'm not wasting an ounce of hunger on non-pulled pork." And then it'll get to like 6 p.m. and I'm absolutely famished. And then I pull it off, tear it up, and eat it, and I just kind of go a little bananas. And then you have so much extra pulled pork that I've found that there's never a time in the day that a pulled pork sandwich is not good. And so like late at night, little snack. If this is embarrassing, I'm joking. Last week I got up at 3 a.m, made myself a pulled pork barbecue sandwich, ate that, went back to bed. Just like normal eating.
What I've done before,
pulled pork sandwich.
I've done.
I
worse
literally
than that.
woke up and was peeing and was like, "Oh, there's pork in the fridge." And then I went and made a
I've gone
sandwich.
to the fridge and gotten out like the pulled pork meat, and then we would have here. They've got the barbecue sauce where I used to go. It was vinegary. It was like liquid, but it was like really like strong tasting. And I would get hunks of pork and dip it in that and eat it until the sauce was gone, and then go to bed. and that kind of been like nighttime eating. Like I'm prone to that, and I'll wake up, and it'll take me a while to remember that I did it. Like sometimes I'll only know it because there was evidence left behind. I've woken up and there'll be like cheese rind and cracker crumbs on the kitchen counter where I clearly like just laid a chunk of cheese on the counter, got a knife, and was just like carving chunks off and putting it on crackers while I ate in front of the fridge, and then definitely like drank out of the bottle and like closed the door and walked away. Yeah.
It's easy to like just start cutting chunks off of cheese after you've finished all the other stuff on there, and you're like, "No, I'm not a glutton. This is pretty Parisian of me."
Right now,
I'm doing cheese.
I do that with grapes now, though. I've got those fucking cotton candy grapes downstairs, so if I wake up in the night, I can eat like a fistful
grapes
of
are a
those.
wealthy person's fruit. I think of grape as a successful person's fruit.
Really? Because they're like $3.
I don't know. I picture like laying on that chaise lounge.
Oh, and someone's fanning you.
Someone's fanning you.
And you're eating a clump of them at a time.
A clump at a time. And if you don't want the whole clump, throw it away. You're rich.
Is that how you eat grapes, Taylor? Like holding the whole bunch up and just eating the bottom one, putting it back?
You just eat. I eat like a wing. I put all 10 inches in my mouth, and then I pull it out. Just a string.
You're a cartoon character.
Dick, if you splurge on food, what do you eat? Your weakness.
Just pretty much anything. I let the liquor do the thinking when it comes to snacks, and just wake up like a wolf man that transformed with the full moon, with wrappers all around me, hating myself and wondering how to justify my existence the next day.
I mean, that's risky.
I do love that. Like if there's pulled pork on the menu, 'cause I love slow cooking. I don't have a smoker. I got to get one. I do everything in the slow cooker. And the meat is getting progressively bigger so that it just fills up the entire slow cooker now. And then whenever that's done, it's like, well, that old way of eating where it's meals, that's dead. That's gone now. Now we're on the meat stream time where it's feeding like a constant stream of meat throughout the day that ends when I go to sleep and begins when I wake up. Like, who doesn't want a little bit of pulled pork with their coffee?
Everyone does.
It's noon somewhere. Let's have a little bite of this.
I'm gonna be honest. Like,
there's a reason they call pulled pork the perfect afternoon pick-me-up.
Yeah.
Wait, who calls it that?
I honestly think I could just
Have you
eat
seen
it
those
every
commercials?
day.
That 2 p.m. feeling? pulled pork sandwich and you're feeling good.
It's probably the bread getting you as much as the pork.
I just need a scientist to
If there's any-
explain that it's healthy to eat a constant stream of pulled pork. Like that guy.
Protein synthesis. Yeah.
If someone can
Protein
make
synthesis.
put it in like Women's Home and Gardening or something, or on the front page of Huffington Post, like the greatest new diet is eating pulled pork all day from when you wake up until you go to bed. You got to get your husband on this right away. I'll be like, yes, thank you, God.
Yeah, how come there aren't ever any good propaganda articles with things like that?
Not for men.
Why smoking will protect you from COVID? And
Yeah.
It's like, oh, well, I better get a smoker. I better hop on that Traeger train and start eating ribs.
Oh my God.
Pulled pork. Don't even link things like that, man.
Oh, you don't want to read it? You want
No,
me to?
don't read the nutrition facts of pulled pork. I don't want to. I don't know.
Zach tells us that pulled pork has 11 grams of fat and 3.5 grams of saturated fat in particular in every 1 cup serving. If you're concerned about your cholesterol levels, try substituting traditional pulled pork items with grilled pork tenderloin. Get out of here with your substitutes. No, Taylor wants it fat.
Oh,
I don't know if that was good or bad.
I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know how many grams of fat because, like, and
It's like
Dick's
a
right.
spoiler warning. Like I haven't seen Thor yet.
No, Dick is so right with like the just eating piece. This is how like foolish I'll get with the pulled pork is I'll like have a couple sandwiches and then I'll be like, hey, how about a little health conscious eating? And then I just like no bread, just an enormous amount of sauce on fatty meat.
Yeah.
And you look at it, and because all the fat's been cooked down, you can look at it and be like, that doesn't look that much different in its appearance than pulled chicken. It's
Why not
probably a little
brisket?
bit like pulled chicken.
Brisket. Go to brisket.
I haven't done a brisket yet. I'm having company over tomorrow night, so I was gonna start one tonight at like
company.
2 a.m. Except then I haven't done a brisket before, so I don't want my first brisket to be for company. I want to try it out first. So I'm doing like a huge amount of pulled pork, and then maybe tomorrow afternoon I'll even make some smoked wings too, because I smoked some wings earlier this week and they were tremendous, absolutely wonderful.
I'm going to get a smoker. You've sold me. I like the
So
idea of
good.
doing like 2 chickens at a time and then
Mhm.
like shredding all that meat and putting them in containers like for my like week and just having like easy, delicious chicken
Oh, yeah.
meals.
Chicken is the easiest shit on the smoker. Like I started with the pulled pork and like ribs and longer recipes, and it's like 12 hours. But like a whole chicken, if you want to like get it to pulled chicken, it's like 3.5 hours. It's nothing. Like it
Yeah,
takes
it's not-
very little time.
I really like slow cooker stuff, like putting stuff in the crock pot and making chili and pot.
I love a
roast.
nice crock pot roast with potatoes and carrots and celery in there.
Yeah, there's some onions in there. Yeah, it's good stuff. I like making those too.
Oh yeah, it's
but
gonna
I'm
be an overeating night.
Oh yeah, we're gearing up for a good one tonight.
Usually around the 3-hour mark of the show, I start planning snacks. and then the show ends. And then
My girlfriend brought home a bunch of Japanese snacks. Like she went to her favorite Japanese grocery store in Westwood. And she's like, look at all these snacks. I got pizza, chips, little like pretzels, some mochis. And I'm watching her do it. And she's all happy. And I'm like, I'm getting drunk and eating all of these tonight. And I'm going to remember half of them. Like say your goodbye. Pick your favorite and take it to bed because I'm eating the rest of them.
I mean, like the reputation is that like weed with the munchies is what makes you eat like an animal the most. It's alcohol. Alcohol has that crown far and away because
Depression.
when you're drunk, you have no inhibitions. There's no voice in your head to tell you a pizza's not a good idea.
For me, it's insomnia. Like I don't make good food choices at 2:30 a.m. Only bad decisions. The 2:30 a.m. is the time when like the Tostitos come out, or God forbid the trail mix. It's so
Not the
calorie
trail
dense.
mix, Woody.
Not the, oh my fucking nemesis. The
What do you
weakness.
imagine the honey roasted? Like have you?
Oh,
but
if they start
downstairs?
putting honey roasted nuts in trail mix, it's just it's the perfect combination
Those
of
honey roasted
sugars
cashews.
and fats and
the
that's
pecans,
basically
Carbs.
it. Carbs,
Pecans.
sugar, fats, and carbs.
I don't
all
think
the
there's any
ingredients.
carbs in there. I think some protein
Well, sugars
and
are
fat
carbs.
and sugar. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, they're
Dick,
Oh,
I-
and salt.
I,
Salt was the one I was searching
oh,
for.
delicious salt.
Carbs, fats, and salts. That's trail mix.
I told these guys last week, but I ordered, this is like a couple weeks ago. I ordered a pizza at like 12:30 in the morning, like I was baked out of my mind, really hungry, wanted a pizza. And I ordered it. And instead of canceling the order because they were closed, the next morning at like 10 a.m., those fucking cholesterol terrorists brought me a pizza at 10 in the morning, 10, 11 in the morning, which is like that's, if I wanted to destroy someone's life, I'd have pizza sent to their home every morning at 11 a.m.
How was
Because
it?
they're not going to resist it. It's going to set you up for a carb-loaded day of nothing getting done, and you already paid for it, or someone did, so you don't want to waste it, right?
No. How was it?
It was good. I ate most of it.
You know why it was good? It was.
I don't know why I lied. I ate all of it.
You hated it all. It was
Disgusting.
The thing about that is that was the first pizza of the day because that order had been in there from the night before. So you got the first one, hot off the presses.
Oh yeah,
straight
and
to
that
you.
delivery guy had to think I was a psychopath.
Addict. You're on the addict list now. Like, oh boy, we got that guy finally went over the edge. Taylor's waiting on his pizza in the morning.
Put that guy on the special garlic knot email list. Hit him with the offers. He won't be able to resist. Yeah, like Woody said before that, like for him, pizza is not a tempting like cheat food. Like pizza is very tempting for me. I just, even bad pizza is pretty good. I know that's trite, but it's true. It's
I
totally
like
solid.
pizza a lot, but it has to be really good pizza to be tempting. In Atlanta, there's this place called like Jets, Jets, I think, and they have like you can pick your crust,
Thank you
and
for
they have
spelling
like
Jets.
jet
That was
crust.
a loss.
Jets. Yeah. Wait, what pizza place? Wait, Jets the chain that makes like the square pizzas?
Yeah,
Yeah, I've had that.
it's
I've
so
had
good.
Jets.
It's so good.
Yeah, they throw a lot of sauce on there, which
three-letter word.
you know I appreciate.
I was making sure that you could spell it. It's important.
Is it possessive though? Is there an apostrophe? Is it their pizza?
That's
I'm
a
not
good
talking
question.
about
Are there
pizza
lots
now.
of jets, or is it just one jet that owns all these pizzas?
I think there's multiple. It might be twins. Oh,
Yeah.
Apostrophes
that's-
confuse me a
wow.
little bit.
It's like
Yeah.
school pizzas. Like
it
lunch.
is like school pizza. Yeah, but they were flat in school. That was the
Yeah.
most disgusting thing. I can't believe our lunches were so bad thinking back.
Yeah,
Kids should riot,
they were
man.
gross.
They should.
They
They should take hostages. Stop tolerating this shit.
I mean, pizza day was the only thing that kept kids in line. Every Wednesday, getting a little pizza.
Yeah.
Everything was bad though. Those chicken nuggets were so gross. We had steak nuggets.
That sounds like kind of
Risky.
nice.
I never ate them, but when you bit into them, it was dark meat.
Yeah,
right?
you get a cafeteria
Steak.
beef or whatever. Like it can get really low quality.
At
Yeah,
my grade school, I didn't realize this until I was an adult, obviously, but they would have chicken rings day. Like chicken rings that you buy at White Castle.
Which
and
part of the chicken is the ring come from?
it's
The back.
sphincter, cloaca. Yeah, it's and like
Chicken asshole
I remember
day?
like we'd go up
Chickens
there
don't have
and
assholes.
you'd have your little tray and they'd give you like 5 or 7 or whatever chicken rings. And I remember even as a kid like dipping it in the ketchup or whatever, just being like, why the hell are they rings? Like what is going on here? My grade school was buying bulk chicken rings from I guess White Castle corporate and feeding it to us. Like that's criminal. Frankly, like that
It's
is there
so
lower
bad.
quality? Is there lower quality meat? Maybe the retired circus animals at Taco Bell, but there's not much else.
I saw the other day on Reddit there was this Australian product and it was chicken donuts. It was like full size chicken rings that looked like donuts.
I mean, I'm okay.
I know, right? I talked to my Australian friends. They're like, "Yeah, those are great."
Is it like white meat, dark meat?
I'm
an
sure it's
amalgam?
very high quality meat. Yeah,
And they're
only
they're better
the
as
best,
a ring.
only the best for the chicken donuts.
Yeah. Do you remember when McDonald's switched to like claiming all white meat on their nuggets? If
Yeah.
anything, that when I would drive through drive-thrus and they started making that claim, that was like a methinks thou doth protest too much situation. Like, come on, get real. We know there's like beaks and feathers in this.
One thing that strikes me about McDonald's is it's cheaper for them to buy those sick Australian cows and ship those to America to feed us than it is to just use American beef somehow.
Really? We're
Yeah.
eating shitty. Why are they shitty Australian cows?
Oh,
They just don't make them as well over there.
Oh, I just picked. Yeah, they don't make cows good in Australia.
Yeah,
They don't know how. They
Oh,
don't have
a
the
bunch of
technology.
bunch of con men.
I mean, they're
criminals,
eating chicken donuts. I mean,
murderers and rapists. They're on that continent by themselves.
Mhm.
You'd think that they would have a really high crime rate there in Australia, because if it's all a bunch of descendants of violent pirates, right?
Nature versus nurture.
Because like they didn't like kick off by sending loiterers to Australia. Like it was like real deal guys.
Well, see, that never made sense to me. They were so hardcore, but they were kind enough to put them on a boat and send them to a different hemisphere.
I think they just wanted to like have some sort of claim on it, because I was reading something that like they would take prisoners and be like, if you agree to marry a prostitute and move to Australia, you don't have to serve your sentence.
Oh,
and so it's like, okay, well, I guess I'll marry a prostitute and move to Australia.
We need to do that again with homeless.
No kidding.
Do we have
cells? Get that 300-pound guy. Get him to shoplift a liquor store and then give him a prostitute and ship him to Mars.
I was gonna huge homeless problem. I feel like there is. I sometimes can't.
There is.
No, it's
hear me.
We could clean it up in a day if we really wanted to.
I've made mention of the year of the shark before a couple of times, right? Yeah, a little hunt them.
No, you poison them. You don't shoot them. Jesus.
Yeah, you say tomato, I say tomato. So the year of the shark, there was this thing. It was like 7 years ago. Shark attacks were in the news constantly, all about these shark attacks. It turned out the numbers were, it was kind of an average year for shark attacks, but they made it seem like sharks were overtaking our beaches. Every time there was a shark fucking spotted in the water, they're like helicopters videotaping them. There's sharks in the water. Yeah, there's lots of fish in the water. No fucking shit. Back to the homeless. Is there a huge homeless epidemic, growing population? There might be. I feel like I see it, but I don't know if I'm being programmed to see it. I can't tell if homeless is exploding or if homeless coverage is exploding.
It's insane in LA.
I wonder why COVID
has been.
I wonder why
it's
COVID
way
didn't get them.
worse.
Okay. Kyle, I keep talking over you. What did you say?
Why didn't COVID get them?
Because it's a hoax.
Because they weren't fat.
The homeless?
Yeah.
Because they weren't fat. I've seen a fat homeless guy before, and that is a conundrum.
How do you pull that off?
I'm not giving that guy money.
So
he's fucking Sam Tarley, or
he's the donut king of 8th Street, or whatever the fuck.
He's Hugo from Lost.
So the homeless out here are in their tents, and they've got little like, you go through the underpasses and stuff. Atlanta's got a lot of like raised highways that make loop-de-loops in places. And like you go through these little isolated corners and they'll just have a little jungle village set up with multiple tents and like ramshackle, like lean-tos and like all sorts of nonsense. They are living out there continuously. There's a campfire and shit. It's absurd. And I see it everywhere.
America on the rise.
And you have to slow down to go through the curves, and I always think like, wow, they're just living right there, and on both sides too. Like there's so many, and I know in LA, I remember the worst I've ever seen it was Seattle though. When we were walking, they call it the pier, the wharf, whatever the fuck. When you're coming up from down where those restaurants are on the water, going back into the city. We saw a herd of homeless that reminded me of a zombie movie. And then here in Atlanta, I remember when I was picking Chiz up from the bus station that one time, it was like feeding time at the bus station for the hobos, and they brought out this big food truck, and they knew they like
shatter pellets on the ground.
They start
white bread and seeds.
Get it. And then
Jack Daniels balls of some sort.
They've got these styrofoam like lunch boxes, that like sealed together, like takeout.
That the homeless are terrified of.
They hate them. No, they're passing them out like left and right, and then the homeless are like eating fast as fuck and then throwing them like immediately to the ground. And so the whole park area right next to the bus station looks like that scene from Terminator 2. That scene from Terminator 2 when they're like warping into LA and trash is just blowing everywhere. That's what it looked like. And then like as soon as Chiz got off that bus, someone was like, "Yo, you want some weed, man?" It's like, I just got here.
But
we're in
California. But actually,
that's what I told him. I was like,
yeah.
we were in Georgia. Like we got in my car and I was like, "Did you get the weed, man?" He's like, "No." I was like, "Well, what the fuck? I only have so much at my house. I would have liked some weed from out here."
It's not even about that it's weed. It's like if that guy offered to sell me a sealed pack of Lay's, I'd say, "No, thank you. I'm going to go to Kroger for it or whatever." Like you just don't buy things from homeless people.
I don't trust homeless. I don't trust homeless people. I never know. I've tried to be nice to them, and it's always backfired on me in one way or another. Remember that time when I I don't remember exactly how it went down, but like I was at a gas station either late at night or off hours, and a homeless person was with me. And I think instead of money, I just told him I'd buy him coffee because that's what he wanted. And I was like, yeah, man, get your fucking coffee and like bring it up here. You know, I'm checking out. You know, we're using my debit card. I can't give him cash, but yeah, I'll buy you a coffee. And the guy that works there is so pissed at me for like, because I'm like, yeah, he came in with me. He wanted a coffee. And he's like, oh, you got him making, hurry up over there. I see what you're doing. And I look, and he's like getting like all the sugar and like all the cream. And he's in this giant cup of coffee. And it's just like, it's mostly cream. He's like ruining shit over there, like making a mess. and I'm like, he came in with me.
Yeah,
like,
you're
like,
responsible for this hoodlum.
If I weren't there, he'd have been shooed out because he obviously doesn't have money. Because I'm co-signing, I brought this cretin in with me.
I mean, like, that's an easy way. Like when I lived in the city a few years ago, like I started out like I'd give like a couple dollars here and there, and I quickly realized because I lived like, you know, very populated area right above a restaurant, that I would just offer like, no, don't have any money. I'll get you a sandwich though. And 95% of the time, the response is like, hell no. It's like no. Like there was this one midget who I bought him a sandwich a few times because he was always down. I'd be like, hey, you want a sandwich? And he was always like, yeah. So I would get him a sandwich. But everybody else I would talk to, he might be the only guy actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that ever took sandwiches. Everyone else was like, no, they just wanted money.
Yeah. My girlfriend gave a salad to a homeless guy one time, and he threw it at her. That's what you deserve. Like, what the fuck? If you give me a salad, can you imagine that? Some fucking skinny bitch giving you a salad.
You think I'm gonna diet? You think I'm gonna diet, you bitch?
Dude, I want to start a charity that feeds the homeless, but it's only atomic warheads.
Or how about like a
person
just give them Happy Meals where like that bank count that stolen money explodes on their face when they open it up like you got. The homeless are so bad here. They're building plywood under the freeways in Hollywood, like plywood structures. Probably not up to code.
Yeah, don't judge.
Probably not.
They've covered the whole sidewalk, so like handicapped people have to go into the street to get around them now.
I bet they act like indignant when a homeless or when a crippled person tries to get by.
Oh yeah, they've got their own little civilizations under the overpasses now with porta potties and stuff. And then there's like on the off ramps in Pasadena, they'll have these like luxurious hobo spreads, like their own little commune. And then there's guys in the houses that people stopped building on in my neighborhood. There's one or two. There's like secret hobo areas where they're like sneaking in. And I really want to just like fuck up all the good homeless people's spots by going into the shitty like homeless slums and like just ferrying them like, look, I'm fucking really annoyed at the homeless people in my neighborhood who think they're getting away with it. So I want to cram you in there just to fuck up their time and get rid of them. I don't know why I'm so possessive over it because I feel like we're kind of living in the same place.
They need to, because like I hear about these homeless in Seattle and Portland and LA, like in those areas you're talking about, the nice little areas. They need to ship out some St. Louis homeless people to those areas because the homeless here in the city of St. Louis are murderers. They're not veterans. They're murderers. They're crazy people.
So many homeless.
People get assaulted like walking back to their car from like sports games all the time. The second like a Blues game's over, it's like the whole crowd is like, even away fans are like, all right, and stop. Like everybody is moving in a block trying to get safely down the street. Like it is a St. Louis, it's their home, but it's a failed city. It's a failed city. Like this, they will never come back. It is a trashy, shitty hellhole that's dirty and dangerous. It's a shame, but it's done. It's done. If it weren't for professional sports, if it weren't for the Cardinals and Blues, no one would go there.
No one. It's
Are
great
there
here.
jobs in there?
Not any jobs you couldn't get a better version of out in the county.
Crime scene cleanup mostly.
And so much of it now, I saw some bullshit article, some like little propaganda article that was like, Gen Z actually hates working from home. They desperately want to get back in the office. And it was like a Bloomberg article that was like, just like literally propaganda trying to like get people to think like, oh, I should go back to the office. It's like every comment. It was one of those tweets where it's like, 3,000 replies, 10,000 quote tweets, 16 likes. Like, because everyone immediately is like, yeah, this isn't true. Everyone knows this. Do you know any Gen Z people? Because the author of this is 61. Like, what are you talking about? Like, everyone I know who's a millennial or Gen Z is stoked as shit to be working from home. Not most, not some, 100%. Even the people I talk to who are like, sometimes I like to go back in the office. And I know people like that. What they mean is once to twice a week. They like to pop in. That's it.
One of the few things that's keeping like society here together right now is the fact that so many people don't have to drive to work right now and burn that gasoline. That would drive the price up even further, and a lot of people just couldn't stomach it. Like gas, their fuel prices are double or triple or whatever.
It's already wild.
There's a lot of people who live week to week, paycheck to paycheck, and to throw suck an extra $500 of fuel charges out of them every month, with the inflation the way it is crippling.
Yeah, the cost of living increases are no joke. Like it is for real. I don't know. It is not a profound thought, but the gas is expensive. Most of the time I fill my truck, I can't now. Like they limit it at $75 or $100.
Oh wow, yeah.
And I'm like, what am I gonna swipe my debit card twice? I'm a busy man. I work sometimes upward of 8 hours a week. Remember
Scum bought that big truck.
Mm-hmm. He must never fill the tank.
Oh, he always fills the tank, and it's like I can't remember what he said it cost. It was over 100.
My gas stations won't let you put more than 100 in.
Diesel $6 a gallon. Like if they don't let you put more than 100 in, then you're not going to get much fuel.
I bought diesel recently. I bought 30 gallons worth because I put it in my tractor. I have this big thing, and I had to run the card like 2 or 3 times to fill it up. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I bet at the off-road diesel thing, it just goes, huh? You would think.
You'd think that one was closed. I had to buy on-road diesel.
Yeah, that's.
I was like, how does a gas station go on vacation from July 4th to 8th?
I remember my dad explaining the concept of off-road and on-road diesel to me when I was a kid and being like, why would anyone ever pay for the full price diesel? Who's checking the diesel? Even as a kid, it was like, come on, who's doing that? And I guess it's those DOT guys, the highway safety guys or whatever. Like, I know they do it with big rigs. Like they'll check their fuel and be like, yeah, all right. But nobody ever checked a fucking guy driving his F-350 down the road to make sure his diesel wasn't pink.
Do you think no one ever checks that?
Have they?
I guess I've only driven a diesel truck occasionally, like when we need to haul like cattle. And like, I don't really remember. Obviously, I didn't get pulled over. I don't know. I need to talk to a diesel truck driver.
Friends,
maybe I'm dumb,
who tow a lot say that like, yeah, the cop cars have sensors. They can drive behind you and tell. And by the way, if you run a tank of off-road diesel, like that dye stays there for a while. It's months before you're clean again.
Wow.
I don't know.
I don't know about that because when I lived in Idaho many years ago, I remember someone telling me, they're like, you still have Missouri plates on your car and they're expired. Cops have a sensor on the front of their car, so they don't even need to see your plate. It'll just beep, and then they'll know that yours is expired. And I lived for 2 years in Idaho with expired Missouri plates, and I never switched, never changed them.
I have expired plates right now. There are no magical fucking sensors.
Expired plates, buddies.
Since May 9th, I'll get to it when I'm ready. Okay,
since January,
it'll get done.
I like this version of the law where they just make up stories like about stuff like, oh yeah, you can't drink before you're 21 because alcohol is actually poisonous until you turn 21, and then we don't have to card anymore. It's just like, oh shit, yeah, I can't do that.
Oh yeah, it was all it's the dare shit we all dealt with.
Yeah,
like with when they were like, weed, oh, that'll kill you. And then as soon as you met kids, like, because all the kids on my hockey teams, for the most part, started smoking way before my classmates at school did. And I was like, damn, like, not only is Dan high as shit, he just got a hat trick and he's not dying. Like, he's doing, like, this doesn't seem threatening at all. And so, yeah, they really overplayed their hand with the marijuana stuff. Like, what they should have done is been like, hey, weed, it can make you lazy. It can make you complacent. It can, cause some problems if you're using this before your brain's fully developed. Keep it in line. But these other things, meth, heroin, these will destroy your life. Like almost instantly, they have the capacity to. But they lumped it all in the same thing. And so, like, you see that weed isn't as serious, and your 16-year-old perspective goes, oh, well, then these other drugs must not be as intense either. Or at least I know that's how a couple of my friends started trying, like, heroin.
They lied to us, and so now you can't trust their word on that other stuff they say. So
yeah.
I remember those dare classes very well. That was 6th grade, I think. No. 8th grade. 8th grade.
I felt like because I'm older, I've been subjected to more brainwashing than you guys are. Pot wasn't, like people didn't say maybe pot's not bad until I was like in my mid 30s, maybe 40. And so I lived like a good 40 years hearing like, I wonder what's worth, pot, meth, or heroin.
They're all so dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah,
look at that guy robbing a convenience store, and look at that guy overeating.
I don't think I ever thought of it as dangerous. I just didn't want to get in any trouble, and I didn't, But that went well. But I don't think we ever thought it was as dangerous as those other scary drugs. Mm-hmm. Although I used to think that like cocaine was a scary drug, and like psychedelics were scary drugs, but I don't think that anymore either.
I still struggle with some of the stack ranking. Like it's my understanding that psychedelics, like the ketamine and the mushrooms, are maybe somewhere around pot. I don't know what happens if you have too many or do it too often. But like,
if you do mushrooms too often, you talk about mushrooms all the time. It's really fucking annoying. That's what happens.
Oh, that happened to Joe Rogan. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Poor guy suffering.
In such cases.
That is true. The worst part about hallucinogens are the people who want to talk to you about it constantly. And like, I got some real good insights last time I was doing that. And it's like, really? Because you ate half a container of peanut butter and fell asleep. like what are you talking about?
And all their insights are you sure turns out I've been too nice. Yeah. Turns out I've been really a giver and getting taken advantage of. Oh, wow. I did mushrooms and it said the opposite about you. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm on my drug and it says you're a piece of shit. That's selfish and awful. Yeah, that does seem to be the way it goes. And I imagine, I can't imagine for you, Woody, like them just lumping it in. Heroin, weed, drugs.
It's hard to get re-educated. And like, where does everything stack rank? What's up with that? And like acid. Acid was, back when I was in high school, like the second most popular thing. Pot wins, of course. Mm-hmm. But unless you count alcohol. Acid was a thing that a lot of, like half of the potheads also did acid. Where does that rank on next to mushrooms, for example? I don't know.
What do you mean? Definitely more intense than weed. Yeah.
I guess on the like danger scale.
Oh, acid's extremely safe.
Is it?
Yeah.
You can't overdose on acid.
Shit.
Yeah, you can't overdose on acid. You
can have a bad time though.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can have a bad time at a water park, but
help me out here because I'm not an expert.
But you're not trapped in a water slide.
But if you have too much acid, you have a really negative experience, right? Like that can, or maybe if you're in the wrong setting.
Maybe you could have a bad time with a little bit of acid if you're like if you're a Debbie Downer. You could just lay on your back and cry and stare up at the sky.
You said you did it last night.
Yeah,
I've never done acid. I thought that it like you couldn't sleep on it.
Bro, you can't eat. If you do acid, you should do it every day. You'll never eat again.
Oh
like God. the thinking about.
I can't co-sign this.
Really?
I won't eat.
I took like 4 or 5 hits of acid, and then we ordered donuts. And I remember I ate 2 donuts just so high, like munching them and looking at we were just so happy. I had this like bacon maple donut. It was like a maple donut, obviously with chunks of delicious bacon on it. And I was like, this is the most delicious, wonderful thing I've ever had in my life. And I would look up at the TV and everything was all squiggly. It was wonderful, but I was starving. I was really hungry.
Oh, that's odd. Every time I do it, I can't eat. Like I just start eating and I'm like, I feel like I'm chewing molecules in half and I just get grossed out and spit it out.
That's what that's what they were saying too. They said it felt gross to chew in their mouths.
Yeah.
But I didn't have that. I was like munching it up and like showing them my chewed up donut. The fuck,
I would hate that so much.
like more for me. Get grossed out. We got a dozen, bitch. Like. I got really fucking high on acid, and it was a tremendous time. I only did it that one time, but I was lots of visual hallucinations and just extraordinary time. Had a great time.
Speaking of drugs, before we continue to talk about drugs, we're going to hear from our sponsors.
Oh,
wonderful ones. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew. Spring has finally come, so let's help you do the same. That's right. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part? It's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. That's right. It says custom medicine. So if you could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, Blue Chew can help. Also, we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's bluechew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew so much for sponsoring the podcast. Thank you, Blue Chew, for your dick pills sponsoring the podcast. So check out Blue Chew if you want to get a hard dick and fuck with it. Or just beat off with it. I'm not going to judge. Have fun. Have fun.
You don't even have to use it.
Yeah, you don't even have to use it. You
I was hanging out, dude. So I couldn't stop thinking of your show when this happened. I was in Vegas for New Year's and with a buddy, and he had some friends in. I don't want. So these weren't, these aren't guys aren't attached to me. They came in from, over the transom. I don't know. And they were getting ready to go out, and I'm, doing some crosswords, lines on the table, and they're like, "Oh, hey, bro, what about you want to pop a Blue Chew?" I'm like,
doing
what do you
some crosswords.
mean?
That's hilarious. I've never heard that.
Yeah. And he's like, yeah, you want to pop a Blue Chew? I'm like, what do you mean? I'm not even drunk yet. I got my girlfriend here, and he goes, yeah. We like to rock a Blue Chew before we go out. I'm like, you just have like a hard cock? He's like, yeah, in case we go to a club, a strip club or something. So you have big hard cocks all night? He's like, yeah, it's awesome. Like, okay, well, I said no, but I regret it. I wish I had done it.
See, because like people have this idea of like, oh, you take that dick pill, it's just going to make you hard. But you still need to want your dick to get hard. Like you're not just going to magically start getting hard from it. Like you still need to be horny. It's just when you get hard. Oh, yeah, I know. You're one of the horniest men I know. It's why I respect you. And and so yeah, that's the way it is.
Have you tried it, the Blue Chew?
Oh yeah, I just held up a package of it. I've got it here at my house.
Oh shit! I thought that was a fake package that you.
No, it's a real one. I'm not showing the back because that's my address.
I thought that was a green screen package. That you had.
No. I got all sorts of goodies and drugs and wonky weeds, Delta 10 distillate, and all sorts of drugs. So yeah, we're still doing ads.
Sorry.
This episode. No, you're fucking fine. These two retards are fucking gone.
They're about popping their Blue Chews,
just fucking leave,
having a sword fight.
So. This episode also brought to you by Lock and Load. We'll do this first. Hopefully Kyle and Woody will get back before the weed one. So Lock and Load, the finest load pills imaginable. They're going to increase your orgasm volume. They're going to increase your orgasm length, or at least for me it did, because the more volume that's coming out of your penis, you know how this is. The best part of the orgasm is as it's coming out. Now, you increase the amount that comes out, you're increasing the amount of time you're getting that max pleasure. Oh. And that's the science behind this. That and because it was funny, and Kyle and I were high talking about it. So Lock and Load. Try this. Code PKA for 10% off this product, 10% off anything else at GorillaMind.com. Also, code JIZZ for 10% off there. And I don't know if that works on anything else on the site. JIZZ for code JIZZ, 10% off. Buy it because I want you to. I want the money. So, yeah.
I had an orgasm on acid recently.
How's that?
And it wasn't as good as I thought it would be.
Is it supposed to be really good?
Well, everything is just confused, heightened, and like your senses are confused. So time will pass extremely slowly. Colors and feeling will get messed up, and you're seeing. And it was like, I swear to God, in the middle, like I could feel it starting, and it started, and I was like, oh no! And time started just going really, really slow. Like I could feel. Like, where sometimes you can feel it building and then you blow. And I was like, oh, awesome. That felt like really that lead. Because sometimes it's like, damn it. Right? Like,
damn, I didn't get that good lead up.
Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. You fucked it up. So I could feel this one like starting to build, and I was like, "Oh, awesome!" And that's when like time stopped, like the fucking Flash and X-Men. I was like, "Oh no, this is the worst thing! Oh no!" And I have this realization, like, "Oh no!" And my girlfriend starts laughing. I'm like, "No, no, don't laugh!" And then I was like, "Oh."
He's talking about coming on acid.
I could feel the time, and like my brain felt it was like ripping in half, and it was like I was seeing like that Stranger Things upside down shit. This time like had frozen. I was like, oh no! Now I'm thinking about Stranger Things while I'm coming. Oh no!
Oh, now I'm thinking about that little kid. Oh!
It felt like
What the fuck
like an
I think he's legal
eternity.
now.
And then it was over, and she's laughing. I'm like, oh, that was really horrible or great. I don't know which one. But
Well, see, you don't need that. You don't bust on acid then. Bust on lock and load. And you'll enjoy it. You won't start thinking about the Stranger Things kid with no teeth or whatever his issue. I think he has teeth now. That's great for him. Also, we're going to read the final ad. This episode of PKA brought to you by Death by Gummy Bears and Wonky Weeds because it makes more sense to do both. So, are you or a loved one sick of mediocre or even bad THC alternatives? I know I am. Well, we've got great news for you. DeathByGummyBears.com and WonkyWeeds.com have you covered. Death by Gummy Bears and Wonky Weeds were founded by a group of passionate professionals who were sick and tired of low-quality Delta-8 products that are spray-coated and very often incorrectly dosed. That's why DeathByGummyBears.com and WonkyWeeds.com have had the boys in the lab cook up high-quality, powerful Delta-8 products that are accurately dosed and actually taste great. Looking for a super strong 100-milligram Delta-8 gummy that will put you on your ass? Then DeathByGummyBears.com is for you. Looking for a more mellow, relaxed high? Then the cartridges, disposables, pre-rolls, and distillates you'll find at WonkyWeeds.com are more your speed. So whether you're trying to get absolutely shithoused or just a nice, relaxing night at home, we've got the right Delta-8 product for you. With so many satisfied customers all around the USA, American-based WonkyWeeds.com and DeathByGummyBears.com serves all states where hemp-derived THC is legal. So whether you're a current THC enjoyer or just interested in trying something new, go to WonkyWeeds.com or DeathByGummyBears.com and use promo code PKA20 for 20% off your order. 20% off. That's a huge amount. Once again, that's WonkyWeeds.com or DeathByGummyBears.com. Code PKA20 for 20% off your first order. And I had a little chat with those guys, and they wanted me to make it a little more clear that if you are looking to get shithoused high, unbelievably high, deathbygummybears.com, that's your ticket, folks. That's how you want. That's all you need. That's what you want to go do. If you are someone who doesn't want to get absolutely annihilated and you just want to get a little high, a couple tokes, just enjoy yourself a little bit. Watch that movie, Wonky Weeds. That's your speed. So there you go. If you're Mr. Get Annihilated, Death by Gummy Bears, PKA 20. And if you just want to enjoy yourself, have a little high, Wonky Weeds, PKA 20. Same coupon code. So check it out, folks. On the Wonky Weed side, they have distillates like this that you can use. They've got where the fuck I've used so much of these products. I'm running out of stuff to show. They've got these fucking moon rocks that I haven't used yet, but it looks like they get you absolutely annihilated if you cut off a piece and put it in there.
How do you eat them?
You
don't eat them. You don't eat them. You smoke them. Yeah, you smoke them.
Okay,
And then, but the biggest thing that I think most people are going to enjoy are the little carts like this. They last a long time. They're nice, potent, they're good. If you're looking for something a little stronger, these THCO ones are the way to go. If you're looking for, a more mellow thing, the Delta 8 is the way to go because the THCO is more powerful. Use
that, Taylor? I don't know. Like I have a couple of those, but I don't have a burner.
You're gonna you need a grinder to grind it into.
Wait,
no. He's talking about the cart.
Oh,
yeah,
Well,
you need a grinder. You grind the plastic.
So this right here, I'm trying to hold it. So this is like an industry standard, like threading, and so pretty much any like battery you're gonna buy at any store is gonna fit this. Like, see, Kyle has hit both of those. They'll screw it into.
Sell those, or do you need to go to like a specialty shop?
I don't have it here. I can't find it. I have like a little blue stick one that I've had for a long time that I got at like a cheapo little shop, and it fits into this fine. So it's just like an industry standard thread. You just screw it in and then hit the button and hit it.
So you would go to like a
Smoke
THC
shop.
store, smoke
Gas
shop.
station.
Fine.
Yeah.
Gas station.
Gas station, you
gas
think would have it
station.
too?
I know they do. Go to the gas station. Tell them you just want the battery. That you've already got the card.
Yeah, some of the gas stations around me have them also. I just go to the smoke shop because it's like a shirt.
You just screw it into the back.
When you vape, does it smell like pot?
No,
it like vaping. The smell goes away almost instantly.
and it usually smells fruity. That's gelato.
Yeah.
What is it? What is that flavor do you have? I've got gelato,
This one
I
is
think.
gelato, and then I have I had a fucking other one around here. I don't remember where I put it.
No, I like the vapes.
Oh, yeah,
The vape-
Granddaddy. I have Granddaddy.
Like just to run through the products, I would say the THCO, and I think there's HHC maybe. I think I got those. Those make me dopey high, especially the THCO. The Delta 9 syrup they have is strong as fuck.
That shit rules. I love the syrup.
And I don't know how they make Delta 9 legally because Delta 9 is just fucking weed.
No. Someone corrected me on that. It's THC 9. That's
Okay.
regular weed, not Delta 9.
Well,
I got that wrong too.
You can get grape or cherry syrup, and it gets you dopey high. I drink a lot of it because I guess I got a high tolerance, but like 4 swigs gets me fucked up. But the gummy
Do
bears
not
are,
start with swigs, folks. Just
I'm talking to my fellow aficionados here. You know, if you're gonna like eat these though, like the death gummies, definitely start with like pieces of them. They really are legit.
Yeah, each one is 100 milligrams. They're unbelievably strong. So don't be a hero. I've had, no fibbing, I've had probably a dozen people tweet me now and be like, I wish I took what you said more seriously about how strong this shit is. Because someone said he took 3 and had an out of body experience.
I ate like a pencil eraser. I looked at that thing later. I even took a picture. The dick was still there on that gummy. I did not eat that gummy's dick.
Just the feet. We don't eat the dick.
On the legs. Yeah.
For Dick's benefit, last week we were talking about it, or maybe 2 weeks ago. All the shows blend together, and we were like, Woody, just take 1 foot off of it. And he ate 2 feet instead, and we were like, okay, well, hopefully that's not too bad. And it was maybe like an hour. Yeah, it was like a pencil eraser, even smaller than that. It was like
you did that on the show.
We did it on the show, and it was like an hour. It was like an hour and 45 minutes into the show, and maybe at like the 3-hour point, Woody's like, guys, this is the highest I've ever been in my entire life. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, he was just
it's just they're dangerously not dangerously, they're surprisingly potent.
They're very potent.
I
started fucking around.
The first time I took them, I took 3 because I thought they were bullshit, and they fucked me up so bad. It was rough. I was laying in bed naked with the fan on, like dousing myself with water to keep from vomiting. They're strong. They're strong.
It's drugs, folks. Don't think it's not.
When are you guys getting a heroin sponsor? Is that coming up
as
soon?
soon as they offer, blacktar.biz, I'm in contact with them. So yeah, check it out. Check out all the sponsors and lock and load and everything. Hope you enjoy. A lot of people have been using the new weed sponsors, and everybody's really liking it. So that makes me happy. Glad people are enjoying it. So
yeah, we've been in the Discord playing Tarkov. And we're all high, and I'll be like, I'm so sorry that I did that. Sorry, you guys are waiting on me. I'm stoned. I didn't realize I had to click the button. And everybody's like, bro, I'm so stoned. I didn't realize either. Yeah, man. We were all sitting there zoned out and at a loading screen, and nobody was upset. They've got. I won't talk about Tarkov much, but you can do private matches now where you don't lose your gear. So we all jump in a co-op private match and like have little fights in like one building and then do it over and over with goofy guns. If you want to come do that with us, we could just give you a gun and you could play with us. Like you don't need to be any level.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I'm about to leave town though.
Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, anytime though.
Yeah. Thank you.
You want to talk about your trip a little?
I'm excited about it, dude. It's all I think about. So here's the mission. I start in Raleigh, North Carolina, where I live. I drive out to Four Corners Monument. So there's the place in America where 4 states share a border and one little dot. I think it might be Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and Colorado.
I think so.
If
too.
not, A lot of those overlap. It's some of those.
I think I've been there. Yeah.
Have you? Okay, it'll be my first time there.
From Albuquerque, I drove from Albuquerque to Denver once. So the feds wouldn't know I was going to have a smokecation in the middle of my probation period. Had to throw them off my trail, so I flew into Albuquerque, rented a car, drove up, and I'm pretty sure I passed through there.
Psychotic.
I live an exciting life. Leave me alone.
That is fun. I would have done something like that.
You wear
too.
aviators and a mustache while you're doing it?
Nah,
Disguise?
I'm Kyle, and I'm here for my Albuquerque vacation. I'm sorry. And then I drive to fucking Denver. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Okay, people probably want to hear about your vacation, but so you can see I'm going from North Carolina on the right to that Four Corners Monument, and then we're taking these fairly aggressive like dirt roads and little trails through mountain passes through Colorado and Wyoming. You can Google it. It's the Colorado Backroad Discovery Route and the Wyoming Backroad Discovery Route. And I was going to go solo.
You're going the back road discovery route? That sounds a little erotic.
Yeah, he's taking the dirt road.
Brokeback Discovery Tour.
Officers, don't be freaked out. That's just a doll behind me. So we're going by motorcycle. So it's just sort of highways out there. I'm doing something called the Iron Butt. This is kind of a thing, but people who go 1,000 miles in 24 hours get a patch and a special license plate holder. It's a pretty big deal. There are half dozens of people.
How many people have it?
Like probably over 1,000. I don't know. Like a lot of people have it.
That's pretty exclusive.
But it's. How long does it take to drive 1,000 miles? Like, how long did you think?
Probably less time on a bike because you're going fast, right?
I ordered one of those
12
patches. They were $12. I'm just saying. I'm stealing valor immediately.
I thought it was going to take me like 12 or 13. I was like, well, if you go 100 miles an hour, it takes 12 hours. I'll go 85 and I'm sorry, it takes 10 hours. It'll take like 12. No, people are taking 20, 24 hours to do this. That's a lot of bike riding. I don't know. But on day 2, I aspire to go 1,000 miles from Kentucky to Colorado. And then on day 3 or 4, we'll start the big trip. I was going to go solo. It was my thing. I was like, you know what? I just have to fucking get out of here and do a thing. And I have 5 motorcycle friends coming with me now. And we're all doing it in this big pack. And then highways back home from Wyoming. So it should be cool. I've been packing my bike and buying fleece hats and camp food and like just I bought new sneakers for this trip.
What camp food have you picked? Is there anything you're excited to eat out there?
Oh no. The camp food is of the nature that.
Tell me about the snacks. What kind of snacks do you have in there?
I don't know. I would bring snacks.
I did bring peach cobbler, but this is all food where you add water and rehydrate. It's only good because your standards have been lowered by the nature of camping. But so I've just been like totally jazzed about packing and prepping, and all my friends and I are sending pictures of our loaded up motorcycles to each other, and I have been sending daily updates about like the trip was like 37 days away, and that's when I started saying 37 days away, 36 days away. Every day in our group chat I've been counting it down, and psychologically it's been fucking with me because like the trip will be like 21 days away and I'm like, ooh, it's getting close, and then it's like 17 days away and I'm like, it's so fucking far even though it's closer, and I can't wait to go. This show is the last thing I have to do that before I go. We'll get this thing all up and ready, and I'll probably leave in the morning. I don't want to give people the exact dates of when I'm going because some of you might be rapey or something, but I'm very jazzed about this trip. It's been occupying all of my thoughts. I've been watching other people. There's like advertising videos. They make movies out of this. The Backroad Discovery Route people. On the Colorado one, dude broke his arm. On the Wyoming one, dude broke his wrist. I'm like, what kind of medical emergencies await my team? Right? Like,
are you gonna be disappointed if you don't get a medical emergency?
Maybe a little bit.
But they're gonna play this back.
Maybe someone will get dysentery
when
you're fording the river.
What's your ideal medical emergency, Woody?
Bear attack.
Walk me through it.
Bear attack would be outstanding. Dude, I have been fucking talking so much shit about bears. All my I've got friends bringing a gun.
Woody, we heard about the shit you've been talking about.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm like, you fuckers are afraid of bears? Stand behind me. I have a knife. And I brought a knife. It's the one Kyle gave me, that SOG knife. I got it strapped to the outside of my luggage. If a bear comes, I'm going to die with a knife in my hand.
Yeah, but the hand will be in the maw of the bear.
But I've been telling all my friends, like, you pussies are afraid of bears. It's okay. Stand behind me. I'm so jazzed for this trip. And I guess there's real big bears out west and stuff. The East Coast bears are pussies. West Coast bears are not.
They have
West Coast bears are the real bears. They, like the black bears are the little ones that'll like get in your garbage and run away. Brown bears are
black bears
the grizzly bears. Black bears are like pests.
They're like
Big
dogs.
raccoons.
They're like big dogs. They're silly. You know, like I feel like a black bear would make a great pet. I bet he loves belly rubs. Those brown bears seem like they enjoy torturing things that are shaped like us to death.
Dude, that's what polar bears seem like. The biggest bears are the polar bears, and they seem like they kill for fun. Like they'll just kill a seal just to play in its blood and then leave.
They get blood all over their fur and wear it around like a trophy.
Yeah. And then every once in a while, one of those fuckers gets what's coming when an orca gets them. Those are good videos.
No,
seeing the apex sea predator take down the apex land predator.
You know, one of the listeners reached out to me and said that if we were ever serious about doing any big game hunting, that his family owns a I don't know, some kind of an outdoorsman type store. I didn't get the details, but
nice. I'm telling him I'm not interested.
You guys are getting hunted. Welcome to my store. Today we're hunting the most dangerous game.
Get Taylor. He's got the best marbling.
Kyle, all the snacks you want, fatso.
I've been so excited. I've been so excited about this trip that I couldn't wait to pack. I bought tires for my motorcycle like 3 months ago that sat until 2 weeks ago because I need new tires. And if you install new tires 3 months in advance, they're not new tires anymore. They're worn tires. And I'm going to wear these tires out on the trip. The brake pads, same thing. I just changed the oil a few days ago. Like I've been anxiously awaiting my supplies to put them on the bike because I ride the bike all the time, and it needs to be new and ready for the trip because I'm doing it to a 6,000-mile jaunt. And I am very, very jazzed about this thing. I have friends who are equally excited. One of my friends bought a new motorcycle for the trip. $15,000. Yeah.
You've been riding the one you're going to do the trip on? I would have, or I guess that makes sense for practice. I imagined like you would have been saving that one like a treat and like riding a different one around.
I've been saving the parts. It has a new chain, a new sprocket, new back sprocket. It has new front and rear tires. It has new oil in it. It has a new air filter in it. And that's all I can think of. So like all the wear parts have been replaced just recently. But yeah, I ride that bike all the time. I always reach for it.
Nice.
Yeah, that's great. I'm excited for you. And so this is the last thing you have to do, and then it's all mind on vacation.
After this, I'm going to go to sleep. I thought about taking a gummy or something so that I just took
mine. I strategically took mine like 10 minutes ago. This is the.
I'll do it. Give me a second. Yeah, I'll join you. And then Taylor will have to carry the show again. Like,
guys,
no.
You guys have like a 2.5 hour stretch.
The only one who doesn't like being on the high on the show, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, dude, when I got high on the show. Now, when the show has dead air or something, I usually jump in with topics or like I try to help out all the time.
Oh yeah, you're Johnny on the spot, Woody.
I think you're teasing me, but when I'm high, I don't give a fuck. I stopped caring about this show entirely. I practically put my feet on the table and let Taylor handle it.
Dude, the episode like a few months ago when both of you were high was brutal. The last hour, I was just like, Kyle, what do you think about this? And then like it was the only time I've ever spoken to a co-host on a podcast and not get a response. Where I'd be like, Kyle, what do you think about this news story? And I'd give him like 3 seconds and nothing would happen. I'd be like, oh, well, I guess I think this. Like about
I was smoking their fucking vapes that they sent us, and I got so goddamn high. They're really strong.
Yeah, no, I don't know how you guys do. I would hate being high on the show. It just makes you not want to talk as much.
You guys have to have like a counter, like some kind of like inhalant counter, like bong, like, you know, some kind of meter to show how.
Have something on Kyle's that shows total tokes.
Total tokes.
Yeah.
This thing probably counts. I mean, what does that say? 192.
I don't want anything I'm consuming to count for me. Thank you very much. I don't need that.
No, I like that. It rolls over to 1,000 though. So
you don't want my Goldfish gallon box carton to sound an alarm when I'm in the bottom third.
Imagine that.
A calorie counter.
Yeah,
No,
You should automatically reorder. That's the technology you need.
every time you reach in, if it counted the reaches, just every time you reached into the thing.
Oh,
I don't reach in. I
system.
pour it into a little container, and I go, "Oh, look at me! I'm responsibly eating out of a container." Except the container's gotten larger and larger, and now it's a
The
full size
container's a
bowl. it's a funnel.
Yeah, that's what I do.
He's taking beer bong hits of Goldfish.
It's just like I'm a hamster just suckling at that teat of Goldfish, sucking them. No, I myself and kindergarten classes across the country are the largest purchasers of those cartons of Goldfish that are the size of your torso, and they sell them in 2-packs. And you'd think they'd last a while. No, they are good. Goldfish and Cheez-Its are like my like little comfort snack from.
I think they're
from
just
a kid.
okay.
I like those.
I think they're
really
just
like 'em.
okay. I think that the trail mix thing that Woody likes is pretty good. But what I really would like, if I could pick anything, would be like the really good, like pecans, cashews, and almonds, honey roasted, and like a big barrel of those. Those are delicious.
How about macadamia nuts?
Mixed honey roasted nuts?
Yeah,
That's a solid choice.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's good stuff.
I
Is
love
that the richest
ramen,
nuts?
like smushed up ramen packets, dry
What the
ramen.
fuck?
Yeah, it sounds disgusting, but like a whole, because you can buy them and no one suspects. Like when you buy them the size of an encyclopedia set, like a ramen stack from the store, and then you come and you just get, because first of all you get like the angry, I'm smashing this shit up, right? And then you can put all that MSG salt all over it,
Love
and it's got a
MSG.
container where you can bend it like a taco and just pour it right into your mouth.
What?
Wait, you're not boiling the
So
ramen?
you crunch it?
He's chewing
Dry.
it up.
Yeah, like chips.
It's insane.
When did
It's
you
amazing.
start doing that?
Wait, what? You're
Like,
I
as a
don't
kid?
know. I've done it
you're
my whole
eating
life.
ramen with the salt on it, dry, like
Yes.
it's a like it's
It
still
bubbles
Like
in
they're
bread.
chips.
It bubbles in your stomach. That's where it turns into noodles. You eat it dry, and you smush it up in your mouth, and you get the unfiltered. You don't want water messing up the MSG and the
Certainly
salt.
not.
You just want to,
What's the
like
best
it all.
flavor to do that with? Chicken, beef, shrimp, spicy?
I have no
shrimp?
idea. I don't taste any of it.
I-
should
you
taste
need
it.
You're just too fucked up to taste it.
I need Gordon Ramsay to come to your kitchen and give his feedback on your ramen.
That's so gross. Eating ramen dry because it's really hard. It's not chewable almost.
Well, it's
can
not
hurt
spaghetti. It's not
Oh,
quite
no.
spaghetti, but you can chew it.
But it seems like
It's
just a
forbidden. It
worse
seems like
option.
you shouldn't be eating it.
You definitely shouldn't.
The instructions don't say optional boil water. They say do boil water. No, I'm not going to boil the water.
Are you getting the whole packet of MSG salt in on the scoop? The whole thing?
Oh,
you
yeah. Yeah.
think? Okay. Well, then you must be blitzed to not be tasting that,
Yeah, I think my tongue would go
because that's
tongue would be
pure
numb.
salty flavor.
Yeah, it's very strong. It's very strong.
Up your snack game, boys. I don't know what to tell you.
Up my snack game. That's a tremendous step downward to start eating uncooked noodles and salt.
Yeah. Now you know where I'm at.
Is there? Do you have a normal snack that you enjoy?
Honey roasted mixed nuts trail mix and Goldfish over there, and you think your ramen noodle is the top of the heap?
Yeah.
No.
Goldfish are a tale as old as time. Like everyone knows the quality of goldfish. That's why they've cornered the market of children's and classy adult snacks.
Ramen noodles is it's peak evolution. 300 billion Chinamen can't be wrong. You know? This is
Strong argument.
I don't. No, wait. It's Korea where they eat dogs, or is China dogs too?
I don't know.
You know, I'm gonna lump China in.
I
with
regret
the
the
dog
debate.
eating. You regret the debate? Isn't that like the most fun thing when like you start an argument with someone either online or usually online, and like you get a few like replies and you're like, I just don't care either way. I'm just arguing to argue here. I'm just doing this like hoping that an opportunity for a joke will come up, and you can do that. But yeah, there's I love seeing you on Twitter because you just, it seems like your MO is just trying to upset people in a way that they can't tell that you're trying to upset them.
Yeah, that's my goal in life.
Yeah.
I think overall.
Trolling, it's funny.
Yeah, upsetting people. Even myself sometimes, like, why did I do that? Well, it looks like I got me again.
Dude, I
Yeah, I don't-
watch. I don't
Well, but
watch-
you'll like say stuff that like just try, like you'll be like, abortion it should be mandatory until proven you can otherwise take care of a child. And like you'll get like unironic people being like, I think that's wrong. Like I think that's wrong take.
Yeah, I don't know. People are crazy. Like it's such a pretentious, stupid thing to say, but no, our culture is so dedicated. It's like a death cult that we all belong to, and we're all like the idea that people are drawing the line now after how many taxes that we pay and like how little choice that we have anything. It's like embarrassing. It's like Rick and Morty level nihilism, but I don't know. It's so hard to see these conservative people arguing over which one of them that you should give your super chats to. Like that's how I see it. So.
I just watched your boy, the video of him yelling at AOC. First of all, she does have a big ass.
Yeah.
Well, big doesn't always imply great. I thought she had a great butt.
Yeah.
In fact, true.
And
Dude, that's the fact checker I want to be. It's just this objective sexual harassment guy who they're like, and he said that Nancy Pelosi had the biggest tits he'd ever seen. And I'm like, show me bigger. But not that Asian lady with the wild ones that I see Dick tweeting about.
No, that's
she does have a banging ass. He called her a baby killer and said she had a banging ass. He was clearly trolling.
I didn't hear him say any of that.
He means baby killer. That's the part that I can assure you that he means.
I heard him say big booty Latina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He called her a baby killer on Twitter.
What he said was she wants to kill babies, but she's still beautiful.
What I'm talking about is what he yelled at
in
her
the video,
from 12 feet away in the video that I
watch the video again.
Oh.
It's at 7 seconds, 5 seconds.
Oh, I skipped that part.
He just got straight to the butt.
Yeah.
So he yells about baby killer, and then
he says, "Hey, it's AOC, my favorite Latina. She wants to kill babies." But
that's great.
Yeah.
I didn't notice the baby part. That's pretty funny. The funniest part to me though was when she went up there and immediately started making the video, and the dude's fucking limp-wristed wave after, like, just she was framing it like, and this dangerous borderline terrorist, and then the pan down to this retard. Like it's like that guy's not doing anything. Like, making jokes.
I now to hear him say the baby killing thing, his voice is so goofy you can't take him serious. He's so silly. Oh, that haircut too. No, that's.
Can you
really
tell
funny.
what AOC's saying? I can't make out her words.
No,
it was really quiet.
She said taco burrito, I think. A couple times.
She had a mask on, and
yeah.
So he says something about her booty. She hears it. She comes over and replies, but I don't know what she says. And then he just keeps complimenting her butt.
No, I didn't hear what she said either. That's pretty wild though. I'm glad I got to see it. She is really attractive in that dress. That's great though.
I think politicians, being a politician should be a worse job. What could we do to make it worse for them? They should have to wear like,
didn't you just
tail.
argue with me that it wasn't okay to harass them at restaurants?
No, fuck that. Harass them and wake their ass up. Fix this shit. Get out, you son of a bitch. There used to be guys other congressmen used to challenge other congressmen for duels on those steps where he's going, big booty Latina. She's like, oh, this is absolutely outrageous. I can't believe I'd be called a big booty anything. It's big booty Latinx, sir. Thank you very much. It's totally outrageous. Yeah.
Where did the
How
X
easy they
on
have it.
Latina come from? Like,
They're like,
I don't understand it.
It's like a forced, like, woke lefty thing. Like, actual Hispanic people don't use that.
I have heard that Latino and Latina people don't like the X.
Yeah.
I don't know how it ever got started and what it was supposed to mean. Was it done to make it gender neutral? What
it was a way to try and like impose that like a gender neutral ideology onto a gendered language.
Well, in Spanish, everything, the default is male. So the default gender of everything is O, or what is male, but like it doesn't mean men. Like they don't.
Oh, so Latino doesn't necessarily mean male.
Yeah, you wouldn't say Latino and Latinas. You'd just say Latinos.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that wasn't enough for white people who didn't know that. They're like, well, I mean, these these Mexicans can't be, these Mexican men can't be getting off on everybody saying Latinos. So let's X out their O's and make it for everybody. But it's like, it's unpronounceable in Spanish.
All right, so Zach posted it in a way that it makes sense to me. Latinx is an alternative to the gender binary inherent to formulations such as Latina, Latino, and Latin @ sign. That part confused me. But yeah, all right. So Latinx is just a gender neutral Latino. But
it's not like a part of the language. It was something like it wasn't an organic creation of the language. It was a top down thing of
that's how I see it.
Yeah.
I imagine
White down.
A white
basically
down thing. Yeah.
white
A white
people-
woman down. Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine white people, and maybe this is my bias coming through, in a good-hearted way, trying to make it gender neutral, and the people on the receiving side are like, "Fuck that! No, we don't. Our language is not gender neutral. We have a gendered language. We're happy."
Yeah.
This is how I think it went, but who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's pretty ridiculous to try and
Like, I'm not buying the
Ungender
Jordan
a language.
Peterson. You're trying to control me. Insanity. And you're like, I'm not buying. They probably
With what?
thought they were doing a good. He's like, I refuse to call you by your preferred pronoun because you're controlling me and you're trying to own me or some other bullshit like that. And,
I hate that shit. Like we've been using straight, like conservative pronouns of like Mrs. for so long. Like you guys don't understand the concept. Like if you walk up and call somebody, oh, it's Miss Taylor, they're like, how dare you? That's Mrs. Taylor. Like, yeah, okay. Because it'll be so upsetting to you if we don't recognize your legal identity of.
My approach is, and the listeners have heard it before. What do you want to be called? I'll call you that. I don't give a fuck. You know, do you want to be Ms.? Do you want to be Mrs.? You know, do you like a nickname? You can choose your name, and I'll use that.
what I don't get is like the pronoun thing in person, because it's like if Dick wanted to be she, her, why would that in any way impact our conversation? Because if I'm talking to someone, I'm going to call them their name. I won't use a pronoun like that. That's always felt weird to me. It's like my pronouns are he, him. It's like, what, when would I talk to you and call you that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because I would call you Steve or whatever your preferred name is.
Typically, have I not referred to like Kyle or Taylor as he at all tonight?
You may have. Yeah.
I don't know.
I guess if you were having like a 3-way conversation, I was thinking more of a one-on-one thing. So yeah, I guess if you're having a group thing, then that would matter. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like extra intended to be offended on someone else's behalf if you're not kowtowing to their pronouns, because you'd never call someone their pronouns to their face.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with Woody on this totally. Like, just
If your
just
pronoun
ask
is
what their
he or
name is.
she, I'm pretty good at it. If your pronoun is they, I'm not very good at it. I foul it up sometimes. If it's zer or something, then I'm always fuck that up.
Well, they is like, because you'll stop yourself because you know how you speak about an individual person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Like if you were to refer to someone third person, you'd go he or she. And so like a switch to they is a little, because I think of they as, I don't know, more plural.
Why don't we just use it?
It just get rid of everything and it's just it for everyone.
Yeah.
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 No, that
It doesn't
simplifies.
care.
Yeah. That's funny too. Yeah, a good win.
Or like this idiot. That's a good like, oh no, what's your pronouns? Like, well, I'm using this idiot. Like, so I ran into this idiot at the store today. And
Yeah.
they were doing idiot things as they're wont to do.
No, my pronouns are fee, fi, fo, fum. You have to call me by those 4 pronouns.
They is singular also, and you use it all the time, but you don't realize it. You know,
Yeah.
like
I guess it's probably
whatever.
only when you're thinking about it that you.
that it's
I can see
yeah.
that.
I really like, you know, Taylor left his umbrella behind. Someone should tell them about it or something. I don't
No,
know.
because in that
I would
example, I
use
would definitely
him.
say him. Yeah. Someone should tell him about it. Someone should tell
People
her.
have
about
the
it.
right to choose their own whatever car,
Yeah, but that's plural.
but there is not. And fuck, I'd have to Google examples, but I read it and I was like, yeah, they're right. I do this all the time.
They?
Mhm.
Like, oh yeah, they're going to bring it. Like, do we have enough ice? Yeah, they're going to pick some up. Like, oh,
Yeah.
Woody's coming. Do we have enough size? Oh, they're gonna grab it.
Yeah.
This is largely an online thing, I've noticed. The vast majority of people I know in real life are happy to just call someone whatever they care to be called.
this has
They
never
don't
really
really
come
give
up.
a shit. It's never come up in real life.
Oh, Woody, I was gonna well, both of you actually. Switch was sending me pictures from the set of Snowpiercer. He's working on that show.
That's awesome.
He's in the fucking train. He's taking pictures of the train, and he got to meet Jennifer Connelly. I'm so jealous.
That's awesome. Switch is such a cool guy. I love.
Yeah.
He got to meet Jennifer Connelly, and he's gay. What a waste.
What's the point? What's the point?
He stole that meeting opportunity from you.
I mean, somehow it's probably true. No, that's awesome. Really cool. I like that show. I'm looking forward to the final season because
you convinced me not to watch the most recent one because you said it was like subpar.
Yeah, but this is the fourth is the final one, and it's like they're getting off the train now. That's. So
if I'm at the end of 2, which I haven't watched 3, is it even worth watching?
You could almost skip 3 and go straight to 4.
Okay. Well, so that's not a glowing review.
You know, it's they ran out of shit to do on a train, right? You can't leave the train, so it's all it can ever be is one group taking over and one or the other group plotting against the other group, and it's always going to be Mr. Wilford's people against the black guy's people. There's nothing else they can do.
Yeah, I guess they are kind of hemmed in as far
you
as
want to hear. You want to hear a nerdy Star Trek thing? I'm watching the new Star Trek Brave New Worlds, and they've actually made like an old school Star Trek show. Like it reminds me of the original series so much, and it's set in that time period as well, like before Captain Kirk's Enterprise. It's the same ship, but it's Captain Pike on it. And this last episode, episode 10, it started looking really familiar. There's a little bit of time travel involved. But I started recognizing the episode, and after it was over, I went back to the original series, and it's like a shot-for-shot remake of an episode from that series. And the idea is because Captain Pike lived, he changed time, and he played this game out with the Romulan ship that he's fighting with, and tried to hey, couldn't we do something different here? Could we go for peace? Whereas in the original series episode, Kirk just blew him the fuck up and killed the other Romulan captain. Everything was good. But in this version, the Romulans thought we were weak and started a gigantic war and destroyed the galaxy. So it was really good. It was cool to see them remake the old episode today. And it was shot for shot remake, but the lines were all the same. It was neat.
It does sound cool. Do you want to see my headline?
I want to see your headline.
Yeah. Zach, nice. Zach's on the ball. Thanks, Zach. Jupiter CEO. So this is Jupiter, a hedge fund, not the networking company. Quit a $68 billion firm to sit at the beach and do nothing. Does anyone else think this guy's on the money? Right? I don't know how much money he has. It probably had a $68 billion firm. Let's assume he's worth $100 million. Why keep working? If you scroll down a little bit, he basically says, I just want to sit at the beach and do nothing. I'm not thinking about anything else. He's done working. He won. He should get a dog park named after him or something.
How old is he?
I don't know. Does it say? 51.
See, this guy, this is the dream. I always wonder why I don't see this more from hyper rich people where they're just you know what? I could imagine a bunch of hobbies I'd have fun with, and I've got more money than God. Who gives a fuck? I'm quitting.
If you have even not a ton of money, 30 million, right? Isn't that enough? Can't you do what you want? Just stock market will return $3 million a year. You can't get by on that.
What do you want to do? What would be your retirement if you didn't have to work?
I think I'd buy a real doll.
Yeah, keep it in your basement. Get
I don't know, Dick. He would probably spend his days flying around in a lawn chair and going on 6,000-mile motorcycle trips. But who's to say?
You might be
very true. Yeah, Woody, honestly, is you're retirement minded. There's a lot of people that retire and they immediately fall into dog shit bodies and they don't want to do anything and they just watch TV and rot away. You're going to live to be 100 because you're one of these retired people that's I just want to keep going. And it's oh, you want to keep working for your job? He's no, I just want to keep having fun in weird ways.
I don't mean to flex on you guys, but I'm really good at not working. It's one of my core competencies. I just lift weights in the gym and pursue dangerous hobbies.
See, that's
would
what,
you
like,
stop podcasting about it if you had $68 billion, whatever that guy had? Would you still fire up a microphone and talk about how?
I'd probably still fire up the microphone. This is not much to keep up with.
I would still do it. Like, it's fun. I like doing the show.
Yeah, I like.
It's fun to joke around and make people giggle at retarded nonsense. It's a good feeling, you know.
I might leave it 3 hours every now and then. All right, guys.
No, actually, that would suck because then you'd be gone, and Kyle would be in 3.5 hour cooked Kyle mode, where it is pulling teeth to get him to respond to you. And it's like, we're doing a podcast. Please answer my question. Like, just
This is why I don't go to the bathroom on this show. Like, I don't want them talking shit about me when I get up.
Yeah.
Dude, every time I know exactly what you mean, because there are times like I'll like go to take a piss and take my headphones off, and immediately I hear like that fucker Taylor was. I'm just like, and I'm like, I wonder what's being said now. Yeah. Oh, it's funny. Yeah, I would totally do it. If you were a retired billionaire, Dick, you would still do your show, right? Or no?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm sure. I got to get... That's the only thing that keeps me from acting like that in real life. Shouting into nothing.
Yeah.
I do think that, like, people are more angry, men at our age anyway. They're just, like, they have this, like, built up, like, seething resentment of the world around them that when they talk to you, they're like, you never believe this fucking guy that I saw today. And I'm like, yeah, man, I got voicemails like dealing with this. Like, it really helps mellow me out when I get on and just get it all out of my system. Although that's probably that's probably all bullshit too. Like, my girlfriend's probably rolling her eyes into outer space in the other room. Like, he is not mellow. It does not mellow him out at all.
This happened to me. Like, my wife's always like out in our living room watching TV or doing whatever she does while we're doing the show, and like she can hear
watching TV. So dismissive. She's out there doing whatever she does while I'm working, watching TV, eating. I don't know what it is, but that's what she's doing.
Yeah, and I'm in here
slaving away.
I'm working my fingers to the bone, doing racist accents in here to try and make ends meet. That's what I'm trying to do in here. But like, no, it was funny. A few weeks ago, like, I came out after the show and she was still awake, and she was like, "Hey, you told a story about XYZ that happened at our house, and it didn't happen exactly that way." And I was like, "Hun,
get out."
I was like, "Hun, like, this may surprise you. I'm an entertainer and I do broadcasting. Every broadcast entertainer you've ever listened to, we punch it up. Because if I talk about going to the store and the line is long and I'm slightly delayed in my arrival home, people will hate it. Like you gotta make it funny, like put jokes in and everything." And she was like, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that's why all the radio shows are so funny, like, because you're punching it up.
I get corrected on like how something went down. And it's like, hey, it's my story. I tell it the way I want to.
Oh yeah,
that's it, dude.
People will like try. You ever have that where like people will tweet at you and like try and get you? They'll be like, "You said this story happened 9 years ago, but that time you said it happened 4 years ago." And I'm like, just release the whole dossier. Why don't you? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. If you put a gun to my head and say and if someone put a gun to my head and then to the head of all my family members, and they were like,
gun.
"Hey," they're like, "Hey, bitch, hey, no, it's a whole team. Alone. It's a whole team of bad hombres," and they go, "Hey, say a joke you said last week, or I'm going to execute your whole family." I'm going to be like, if I do an Asian voice, does that count? They're like, "No, it'll have to be the same thing you said." I'd spend the next couple minutes like making amends with my family, because like everything blends together. I'm Dick. You know how it goes. You don't remember shit from the previous episode, do you? You just kind of talk.
I
don't
remember shit
together.
I said like 10 minutes ago. I don't
hear that, dude.
Yeah, that's why topics are hard on this show. And we try at the end of it to be like, we just talked for 4 hours. What the fuck did we talk about?
I'll go. What I love is when somebody will say something, like my family will say something, and he'll go, you're gonna talk about this on your fucking podcast, aren't you?" I'm like, "Yep, that's what I'm writing this down right now. Everything that you're saying now as well." I'm like, "Oh, fuck you."
See, you just got him.
Yeah.
I'm just
We've told this story of me being rude to a very slow, bad waiter a couple of times, and now I'm sensitive to this idea that I'm like not nice to wait staff because in my heart of heart, I believe I'm lovely to them. But the thing is, I was at REI this week buying long underwear and a few other items, some jeans for the campsite, and not jeans, pants, and the guy was slow. But before he helped me, there was a delivery guy there, and he goes, "Oh, I see you have a stamp, and you know how to stamp something." Check, right? Yeah. That's how a stamp works.
Easy peasy.
Not this fuck. This fuck takes the man's clipboard, puts it down on a flat surface, takes the stamp, holds it, wiggles, next page, holds it, wiggles. There's 4 pages of this. It takes him like over a minute to stamp these 4 pages. Yeah, right? You've seen the Indian guy does
like a notary?
It was a delivery confirmation.
They're trying to save money on ink. Like they've got no ink on there. They're trying to...
I don't know what he's doing, but he's just very slow and deliberate in the sorts of things that he does. Okay. And I have to wait for this to end before he checks me out. I do so patiently. And then it's my turn to get, rang up and check out, etc. at REI. Cool. This is long underwear, and we're putting it in a plastic bag. It takes him like 20, 30 seconds to take the magnetic like anti-theft thing off. I don't know why. It should take 2 seconds, but it's taking 20 because he's doing it like it's some sort of performance art where he puts it in there and makes a whole show out of it. And then
did you just say like you want to be a good guy to these people for some reason? Then you start that story with, "I like to think I have a heart of gold," and then you're shitting all over this guy like every small minutia of it.
Dude, he's taking so fucking long.
And then not saying it.
And then he's folding my long underwear, folding it, right? So he clears off the flat space, and then he carefully wraps it, folds it in thirds, carefully puts it into a fucking plastic grocery bag, like it stays folded. If there's any reason for this. and then he does the top, same sort of deal. And I see the jeans coming up and the fucking water purifier tablets or whatever, and I'm like, dude, I'm looking to get out of here. Can you just put the underwear in a bag?
I'm looking to get
out of here. Jesus.
Dude, it's like 4 minutes. Each pair of underwear. The bottom's a minute, the pants are a minute. How can this take so long? It took a minute to stamp.
But he said, "Excuse me, wage slave."
Attention, boy. Boy.
Did you snap at him? Get over here.
Dude, it was the worst. And he did speed up a little with the pants. And afterwards, he stopped putting on such a performance of working the cash register. But afterwards, I was like, oh, man, did I make it true? Did I make it true that I'm mean to wage slaves?
It's fine to be rude to them as long as there aren't witnesses.
Well,
that's how this works.
That's how this works.
It's just that now. Look, I fully admit that after our survival trip, when I was real hungry and went to that Longhorn Steakhouse, I was very rude to that dumb cunt who was serving us sweet tea. Okay, she needs a new fucking line of work's what I think. All right, you can't get me my drink in a time. Look, anyway, it's neither here nor there. I was rude.
This guy was like Flash from Zootopia working at the DMV. He was so goddamn slow.
You know the name?
I get that reference.
of the sloth from Zootopia?
Yeah,
why?
I'm a genius.
Kids?
No, I'm gonna
go have kids or you're a furry.
My story. I'll tell it the way I want to.
I'm rude to those people sometimes. Look, sometimes people need someone to be rude to them. When I was rude to that dumb cunt at the dentist the other day, and I take it back. I was not rude to her. All I said was like, just so you know, this isn't a dentist's office. You people clean teeth. There's no one back there, I didn't curse, that knows how to perform a root canal, even though I paid $250 just to make an appointment for emergency dentistry. You lured me back there and charged me another $250 for x-rays that I thought were gonna, so that you could perform the fucking
root canal.
And then you go, wow, you need a root canal, turns out. And I'm like, I booked the appointment and marked root canal. Like I wrote root canal on the thing. I know that. They're like, well, we should probably book someone that can do one. I'm like, you motherfuckers.
Have you scheduled a root canal yet?
By the way, that's Tend Dentistry in Buckhead, Atlanta. T-E-N-D.
Oh no.
T-E-N-D. They robbed me of my monies. They did exactly what I just described. They clean teeth there. They cannot perform. I need an endodontist apparently, and that's a rare fucking craft. It turns out that no one there can do. No, I have not booked another doctor because I am looking for an endodontist in my area because I'm not going to drive as far again to a fancy one like I did. It's in Buckhead. It's in a nice little place, but I just need somebody. I do not live in Buckhead. I do not. There are castles in Buckhead. like it's kind of a downtown area.
You should live in a castle.
Well, it looks like they cost about $12 million.
I still would like it for you.
Well, I'll get right on it.
Buy or just
start thinking big, Kyle. Stop thinking so small.
Maybe if I
broadcast.
This is a wake-up call for you.
In 18 months, there's going to be like stonework behind him. Like, what? You inspired me. I got a castle.
I built a castle in the backyard. Somebody was telling me that Bam Margera, I don't know if he bought it or built it, but he lived in a castle there for a long time. And it apparently was a huge loss of money. Like it turned out that like buying or building a castle is not a good idea for whatever reason.
Bad investment?
Yeah, bad investment. Yeah, it turned out.
No.
Yeah.
Not me. I buy NFTs of castles.
Oh, now that's
better.
Yeah.
Because of the blockchain.
Better.
Yeah.
Because of the block. Yeah, well it's I mean, your castles are so fungible. Mine's non-fungible.
That's not a castle. That's a rock house. You don't have. That's
brick in the front center.
Fuck that.
Is it even brick? It looks okay. It is brick. I see it.
You
now.
call that a parapet on the left? No fucking way.
No,
I did not know what
that's a
called.
nook. That's a nook at best.
Look how tiny that window is. I can't throw down my long hair from it.
Castles don't have slanted roofs. They go straight up. All right. You need to have archers in there.
I almost bought a house that had a parapet.
Really?
Yeah, like that last house that I bought that Kitty and I lived in that you visited. But before that, I had selected a house in Hartwell, actually, off the beaten path, and it was really big. And I was surprised by the price. And then, like when we got the home inspection, all the plumbing needed to be changed, like $35,000 plumbing job on top of everything else. And I was like, oh God, how much is left to do? No, we can't do this. Like this is going to be a money pit. It's going to be a fucking Tom Hanks comedy movie. So we, but it was wild because this guy clearly had some kind of a like medieval times fetish because he had a parapet built on one side of the house, like the little twirly thing, like the tower. And his bathroom had a throne, a wooden throne built over the toilet. So you were like literally sitting on what would have done for like a throne in a movie or something, taking a shit. And the first thing I said was that filthy thing's got to go. Like it looked disgusting.
The house I looked at before I bought this one, I still wonder how I would have liked it. So you mentioned that it had damage. This thing had $100,000 worth of damage to it. That's like enough to build a house almost. Yeah. But what happened is it had an indoor pool, which to me is dope.
I remember this house. It was so
I would really like an indoor pool. And like I guess a lot of people would like one, but I would really enjoy an indoor pool. Like it would fit me. I'd use that thing all the time. And it had two garages. One could be a woodworking shop. The other could have cars. Like it would have been really neat for me. But I think what happened was the indoor pool leaked, and therefore it turned the crawl space into an indoor pool of sorts with like whatever 40,000 gallons of water.
Indoor swamp. Cool.
Right. So then I guess like all the insulation was ruined, all the plumbing was ruined, the subfloor was ruined,
sheetrock, mold.
I hired a home inspector, and before he like even finished, he's like, I'll tell you what, he was going to charge me a lot, like $1,200 for the home inspection. He's like, how about instead of me writing up this home inspection, you pay me $600 and you just don't buy this home. He's like, I won't detail all the things wrong with it, but like the insulation was pouring down like Spanish moss, like it was ruined, and it was long strings hanging from the bottom. And he's like, all the plumbing is ruined. That beautiful Turkish tile that they had imported for the bathroom floor, kiss that goodbye. This floor has to come out and fix it.
Yeah, the plywood's all
subfloor. Yeah, apparently the house was just wrecked in so many ways, and the roof had been repaired all the time. And here's the thing I didn't like: The owner of the house was the builder. He was the builder of the house. And whenever that situation happens, I'm the fool in this, right? We have one subject matter expert on construction and then my dumbass. Like, I don't want to buy a car from a car salesman. Maybe that's not a good example, but like, from an expert on this, because I don't know what I'm doing like he does. I don't want to buy a house from a builder. I'm at a huge disadvantage. I want us both to be idiots. And then we try to negotiate together and compete on a level playing field.
Yeah, you almost need the inspector there with you to help you out and be like, no, actually, you did build that wrong. It's supposed to be fucking cedar, and this is clearly pine. You need that guy there.
There's someone in my family bought their house from a real estate agent, and it's like, you didn't get a good deal. That person knows what market value truly is for this house and got more than that for it. And he or she didn't admit it at first, but 20 years later, they're like, "Oh yeah, we paid too much for this house." That's what happens when you buy your house from, like, the real estate agent was the previous owner, so they were selling their own house way above market.
I watched a wild ass video. I don't know if I talked about it on PKN where the two black ladies got in a fight at an auto parts store, the cashier and an employee. I wish we could show the video. It's actually probably too violent to even show.
The cashier and employee. So two employees fought.
If I said that, I didn't mean to. The cashier gets drugged from behind the counter at like an oil auto parts store by a customer. Like, drags her out and is beating the shit out of her.
These are both women, right?
Yeah, both black women. And she's she's talking a lot of shit while she beats her up. She's got her by her hair. And after like a solid 45 seconds of blows to the head, she lets her up to like talk a little shit. Like, yeah, how'd you like that? Well, the cashier goes back behind the counter and gets a pistol and shoots her in the stomach. So she falls to the ground, of course, because she's been shot by a handgun. Yeah. And I thought, and the guy filming is like, "Oh shit, they hold it down at J&J's Auto Parts." And it's a little obscured. You can't see what's
the guy who's filming is riffing.
Yeah.
Yes, this is great. I have seen this video.
And then you see what's going on. Not only has she shot the woman, and now she's like lording over her, kicking her in the head, like, "Yeah, bitch, you thought you were tough, didn't you?" Kicking her in the head again, like a whole beatdown. It was wild.
So, applying your own legal analysis. What I understand is it's okay to shoot if you're afraid of death, a sexual assault, or serious bodily injury. Mm-hmm. Now, the thing is, obviously, serious bodily injury was a threat. The woman was down, getting ground and pound. But also the person who got shot kind of disengaged. Like,
would you like me to be her lawyer? So
yes.
I would argue that, yes, the immediate danger had ended. But due to the blows to Miss Williams' head, she was so confused in that moment that she was in no right mind to determine that. And so she was in fear for her life, and she was wounded. And in that bleary-eyed state, concussed, mind you, she fought for her life the best she
Innocent.
could. And the problem is the end of the video where she's standing over like, "Yeah, bitch, have one of these. Eat some fucking leather." And like,
in that stage of brain damage, all she could do was a little jig over the
body. Your Honor, she was in such a state of
keep her down. Charlie's Angels for the camera.
Made her drink a quart of brake fluid.
Yeah, she beat that shit. And when she shot, I was like, "You're not allowed to shoot at that point." But I was also thinking, like, she needed a good shooting. That bitch, like I was so mad watching her like beat the other lady up. I don't like when people beat up fucking cashiers. Like, the wage slave thing was like hyperbole. That's a really awful thing to say. These are the people that like make the country run. You know what I mean? So when I see them getting treated badly,
heroes.
Well, they're not fucking heroes. I don't like throwing that fucking word around left and right.
I think they're heroes.
All right, well,
superheroes.
Superheroes. Wow. They're superheroes, Kyle. That's so bigoted of you.
Yeah, so I don't like that when they're just literally beating them. There was I don't know if it was Atlanta, but it was on my news when I clicked it on the other day. There was a lady at Subway who worked, an employee. She put too much mayo on the sandwich. Dude came back and shot her in the head through the front glass and killed her over the mayonnaise.
It's a lot of mayo.
Did he say
how much mayonnaise was there?
I literally thought the exact same thing.
Did he say
because,
light mayo?
Look, let's be real here. If she had done that shit where you like, oh, you want, oh, okay, and she'd like smothered it at like ruined the sandwich with mayo.
Oh,
Right.
Got to do what you got to do.
what are you
Right.
supposed
Much
to do?
like the beating woman at J&J Auto. She needed a shooting.
Well, let's not compare this dire situation to that frivolity.
Yeah,
You know that
a
I
man's
don't
sandwich.
Like
A man's
I don't-
sandwich is a sacred thing. Am I right, Taylor?
it's sacred, and I do not. I also don't care for mayonnaise. I'm overweight
you-
enough that should be surprising to you, but I do
Excuse
not
me,
care
you
for mayonnaise.
You don't eat mayonnaise?
I don't eat white condiments. I'm progressive.
I like
You
mayonnaise.
Latinx condiments.
I like mayonnaise enough that like if I'm making the sandwich and like there's some like left over on the knife or the spoon, I'm like licking it off. I'm like any spills on the plate, I'm getting it. I love mayonnaise.
What's wild is like all the ingredients of mayonnaise I love. The
Eggs and
eggs,
oil.
the fat, the oil. It's just when it all amalgamates into the mayo, I just don't think it adds that much to the sandwich.
Have you had Duke's mayonnaise?
I have not had Duke's
Oh,
mayonnaise.
well, then you haven't had mayonnaise.
Is
What do
Duke's
you eat
like
on your sandwich? Just water?
He moistens it with a little water.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a ton
How
of
the fuck
other
do you eat a
shit.
sandwich?
There's mustard. There's all sorts of things you can put on the sandwich.
How much mustard can a man eat?
Well, but you don't want to go heavy. Like if you do mustard, you want to go kind of
It's
light
a
mustard because
yeah.
it'll
That's
overpower
what
everything
the
else on
mayonnaise
there.
is there to
Really kind of a
smooth
basic
everything
white
out,
bitch
help
in
it
your
go
sandwich.
down.
You
I just
can't
don't
put
want the mayonnaise.
mustard directly on bread. You got to give it some kind of a bonding agent with the mayonnaise.
How slow are you eating your sandwiches? That it needs a bonding agent. What to age? Are you retarded? Just eat it.
No, that's too. They don't mix bread and mustard. You got to get a little bit. You got to ease it in there. Give it like a transition from the mustard to the bread.
You know nothing about
Well,
sandwich zoning laws?
what's an alternative to mustard? Or I'm sorry, mayo that I
Oil
could
and
try
vinegar.
because I just
Oil and vinegar, like a.
Well, I love oil and vinegar.
That sub shit that they like squirt on sandwiches made. That shit.
I do like that because I remember when I would go to Subway, I'd be like a little oil and vinegar, a little more. Oh, just a dash more.
Are
Like,
you?
that
I
kind
mean, if you want another one of those, you can get like Santa Fe sauce or like I think Hidden Valley Ranch. That company makes a secret sauce that comes in a a squeeze jar.
Isn't that just ranch? Or wait, what is Thousand Island? It's a combination of something.
I don't know how to
Right.
make. It's like relish and ketchup and mayonnaise or something, maybe.
Yeah, and that's weird too because Thousand Island rocks. I don't
Yeah.
like it on salads because it's like a weird thing to eat with lettuce. But you put it on a nice Frisco melt from Steak and Shake. Oh, it's the finest
You know what I was
thing in the
thinking
world.
today? A little observation I had. I was thinking that black guys with big pit bulls is like rednecks with big fucking trucks. Like they got no use for them. It's just a fucking like status symbol. Like,
A status symbol.
yeah, like it's exact same shit. I'll tell you what. I looked
Are
outside
pit bulls
today.
a status symbol?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I thought they
I-
gave them away.
We just watched that video the other day of that black guy who was like, "Look at homeboy here. His head's as big as mine." He literally says that, and it was. And I saw a black guy walking a dog in my neighborhood today. Big dude walking his dog. That little dog weighed 8 pounds tops. It was like, that guy ain't gonna compensate for shit. He will fuck you up while that little dog watches.
Yeah. I love walking my little dogs around.
Little dog be
It's
yapping.
great.
That little
shit while
dog's
you
gonna
fuck
cheer
him up.
that dude on while he slaps the shit out of you. Like,
Wait, what's your dog voice? Fuck them up, Dad.
well, my little dog voice is,
You done fucked up, motherfucker. You better get your shit pushed in bit by the boss.
Foul mouthed chihuahua.
I love little
yeah,
dogs.
he watches a lot of TV.
They're so fun.
They
They're
got to
so, like,
trick out their pit bulls.
How do you
Trick out
trick
the
out a pit
pit
bull?
bulls. Well, they
I
can
don't know,
tape
man.
your-
Do
they
you
get the
tape
collar,
knives
they-
to it?
I picture putting one of those fucking bubble things behind the dog's anus so that when he farts,
Yeah.
Dude, that's what I would do. I would
Yo,
have a
welcome to
pit bull,
Pit
but I
My
would tape it
Dog.
full of knives.
pit
Bit my dog. Yeah, you get that dog
Bit
all
my
freaked
dog.
out.
Put some ground effects on his ass.
We know you like PlayStation, so we put a PS4 in your dog's ass. He's dead.
Well, just sit there
We got a
playing away.
52-inch plasma in your dog's ass.
It could bark that horn.
Remember when we found that like PT Cruiser that had been on Pimp My Ride and it was for sale for like $3,000? It looked awful. It had fallen apart.
It turns out they only use stolen parts on Pimp My Ride. So I was arrested and I'm selling my Pimp Mobile. And that's what it was. It'd be like, yo, we know that you got 2 kids and they like to watch Ice Age in the back. So we made a skate park in the back of your and get this, we got heavy ass ball bearings rolling around all over the back of your car because it's fun.
Provided courtesy by Gorilla Bearings. All right.
That's what it was.
Oh, look at that fucker.
Oh,
look at that
wow.
pig. Oh God. You would have been the coolest kid getting picked up in that thing in 2001.
I don't know about
and your
that.
Trapper Keeper. Take that all the way back to the 80s.
All right, well, let's
Those
go back a little
jazz
further.
caps.
All right, let's make it 1997 then. Then you are the coolest kid.
That's true. If I mean 1997, I was 6 years old. I would have hopped in there confidently.
Yeah, I bet that's got the electric doors that open on their own. Like that would have been a new thing back then.
Just thinking about the electric door. I don't know if I said this on the show. We've done so many. When I was like, it was me and both of my younger brothers in the back of a van, and my mom was driving. And this was like, I was probably like 13, 14, and so my brothers were like 12 and 6 or 7. And we were driving, and we were both in the back seat. Must have been something in the front, so we couldn't sit in the shotgun. And we sat down, or we stopped at a stoplight, and I think it was me. I farted, and it was absolutely rancid. But it wasn't rancid enough. And mind you, it's snowing outside. It's very snowy outside. And my mom in our Honda Odyssey, she goes, "Oh, Taylor!" And then she opens both doors with the button. We're in the line of traffic, and I can still remember sitting in that captain seat like, "Mom!" I'm like shivering, and the girl in the van next to me is looking over, pointing and laughing at us because we're all sitting in a van where there's now flurries of snow flying through that chasm that is the van with both doors open. And I remember just like her starting to pull away. And when you're driving, the doors don't close. And so we were just driving for the next like half mile, like, "Mom, close the door. The girl's laughing at us." And she's like, "I can't close it, Taylor. I can't close it. It's stuck. We're driving. We can't close it." And so we drove like multiple miles as I'm sitting there with my brothers, like, as snow is flying into the car. And it was really embarrassing. I've never seen that girl since in that car,
well,
but her point and laugh to 12-year-old me in that car, that hits the core.
How old was she?
Probably about my age, probably.
Okay.
12 or
That's
so.
that's even worse. A peer.
A colleague of mine observed this and put it out on the Slack channel.
We heard your mom's van doesn't even have doors.
Dude, she was driving me in that van to a football game once in just a slight, like maybe 20 minutes away from where we lived at the time. And we got in, and the coach had it with late players to games. And so he had this was 8th grade. He'd told the whole team, he was like, "Anyone who shows up late will not play. I'm over it. Show up when the game starts." Because it was 8th grade. The parents didn't give a shit. And I remember it was
as they grade. Shouldn't. No one should give a shit.
No one should give a shit. We did not have a big team. And so I played place kicker, extra point kicker, occasional cornerback, sometimes wide receiver, O-line, and linebacker. I played a lot of things because we didn't have very many people. And as we're driving, my mom, we were late, and so she was trying to run a red, and we get sideswiped by a car, and it demolishes this person's Mustang and just kind of fucks up the back of our Honda Odyssey. And I remember sitting there being like, "Oh, coach is gonna be so mad." and then I got there to the game after all this was settled and everything, and we drive there and we get there, and he's like, "Taylor, where have you been?" And I'm like, "I'm sorry, coach. I was in a car accident on the way here." and he looked at me and he goes, "Jesus Christ."
Of
And he was like, well, you can still play, yeah. Like you were.
You probably shouldn't, but
are you okay? Like, because
So
I was sitting on the side that got hit by the car, and I remember like I was just kind of sitting there like dreading it, and they just boom, just slammed real hard. But yeah, he immediately let me take the field as soon as I told him I was in a car accident.
Yeah, of course.
7 minutes ago, my mom's minivan was struck by a Mustang. I'm still a little rattled, so if I'm bad at football,
Mom ran every red light here until that Mustang hit us. I'm so sorry, Coach. She's a dumb bitch. What
Dude,
do you say?
I don't know if you guys played football at all. I hated football. Hated it. It was the most boring sport. I would rank it more boring.
No,
as a player
baseball
than,
is more
okay,
boring
all
than
right,
anything.
fine. Okay, fine. Baseball wins the boring.
Well, it depends
Football,
what position you play, though, right?
soccer is ahead of football as far as not boring as a kid, because at least with soccer, you're always active, like you're always moving. Football was horrible because the only sport I played a ton at that point was hockey, and it's constant movement. And so like I would feel like as soon as like I'm feeling amped about the play we're in, it's over. And then you go back, and then
I was always
the
bored.
quarterback goes, "What are we going to do?" And he goes, "Well, I'm 13, so I'm going to hand it off to the fastest kid again." Like, and that's the way it always went. And all of my routes were like, "Hey, Taylor, run this diagonal route so that we'll trick them into thinking we're going to pass to you." And it's like the cornerback isn't even covering me anymore because he knows that you can't throw it. But yeah, eighth grade football, very fun. Can't believe you guys didn't get forced to play.
I think I did. I don't know how old I was when I played. I don't know.
And you never played, Dick? Never played football?
No, I was forced to play tennis and baseball.
Oh, I also played tennis and baseball.
Tennis is a bunch of fun. Tennis is really underrated.
It's not fun. Tennis gives your parents a direct line to yell at you in a way that other sports have like a coach in the way or multiple coaches. Tennis is like a one-on-one you getting yelled at, so it's really the excitement is lessened by that component. Baseball is great.
Well, it doesn't have to be a one-on-one yell. Like I remember playing hockey. Like my dad was very comfortable yelling at me in front of everyone. Like, I let in a goal that I probably shouldn't have, and I would like be looking forward in my mask, like dreading looking up to the stands and seeing my dad because he'd be like fucking furious at me.
Yeah,
I would be like I was so stressed out about hockey games every single time, just like fuck, like I hope I don't fuck up and like. I don't want to be mad at me.
That's if I had a time machine, I would just go back to one of those any tennis games. Go like, what the fuck is your problem? What do you care about this? Games? Yeah, it's a fucking nightmare.
And he yelled at you. Was your dad? Wait, was your dad good at tennis?
Yeah, he's good. He's like a super athlete. He's great at everything and loves it.
Damn. So he actually had a leg to stand on when he was critiquing you.
No, that doesn't make that. That's the opposite. What kind of things would he yell?
Just I think he was like Tiger Woods' dad. The King Richard, the Serena Williams. Like for some reason, a bunch of guys his age. I'm not Serena Williams. No, I know. Believe me, I've heard this many times. At many different levels, many different decibels. I don't know why, but a bunch of guys his age got like Agassi's dad, Serena Williams' sister's dad, Tiger Woods' dad. They all got this idea that that the most important thing for their kids was to have them be like the best athlete, like superstar in the world. I don't know why this was dad's. This was like a dad manufacturing plant decided to make this chip of dad and put it in this model of how to be a pain in the ass. But he got that upgrade just like all these other guys, and I was just not really that good. Like I'm okay, but I also don't hate sports because I hate other people and like.
Did you not have the makings of a varsity athlete?
No, I played varsity. I just don't really like it. Like I like fucking around. I like the slapdick.
My dad was working. He only went to championships. Like he didn't just attend every game. Like,
oh, you lucked out, Woody. I would trade anything.
Yeah. If you want your dad to come to the game, you better make fucking states. Actually, he didn't go to states, but he did go to like local championships that weren't such a big drive.
He went to the convenient championships. Okay, he was.
Oh yeah, Dick is right. You lucked out. Like when my dad wasn't coming to a game, I was like, okay, I can calm down a little bit.
Really? I can't relate to any of this. My dad was at every game because he was oftentimes the coach, and he didn't yell at me. You know, it was like
Never?
I mean, only if I wasn't paying attention. If I was in the outfield or something, like not paying attention, it's like, hey, wake up out there. You get one of those. But that's not mean. That's
Would he
supportive.
yell at you if you made a mistake on the field?
He never did. But I don't remember making a lot of like mental errors. That's something that I wouldn't do. When I failed, it was physical. You know, I wasn't fast enough, or with pitching, like there's just this wall you hit where like you just don't have it anymore, like accuracy wise, and it's like at this point, this is on you. Either take me out or reap the benefit, or reap what you get.
I'm doing everything I can possibly do to throw it.
Yeah. So no, I don't remember him ever yelling at me, other than to pay attention. And or pay attention if I was on the bench too. Like you're not supposed to be horsing around when you're sitting on the bench. You're supposed to be paying attention to the game. Like we're here for this. We're here for this. If you want to like lollygag and like fucking blow bubblegum bubbles on each other back there like a bunch of pussies, like we're not going to do do here today. Like that was clear. We're here to play baseball.
If I let a goal in,
that sounds familiar. Pay attention on the bench. Fuck you.
If I let a goal in that I knew I shouldn't look in, it gave me so much fucking anxiety because I knew he would be very displeased with that.
Well, I wouldn't want to disappoint him, but he would never like, you fucked that one up. Like nothing close to that ever. And to be honest, maybe that's why I don't remember like making mistakes like that, is because he never was mean about that. Because I honestly don't have any memories of like big mistakes in baseball. I'm sure I made some. I remember hitting some kids, but that's just funny when you're a pitcher.
There are frames in my head I can see still if I close my eyes of me missing a puck with my left glove in a championship game, and it like I was so devastated, like I was so anxious, like oh my god, like I wish I saved that. I don't want anybody mad at me.
No, I can't. I've had more experiences like that, like those crushing mistakes that you were embarrassed about in video games than I have sports. Like
that goal, Taylor, I wouldn't have blamed on the goalie. Like I'll blame the goalie if a really slow one gets in. You know, if a knuckleball, like whatever, dribbles in and the goalie. One thing that can happen in hockey if people don't play is it's rolling at them and they don't take it seriously enough. Like they try to stop it with just their stick, or maybe they don't get into proper position to really handle a last minute deflection or something like that. That I'll blame the goalie for. A freaking like wrister that goes in by your glove side, dude, you shouldn't have got that shot off. Like there's a team
the same
in front
thing
of you.
Fielding in baseball. You can get down in front of and square up and you can like get that thing, or you can kind of like jaunt over and like do this slick thing where you just kind of reach down and grab it and go through the motion smoothly. And one of them looks cool and the other one works 100% of the time.
Yes. Yeah. So unless the goalie's being lazy,
the goalie thing, like if you haven't played goalie in ice hockey, you may not realize like the puck is vulcanized rubber. It's unbelievably hard. And so when people hold it, they don't think like this is also bouncy. Like, and it's less bouncy once they freeze it, but it's still rubber. It's still bouncy. And so the like most terrifying shot as a goalie was when they would get it on net on like a bullshit dump in, and it would be on net, but it would be landing in like, those balls, those bouncy balls that have like 4 different or 6 different like sticks on every side, almost like a jack,
almost like
that
throwing
you could
a football.
throw. Yeah, you throw it and it'll bounce anywhere.
Go.
Yeah, you don't know where it's going to bounce. And so like I remember explicitly right now, I'm remembering a goal I let in from almost like the blue line where they flipped it in, and I like thought I had myself in the right position, and it landed right in front of my stick and went like and like went right over me. And I remember like wanting to kill myself in that moment, being like, this is so humiliating because no one who just watched this realizes what happened. Like how I was trying to track the puck and I fucking missed it. Oh, that's so embarrassing. It is. Being a goalie fucking sucks. You can't leave. You're in there the whole game. Do you know how many games I stood there while opposing fan bases threw fries at me and chicken nuggets at me and shit. And like the refs have to come over and I would have to take my stick and push all the fries and chicken nuggets into the net so that it wasn't in the middle of the play. And like, you're just, and then like,
Taylor, you fool! You should have made a defensive wall out of fries and chicken nuggets so that they can't score.
Rip the mask off and just started feasting.
No, make a little.
You're giving me power.
I would have.
Now I'm going to save all the bucks.
Tall barrier made of fries.
Oh no, Taylor's supersizing.
He's supersizing, and I'm just busting out of my pants, just filling the whole net. Yeah, that's my.
Where can I go to throw chicken nuggets at a kid playing hockey? That sounds great.
Literally any high school game. There was so much.
Yeah.
So the way hockey works in high school is it's as far as injuries go, it's the most dangerous sport. It's much less popular than football, and so it doesn't get the same hate. But schools do not insure their hockey programs. All hockey programs are like a third party thing because they don't want to deal with it. And so you would do that, and that's how it would go. There's not much else to explain. That's how they would do it. Is they didn't want to deal with people getting hurt, and so they just threw people on there. But yeah, all the hockey games I would go to, like one of my very close friends now, he's a year younger than me in high school. And in high school, I did not know him at all. His name is Mike. Did not know him. The way I met him is that he came to every single hockey game, even the games that were like at midnight because hockey times are ridiculous. And he would be there, and sometimes he'd be the only student there, and he would get blackout drunk. And the first time I saw him, I saw him around school in the hallways, and he started walking around, like there was no one at the game, and he started walking around the rink towards where I am. And I'm like, what's this fucker doing? Like, is he gonna try and distract me and bang on the glass? And he was walking like he was already fucking blackout drunk. And he gets behind me and he starts banging on the glass. And like hockey players, you don't respond to banging on the glass ever. But I heard him yelling Taylor! Taylor! And I was looking around just trying to see. He's like, I love you. you made so many good saves. He was, and multiple games I would notice him coming around and he would just be drunk, giving me encouragement, being like, I know we're losing, but it's not your fault. You're doing good. I'm so proud of you. And just doing shit like that. And we became friends later. Look, I'd be like, you're the guy who comes to all the fucking games and your name's Mike. And he's like, yeah, I love getting blackout drunk, going to the hockey games. It's so much fun. And I'm like, yeah, sometimes you don't even bring people with you. He's like, yeah, it's a solo occasion sometimes. But yeah, shout out to Mike, one of my close friends. Got to meet him that way. Yeah, I remember one of the younger brother of one of my teammates. It was Dan, the guy who was always drunk and high when he would play, but he was at a skill level. So Dan and I were the best players on the team, and we played on a different team that traveled together also. And so it was just a coincidence we happened to be on this team as well. And so Dan would get just blackout drunk sometimes before he played, and he'd still be tremendous. But he gave his younger brother once a whistle to sit in the stands with. And he told his younger brother, he goes, if they ever have a breakaway, blow the whistle. And because a breakaway means that they would have a player coming towards me, the goalie, with no one around. So it'd be 1-on-1, a very bad situation for the goalie. And so he gave this whistle to his brother. And I swear to God, he got 3 breakaways blown down before they went up into the stands and found the kid with the whistle and removed him. But literally, we ended up winning the game, and it was 1,000,000% because of him blowing the whistle in the stands. Because
you're not allowed to do that?
No, because a whistle means the end of play. And so they would be skating towards me, and they would cross the blue line, and I'd be skating out, and it'd just be me and him. And then there'd be a, from over there, whoop, and then the guy carrying the puck would be like, oh, and he'd push it away, and then the refs would be like, plays live. But by that point, all my defensemen are back and everything's good. And he got away with it a couple times before they were like, find who has that whistle.
It's like bringing a air horn to a basketball game.
Yeah, I guess that would be the same, because that's what they use there for. Or no, don't they use whistles for plays?
In high school basketball.
Oh, I don't know anything about high school basketball.
I remember they used an air horn for something, because I remember they were beeping one during the game. It caused a whole problem.
We would wear little umpire uniforms. The first baseman would pull his shirt off and run over and go, "You're out!" And then he would get off and we'd tag him. We're like, "Joke's on you." Just first baseman.
I'm just the first baseman. Well, I'm just an umpire with a glove standing here with a ball in it.
On his back. He would have it on his back.
Oh, okay.
You're out.
Yeah, baseball was the shittiest sport to have to play as a child because it was literally only batting. It was just the waiting game until it was your turn to bat, and then that was it. Because no one's hitting dingers into the outfield in Little League for the most part. They're just not.
It's just like a screw-up sport. Like, see how many screw-ups you can not make. And as a kid, you just make a lot. Like, oh. Seemingly easy catch. Like, whoops, well, fuck that up. Oh, here's an easy throw. I've done it a million times. Whoop, fuck that up.
Watching T-ball is one of the most excruciating things. I saw this really cute clip on Reddit the other day where the kid, like, hits the ball and then he starts crying because he ran the wrong way, and the coach just runs over and picks him up and starts running with him to first base, and he's kicking his little legs like he's running, and then he sits him down and he's safe because the play was so bungled it didn't matter that he had went with the run. It didn't fucking matter.
No one's keeping score. Who gives a fuck?
We had there was a year where before T-ball and after T-ball and before you start having kids throw at each other, they had the pitching machine or coach pitch. The pitching machine made so much more sense than having someone's dad fucking throw at us. Like that never made sense to me.
Why? Because he's inconsistent and bad at it?
Yeah. Yeah, just give us this, give us all the exact same thing if you're not going to have a kid throw at us.
Stupid question, but does the machine do the same thing every time?
It's really consistent.
Mostly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can make it do other stuff, but that'd be wacky.
I would do a batting cage
if he's back there
do the same thing.
Yeah, but I think you can turn the thing and make it do funky stuff.
A little randomizer, I guess.
Would that be good?
It's better
training?
than a dad. It's more consistent than someone's dad, probably.
It's infinitely more consistent than a human being. Yeah.
Is that even good to train on if you're like a pro though?
Yeah, it's about timing. It's not about hitting
accuracy. It's
about timing. Or if it's really fast, and that's the thing about baseball is like the guy's fastball might be 93 miles per hour, but he'll throw some off speed pitch at 86 or something, and the guy's already set up to hit that fastball, and then his timing's all wrong, and he's like this machine that's trying to stop mid motion and reload, and it just doesn't work. That's
probably the most impressive thing about baseball, both hitting the ball and also like you'll watch viral videos of someone throwing a ball as hard as they can. It's 88 and it's whoa, this guy's got an arm. And then you see a baseball highlight and it's oh, fastball 103. And then it's oh, he's throwing his super slow changeup. Wow, a measly 82. And it's my God, that's got to be unbelievably difficult to hit. Yeah, I feel like catcher is a super easy job. I don't know anything about catcher. Your knees and the collisions. It's the most dangerous job, in my opinion, because that's the only place on the field where you're actually getting serious collisions and concussions. Because if a guy's running in for third and you're waiting on the throw from the outfield, he will run you over with everything he has. And he's probably going to put an elbow in your face. I don't know baseball rules. Can he defend the plate? Can he be between the runner and the plate? You're gonna that's where you are supposed to be. You're gonna ground yourself so that when you catch it, you're there to make the tag. He is going to try to hit you and knock you out if he can, so that even if you do have that ball, if he knocks you out and you drop the ball, he's safe.
Haven't you seen Major League, Taylor? Come on, you know this. Tom Berenger.
I have not seen that. No,
he's gonna fuck you up. That's the most dangerous part of baseball, in my opinion.
But when you do that, the guy has to run through you basically, because I do know in baseball you're not allowed to leave. Run around if you leave the lines, you're out. Right. You can do a little loopy stuff. You can do some stuff, but if you try to make a big loop around him, that's not going to work. Like you could try to jump over him. You can do a little barrel roll, some cart rolls. There's been all sorts of acrobatics on the baseball field. Running around. That seems like the position to be, though. Maybe that's why I became a goalie, because I liked having the most control over the. Wasn't it hard on your? Isn't it hard on your knees though? Like in baseball, I know that's one of the concerns too. Yeah, it's very hard on your knees because you're always in a squatted position as a goalie.
Do you think you could do the splits now?
Absolutely not. There's a 0% chance I could do the splits now. When I was playing like regularly competitively, I could do the splits like that way or the other way, like pretty easily, because like when you get to like a high level of hockey at like 17, all the other goalies can do that, and so you're not special for being able to do it. It's like at lower levels where like when I would play high school hockey and I would do the splits to make a save, people would be like, whoa, that's crazy. And then like I would do that in like a competitive game, and they'd be like, yeah, he'd be a retard if he didn't do that. Like,
Dick, I want to know who's the next president of the United States.
Ooh.
Oh God.
And
I'll be voting for Trump again.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, I don't know.
I don't think Trump wins the primary.
I think Kyle called the Trump thing, and the more like I saw some polls because I thought the DeSantis guy was more popular in some areas, but like he is butt fucked by Trump, like in New Hampshire, Vermont, like all these places. They like him more.
I'll tell you this: if the best thing that will happen is Elon Musk starts a beef with Trump right now, like with his dad banging his daughter or whatever the fuck's going on.
Stepdaughter. Hey, she's 35. He's 83. No big deal.
Groomer. Trump's
and
gonna have Trump's gonna make some hay out of that.
Oh
yeah,
or he will. That is funny.
Okay,
yeah.
76.
In fairness, stepdaughters are hot.
His whiz.
If my porn habits are any indication, this is fine and normal.
Dude, Elon Musk's dad should be in prison. He groomed a child and then had a baby with her.
Yeah, he really should
What
be.
a fucking monster.
I love that
35.
Elon Musk.
She's 35.
He
He's known
she was 4.
He's
That's
raised
like
her since
textbook
she was
grooming.
4. That is the most grooming of grooming you can possibly do.
I need to see her picture.
What if you
before I can
brainwashed
decide.
Taylor? Is she not able to make decisions as an adult now?
Oh, look, Taylor, she's down.
Hey,
That is a brainwashed woman. That woman is suffering from Stockholm syndrome and has daddy issues.
Look at that guy. He's even giving a sly finger. He knows what he's done.
Tell me more about her daddy issues.
I love that these guys are like repopulating or like knocking up every woman that they could see, and they're saying that they're doing it to save the planet.
That's what
like,
they said. Yeah, we're
Elon Musk.
here. He said we're here to reproduce.
In fairness, it is hilarious that he got caught grooming his stepdaughter, and the response is, the purpose of humanity is to reproduce. It's like, you're a monster. How about my purpose in humanity is you should be in prison? Like, you piece of shit.
Look, you're just a mean guy, Taylor, and you're jealous of that man's happy life. And
I'm not a mean guy. Go fuck yourself for that.
You know what? You just go smoke your meats, and you let Elon Musk's father go be bountiful and plentiful on the earth. He's living his best life.
The Musk family is not paying their child support. Elon Musk has 9 kids or something? I haven't heard a single mom call him a deadbeat dad.
Nope.
That's fair.
Good guy, Elon Musk.
Good guy, Elon Musk. You know what?
If
I might identify as a girl just so I could have a baby, and
I'd like him more.
on that child support.
I would love to have one of Elon Musk's babies.
Mm-hmm.
If
What'd
any
you
of
name
his
it?
jokes on Twitter were funny,
I would name it Elon. Are you kidding me?
You name it a screenshot of something.
Elon Musk.
I would want there would be no questioning. Like who's that? What's your son's name? It's fucking Elon. You know why? That's Elon Musk's kid. Like everyone would need to know.
Woody, what's your
do you wonder
daughter's
why
name?
I'm wearing a diamond shirt?
This is my daughter, Payday. She was not an accident.
You saw me land over there. Come on.
This is my son, little Gougy.
I'm wearing a jetpack, dude. Who do you think it is?
Yeah, this guy,
like, that would
Errol
be the
Musk.
play.
First of all, made up name. Errol? I don't think that's ever existed.
They're all made up.
And then Elon Musk, he
Good
seems
point.
to
They
be
are all
mostly
made
about
up.
not buying Twitter.
If
If Elon Musk was actually fucking funny, he would be so much more liked.
He's
Like,
funny
the-
sometimes.
He's
You've seen
funny
his memes,
sometimes,
right? You've seen his
sometimes.
memes.
I follow
He's
him on
funny because
Twitter. I see
Trump's
his
not
memes
around. If
occasionally.
Trump was still around, he would be the funny. Like we're like eating scraps, like Elon Musk's billionaire scraps.
Look,
like, oh yeah, that meme was funny.
That's why Trump's going to be the next president, because he's taken this time off, and it's so beautiful because we haven't had Trump and we want some. It's like, hey, when's the last time you had some Trump? You know what? I haven't had
Give it to
any
me.
Trump in a coon's age. I love some Trump. And everybody's thinking like, yeah, you know what? I hate his fucking guts, but I could go for Trump
hate him.
too. You know what? And then boom, he's back on Twitter and he's on all the talk shows. And
You're making sense, Kyle, because my whole argument is that Trump's act is a little worn out. We've all heard it before. Every time I hear Trump
there's
play
new
the greatest
material.
fucking hits of, I actually won the election and build the wall or whatever.
Yeah.
Tired and
Oh,
late.
this
is the
one.
one.
Of the, this is, I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read this in
I'll be
Trump
quiet.
voice because
It's going to be a
very funny.
Trump Clarence Thomas team up. That's what you guys don't get. It's fucking what is it? Schwarzenegger and in Predator. That
team up.
that team up. That's what it's going to be. You son of a bitch, pencil pushing.
Hold on, I want to
villain.
read this. I want
Go
to read this
ahead.
thing in Trump voice that Woody just linked because it's very funny. This is Donald Trump with a post talking about Elon Musk, and the photo is Donald Trump sitting there smiling broadly, and Elon standing there autistically.
like
With his-
When Elon Musk came to the White House asking me for help on all of his many, many subsidized projects, whether it's electric cars that don't drive long enough, driverless cars that crash, or rocket ships to nowhere, without which subsidies, it'd be worthless. Worthless, I say. And telling me how he was a big, big Trump fan and Republican, I could have said, drop to your knees and beg, and he would have done it.
That's this man is hilarious. That is so
Rocket ships to nowhere.
That is so funny.
Rocket ships to nowhere. And I tell them, and believe me, I could have asked him to suck my cock. He would have said, thank you for the privilege.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I think Trump's right? Like Trump's onto something.
sure.
And I look at the two of them standing there. I'm trying to figure out who's the winner, right? Elon Musk could buy Donald Trump and not notice the money missing from his bank account. But Trump's the one with the power. Who's
Trump
the cool
was
one?
president. He's way cooler than Elon Musk.
Yeah, Trump is look.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is the most wealthy person to have ever existed on this planet. Thus
Trump's
far.
funnier.
Yeah,
That's
but
where
Trump
I come in.
But
Trump's
Trump
way
was-
funnier than Elon.
I
Look at
think
his tie.
I made the point during Trump's presidency that during that time he was the most powerful man who'd ever lived.
Yes.
He absolutely was during his tenure. Trump for 4 years. Trump was the most powerful man who had ever lived, and he was probably more powerful every day because he just put more money into the military. Right? Like it's not like the
Sure.
military wasn't stronger on his last day than it was on his
When he
first
took over, the army had no bullets, he said.
Well, he
got
armed
no
them
bullets.
the fuck up. All right? He bought bullets and missiles and tanks and jeeps and trucks of all kind, and the economy roared and our gasoline was cheap, and we were all safe and happy. And don't worry, because it has been a long time since we've had any Trump, and everybody's kind of
been
hungry
too
for
long.
Trump. It's like
Coming back.
you have you ever gone like 3 years without Chinese food, and you're like, oh yeah, General Tso's chicken, that shit is good.
You've gone
we-
years without Chinese food?
Yeah, I'm not a big. It's hard to find good Chinese food. Like they use that like really stringy chicken that you're chewing on. You like
Nah.
it like
I had Chinese
you don't
food
want
in
that.
Hartwell like a month ago. They're not known for their Chinese cuisine.
no. That's where I kind of came from. Okay,
Mhm.
Here in Atlanta, there's some delicious Chinese food. It's like all
Yeah,
white.
well, there's
chicken,
Chinese
and
people to
it's
make the
amazing.
food.
There is a Chinaman right there behind the counter taking your money. I know it's authentic. That's how you know. They don't
Yeah.
like money.
Mm-hmm. Well,
There was a dude named Zed who made the Chinese
I
food
make
in
it.
Hartwell.
It's a
Not
black
good.
guy. Yeah, it's a black guy making Chinese food back there. It's awful.
Yeah.
I just like, as far as Trump is concerned, like I get people not liking Trump. He's an incendiary guy. But to say he's not funny or not entertaining, I think that is beyond the pale. I think
Totally,
he is
yeah.
Here's my
very
thing.
obviously the funniest politician in
Oh, hang
history.
on. What do we got here? Like, we got some audio for this?
What are you, a bullshit artist?
Yeah, let's start it over and listen.
Look
to
at
the
me.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
red, and I paid black people to be here.
Hang on a sec. We got
Another one of our highest priorities under a Republican Congress will be to stop left-wing censorship and to restore free speech in America. And go out, by the way, while I'm here and sign up now for Truth Social. It's hot as a pistol, and you see that. I called that
How
one
does
right.
a pistol?
Leon,
Why would he
I
say
tell you
that?
what.
Not as a pistol.
Elon is not going to buy Twitter. Where did you hear that before? From me. From a fake account. She says fake. A lot of them. He's got himself a mess. You know, he said the other day, oh, I've never voted for a Republican. I said, I didn't know that. He told me he voted for me. So he's another bullshit artist, but he's not going to be behind it.
Oh,
Dude,
man. Come on.
that's so
Woody,
funny.
Just let us have him. Let us have him for 4 years. You can go back
No,
to taking over the world and eating bugs and stuff. Just let us have him.
Let's have 4 more years.
My argument had been that Trump's scene is tired. I'm tired of him saying I actually won the election. Right? He's been saying that since the first one when he said he actually got more votes. I was tired of him talking about the wall. The same bullshit, the same greatest lines. You go to his thing and they'll lock her up. Chance.
Yeah.
The greatest hit.
Take her coat.
It's not interesting anymore. But this is new material. Trump is coming out with all new material for next election. I kind of want to hear it. Let's see.
Yes.
Yeah. He's a funny guy. He's an entertaining guy. And if the alternative is like him causing a bunch of problems for people in politics, I would prefer that to a bunch of soulless people like Kamala and Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz and Buttigieg and all those guys.
Yeah.
You left out. You included my favorite.
I included
your
the
favorite?
clear. I included the clear CIA agent in it. Yeah.
But Judge, Buddy Judge.
CIA agent, Buttigieg.
I think he's like obviously a government agent. They were like testing the marketability of a gay candidate last election cycle.
He's a robot.
They were like, that's how
he a
market
human?
testing goes. Like they wanted to see how it would work.
Who's they?
Damn.
The DNC.
Oh, watch it.
The DNC.
So the DNC wanted to market test whether a gay man could win.
Yeah.
So they
Of course, like that's very.
That's how they got AOC.
That's very obviously what they did. Like they wanted to see like how palatable a gay candidate was to the country as a whole, and so they wanted to look and see.
The CIA did this?
No, I said the DNC.
Well, you said he was a CIA operative.
He did work with the CIA.
Buttigieg did?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
You're not supposed to.
I thought he was just a mayor of like Gary, Indiana or something. Oh,
Or was he? I've never been to Gary, Indiana. Does it even exist?
My favorite part about Trump is that he fucked up the whole country with all of his COVID shit, and now somebody else has to deal with it. And then he gets to come back and say, I can't believe Biden fucked up the whole country.
I think that's what, no. I thought Trump is the reason we got the vaccine as fast as we did. Trump did fine.
Yeah.
Operation Warp Speed.
Well, the things that Trump did that were dumb was like, he wouldn't. There was that one part where it really made him look stupid because you could see like there's no joke here. He's just dumb. He was talking about the light and how like ultraviolet light kills the virus. He's like, maybe there's some way to get that light onto people, or who knows, maybe even inside of people.
Dude, it's like a cartoon. You shine a flashlight in your mouth, it comes out your ass.
Like, it was like he wanted to insert
true.
like a
It
long,
cleanses the whole
bendy-
inside.
that
It's
was
like
the
a
same
long
thing.
light.
He said he wanted to use a disinfectant on your blood to take the COVID out of it.
Yeah,
Those were based on real things. He just, is not really great at explaining himself. I don't know if he's really good at explaining why someone sucks and why you should laugh at them, but he's not really great on summarizing articles that he read on Yahoo Science News.
Dude, what I like about the way he speaks is you can tell there is no plan most of the time. Like there's not a teleprompter. There's no one to dictate it to him. Like I do think it's funny when you see Biden be like, and we need to make sure that we're taking care of the country. Repeat this line.
Yeah.
Wait, did you see
And
Biden?
like Trump will say stuff like you can tell he's thinking of the next thing to say. He's like,
And Elon, my God, Elon people. And everyone will be like, yeah. And he's like, Elon, the worst. Am I right, folks? He's the worst. He's possibly inarguably, actually.
I wasn't sure where I was going with
the
this.
whole
Inarguably the
time,
worst.
and he's just buying,
And he's
time
just
till he
thinking of
thinks
things to
what
say.
he's actually going to say, because he can burn 2 minutes letting them applaud and just saying random things. Like, oh, he's the worst.
It's because
the worst.
he's
And
up
then-
there. He's up there doing a tight five, like in the beginning, like testing his.
You know what he's
material.
actually like? Like we've often compared him to a comedian, but he is a performer. But what he actually is like an old timey preacher. That's what he actually is. He has that grip on the audience, and he has that ability to sort of like float around his sermon of the day. That's what it's like. He's like more like a religious leader than a comedian, but he's a performance artist for sure. And like his style is weird. It's like watching one of those drunken kung fu guys. You're like, what? He's just stammering about nothing. But
He's
if you're-
got good delivery with his jokes though, and that's what I care
and he
most
gets
about.
he gets his message forward, even if he like gave you this word salad that didn't at times make sense and was just repetitive.
Well, he'll say his like point in like 2 seconds and then need to boost it for like another 5 minutes. Where he'll be like,
All these illegal immigrants, folks, all these immigrants, they're depressing wages for the middle class. It's bad for people. Very bad news. Also, what do you guys airplane food, am I right? The thing about it, my God, these peanuts, they used to offer peanuts, believe it or not. Then these liberals, they said, people are allergic to them. You can't offer them. I say that's ridiculous.
and then like it's 5 more minutes of that, and people are like, ah, and it's like, what is
awesome.
he? Yeah, that's more funny.
I fucking love peanuts.
I hate it.
I'd be like, I like peanuts too,
Yeah.
President Trump.
Trump's
I
charm
like
never
honey
worked on
roasted.
me, and it frustrates the fuck out. Like when he was like, "Hey, these water efficient toilets. Sometimes I have to flush them 15 times."
Yeah.
Really? What kind of shit are you taking?
I mean, that's also just hyperbole. He's being funny. That's better.
I mean,
it
that's
doesn't
how you
work
take a
on me.
prison
I
shit.
don't like it. That was my point. Other people love this stuff. They hear it flush the toilet 15 times, they go bonkers with it. I'm like, well, now you're just full of shit. Not anymore, but
I think it's
you
Yeah, I
were
feel
Do
prior
you
to
like
that.
way of how-
listening to politicians talk, Woody? Like,
He
I
likes
just
Pete Buttigieg.
listening to any other politician talk, like even Trump, sometimes just makes me feel so sick that I think I'm gonna die. Like, because I'm like, just fucking stop lying,
what's
you
cool-
total piece of shit. Drop dead.
one of the coolest things about Trump is that occasionally you were definitely getting 100% honesty from the most powerful man who'd ever lived. He was
Yeah.
speaking off the cuff about what he felt right then, and it was wild.
You're just telling me this right
Because-
now. This is the
because
first time
no
I heard
one
of this.
else does that.
Never
Who
heard
is that
this before.
powerful?
No one knew that healthcare was complicated.
My God, did you know? My God, people are telling me. Did you know? People are actually, believe me, they're going bankrupt in this country from medical costs.
And it's like every once in a while, politicians will say stuff like that, where like it just reveals how distant they are from the average person. Where like fucking AO's, like Lindsey, whoever it is, Lindsey Graham, like, and it's just ridiculous. These people are trying so hard to get through life, and they can't even have secret gay sex like I can to try and deal with it.
Yeah.
They can't even get they can't have their ass absolutely plundered the way I do every single evening. I have my friends over. I have them put their eye patches on, and then they go to plundering.
Their eye patches.
Yeah, I'm a pirate guy.
Oh, okay.
he's into pirates.
You know what they
That's
call
he
those? Peggers.
Right?
Peggers.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I
makes
am.
perfect sense.
I'm a straight man from
You-
South Carolina.
You know,
Rated R.
I'm certainly. That's the funniest thing on earth is that people in South Carolina are like, I'm voting for this straight conservative again, and he's like literally wiping cum off his lip as he's walking to the podium. That guy
All right.
is very obviously
They like
gay.
how
And
he
there's nothing
votes.
wrong with that.
well, I mean, didn't your representative there get arrested for something? Like, wasn't it something wild?
Who? I don't know.
He
What
was
are
your ex-governor, right?
Oh,
Something big like
Greitens.
that.
Yeah, Greitens. There was a big thing about the ex-governor of Missouri, and then I saw something recently about like that he was like trying to get back in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't. I gotta tell you, I don't give a fuck who's the governor of Missouri. I just
Yeah.
don't care.
Voting sucks.
Voting
I'm
does
not allowed.
suck. I'm never doing it again.
None of you should.
High five.
I'm replacing voting with threatening letters to elected officials.
Might be
Well,
more effective.
They'll sort that whole voting thing right out for you, like they did me.
No, but it's via Kyle Myers.
Oh, no, not again.
Just like you flying into Albuquerque, I'm gonna set up a PO box next to your house and have it sent from there.
No, don't do that, please. Oh, just to clarify, that was between my like state probation ending and before federal charges had been filed. So I was like, I asked my lawyer, I was like, can I just go out west and smoke weed in Denver? And he's like, yeah. So we did.
I had a thought. No, I lost it. I'm sorry.
Isn't that the worst?
It is. It was a thing about. It was relevant to the topic. Who knows?
Especially when you're doing a podcast and you like get 2 sentences into something and you're like, oh no, I've forgotten the crux of what I was saying, and now
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and play it off.
My little brown book has been lost in the move. I got to find it. What?
You can't even keep
I have a
track of
thought.
your book that you use to keep track of things you can't keep track of.
No.
You use a book to keep track of your like to-do list?
No, like little ideas,
and we try and be delicate about it.
like the ideas I come up with like during the week to like things to talk about here. I'll like jot them down.
Analog. You gotta use your phone, man.
You know what I
That's
wrote
what I
down?
used.
I don't
you know
like
what I
that.
wrote down when I was stoned as shit to talk about on this episode is how food trucks, how the entire industry of food trucks was about trucks being able to drive around and go to different areas and offer food. But the new evolution of food trucks is you have to go to a location where food trucks will rent a spot, and then you can go to those food trucks. Like the whole point of food trucks is to mimic the ice cream truck.
Right.
Go through streets, sell tacos through the streets. Why would you not do that? People
Tell him, Taylor.
That's exactly what he. Thank you.
This is a high thought.
It was a very high thought. But think about this. I hear the fucking ice cream man go through my neighborhood all the time, and I'm too slow to catch him, and so I don't get it. But sometimes, like, it would be nice if a taco man drove through. Right, and then you could go out there and he'd be playing fucking Fiesta music, and you buy a couple tacos. And you do that, and you purchase the tacos at the truck that's moving around the same way an ice cream truck would, because the whole point of food trucks was to have them driving around offering food in all sorts of places, and it's evolved so the only truck that actually does that is the fucking ice cream truck, and you can't get like pulled pork, tacos, steaks, you can't get anything from a truck that drives through your neighborhood. And I guarantee if they start trying that, if a fucking crab boil truck drives through my neighborhood, I'm going to keep them in business.
I like this a lot. No, I love this idea.
Wait. If a crab truck drives through Taylor's neighborhood, he would slash the tires and turn it into the very thing he hates, a permanently located crab truck in Taylor's neighborhood.
That'd be great.
Welcome to the neighborhood.
Welcome to the neighborhood. This is the crab truck.
What would you not buy out of a truck? Like spaghetti, steak? You can eat some steak off of a
I do
paper
steak.
plate?
I don't want a steak out of a truck.
You need two
and
hands.
also pasta. Not pot. Like I need something.
No.
That's,
We can do pasta.
I want a hand food.
No, it's going to be in like ice cream cones have that cone. It's going to be in a cone, and you're going to be able to.
It'll have to be some kind of like garlic flavored cone, or it'll clash too much.
It'll be garlic bread.
Well, there you go. What do you know?
Look at this.
The imaginary cone is indeed garlic flavored. Some of the best steak I had was was in Japan. It was like a Kobe beef skewer. It was just fucking amazing. I didn't think it could possibly be that good out of a skewer.
Oh, we haven't talked about the Prime Minister of Japan getting assassinated with that ridiculous electric double-barreled shot pistol.
Was that a real gun that they
He
showed?
made that.
How does it even work? It looks like electrical tape and like particle board.
It is. It's electrically fired. It's like an electrical impulse is going in and lighting powder off and firing like shot. Like one.
And that's how he killed him?
Yes. He shot gave him both barrels from behind, and you can see one of the security guards, like bodyguards, throw up like what I'm sure maybe was a bulletproof like briefcase. And like try to block some bullets, but you just see the prime minister take a nosedive, just insta dead, shot in the back of the head from like I don't know, pretty far. Oh god, look at that thing! There's the battery pack underneath.
That looks amazing.
What
the bodyguard just threw the bulletproof thing like you throw a napkin off
held
after a
it
drink
up.
you spill.
Like,
fuck.
Was there a reason to kill this
like a
guy?
shield.
Like he was a former.
So this was I'm
He was
gonna butcher his name. It was Shinzo Abe or something. He was the longest serving prime minister in Japanese history. He retired 2 years ago because he was getting sick or something. But he's like heavily involved in international politics still.
What's his like big cause? Like what's his big thing? It'd be because like that's how I would like try and piece together like what the cause of the assassination was, is be like, what is his big thing that he pushes for that someone could possibly be against?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really research. They got the guy, obviously. They just took him into custody.
Yeah.
Because he had
they found him right away. They were like, oh, we have a suspect. He 5'5", black hair, brown eyes.
Electric gun.
Electric gun?
That's your Japanese accent?
Oh, yeah, Japanese. He is the 5'5", and the brown hair and black eye. What the fuck would it be? I don't know. Is there a way to do a Japanese?
Just say he's Japanese. We got him.
Japanese. I don't know.
No, that was wild when I saw that video. But the gun is what like blew me away.
I'm always interested in the gun. Like it doesn't matter what it is, what kind of shooting. I'm like, what they use? What they
look at these other cannons that people have made. Look at this.
It's like a steampunk.
That guy's got 5 barrels. That guy's got 9 barrels.
So this photo is right after that guy killed him, I assume, right?
Yes, the one on the left, right after he killed the guy. The guy whose hands are on him has a shouldered revolver. It looked like to me, but he's got a shouldered. A holstered, real deal gun. The suited security guard is putting hands on him. In America, he just killed this guy immediately for fear that he had multiple barrels of that electric cannon gun. But they just grabbed him and said, "Come with us, sir. You just killed the prime minister," because it's Japan.
Yeah, come with us. We're going to give you a very comfortable cell.
Yeah, come right this way to your.
Come with us. You're gonna live. You're Japanese. You're gonna live to 120 on the dollar of the taxpayer.
The yen. The yen
of the taxpayer.
Yes,
of course.
Come right here, sir. Smoking or non? I bet I wonder what Japanese prison is like. Like we're joking, but maybe it is harsh. Maybe that's like a very dishonorable thing, and they treat it seriously.
I bet a lot of guys are missing fingers because of Yakuza.
I mean, I doubt. Why would you? Okay.
Are you not familiar with that?
Well, I know they do that, but I just don't know how much
yeah.
of crime is Yakuza based. That would be like thinking that, in our prisons we're full of the mob. I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
white
probably
power gangs.
Those are cool.
I mean,
that's what your friend calls Tucker Carlson's show, the White Power Hour.
White Power.
that dude that yelled at AOC. He just went on a podcast and he refers to Tucker's show as the White Power Hour.
That's funny.
That guy does not give a fuck.
I have never watched
Tucker.
Actually, I've never watched Tucker.
I've never watched the whole hour.
I haven't watched.
I watch Tucker Carlson almost every day.
Really?
Sometimes he'd be playing at the gym, and so I'd catch like.
Is he funny?
A little bit. You would get a laugh sometimes because he's
provocative.
Like he'll form a really good argument that might fall apart if you really start tinkering at it. But when he delivers it, it sounds like, "Oh, bombshell!" Get on, Liv.
It's always the same. He makes a really shaky premise, and then he builds like a big argument on that shaky premise.
Yeah, he's good at it.
Yeah, he is really good.
He
at
must
it.
have writers.
Is fantastic. Yeah, he's clearly reading everything he writes.
Is it like that same format as like John Oliver?
Yeah,
where it's like you make an absurd statement, you make a face to show that is the opinion of someone to be maligned, and then you allow the crowd to.
There is a lot of that.
Where they're like, not staying home during COVID is like trying to fire a gun without any bullets, and then they're like, like that. That's what. Late night political comedy is.
It'll be like, we thought that this wasn't serious because they sent Kamala Harris to deal with it, and she's not a serious person. And then he just builds the whole thing on top of that. Like, that's the premise. This isn't a serious person. Therefore, everything she does is meant to be disregarded, is not sincere. And I don't know. That's what he does. It's always like some sort of angry.
I like his haircut.
Thing. I like his weight gain and loss. Like you can watch Tucker really plump up, and then he kind of fixed the problem, and now he's on his way back.
I didn't know that about him, but that makes me like him a lot more. When I see someone in the public eye that struggles with their weight, I'm like, you know what, that guy. Okay, as long as it's a man. As long as it's a man.
Yeah. Women, they need to stay thin the whole time.
Well, the fat women in the public eye now are like brave about it, and they think it's like a good thing.
They're like shameless about
fat women, not even if they're pregnant.
Did you see that article it was like a Mother Jones, like far left rag, and it was like plus size women are not okay with dating fat men. And it was like
so unfair.
How more cut and dry can it be? Like, it's like, have you ever seen a fat man be like, you need to accept me for who I am? That guy would be laughed out of every room on the planet. No one takes a fat guy seriously who says he deserves pussy. No one does.
They end up getting those crybaby hand jobs.
Yeah, they end up paying $500 and then crying about it. So, you guys want to call it a show? Let's wrap it up. I'm hungry.
Something about crybaby hand job really tickles me. Yeah.
I want more of that guy.
Dick, do you have anything you want people to know about?
Patreon.com/The Dick Show. I got The Biggest Problem, too, a show I do with Vito at patreon.com/biggest problem. We do that every Friday, so we're doing that tomorrow. If you guys, what's the biggest problem in the universe? You guys think? Around the horn, real fast.
It is more difficult than you'd think to find current pictures of AOC's ass.
In that video, I mean, you get a really good shot of it, I thought.
Yeah. But I struggled before the video.
Oh, okay. Well, I took care of that for you. I solved your
Thank
problem in the universe.
Nice to solve the world's biggest problem, according to me. Nice
First time.
Universe over.
I
How about
think
you,
that,
Kyle?
Every time I hear about like that huge incel culture they've got going on in Japan, and I feel really bad for like the average Japanese guy. But then my boy Vavity is over there in the service, and he's just wearing out some yellow pussy, he says. So I guess it's all good for him, you know.
Wow.
Outstanding.
He's having a dope ass time over there. What sounds like?
Yeah, from what it sounds like the guys, a large percentage of men there are kind of basically incels, and so his like white, tall, good looking.
A lot of the Japanese guys he means
has money and is in a uniform kind of guy. Like I think he does fairly well for himself.
I had a meetup when I went to Japan, and I expected that it would be like a bunch of Japanese fans, stupidly, and it was just a bunch of like white guys showed up with their Japanese wives. I'm like, I don't know why I thought it would not be this, but whatever. We had a good time.
You thought you had female fans?
Exactly this.
I thought it'd be Japanese men for some reason. Like, oh yes, we love your show. And I was like, oh fuck, I know you guys.
We very much enjoy Dika Showaru.
All right, Dick, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Hey, thanks, guys.
So much. Is there anything you want to pimp or plug before you go?
What do you just ask?
Just did you do that? I'm stoned.